Good morning, party people. Saturday squad. Maybe a little too early to party.
HD-SIP.
All right. Welcome in here, everybody. We're back for some more Pokopia. And I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Happy Saturday, y'all. Good morning. Thank you, Great Bambi, for 28. Welcome in here, fresh followers as well. Good morning, YouTube. Hope y'all are feeling good today. First in the chat today, Random Legend. Welcome in here, y'all. Good morning, Meadow Will. What up, Cast the Casual? What up, Card Shark? What up, Bearded Beer Fan? Oh my gosh, the dramatic violin. I forgot that this song goes there. What up, Ebony Bow? What up, Zane? Ooh, Bearded. Started a new island. I like that. What up, Armazel? Good to see you as well. Good morning, homie. Hope everyone had a good Friday. I know I did. Went a little shorter than I originally planned. I actually had a plan to go pretty deep yesterday, but I made the responsible decision to take care of some stuff around the house and catch up on a couple things I needed to catch up on. Cello, yes, cello. The strings is what I would have said, because I was assuming. I should have said the dramatic strings there. You know, I have a pretty good ear for music, but I couldn't tell you the difference between every instrument. I'm just not that attuned to the different instruments. I have a really good ear for music, but like, I'm not that deep. I could probably separate, you know, a trumpet from a trombone, you know, but like, you play the cello. Dude, that's awesome. Dude, that is so cool. How long have you played? Do you mind sharing? Dude, that's freaking rad, man. Oh, I always wanted to play the standing bass. I'm a big bass guy. Bass and drums. I'm a percussion guy as well. But I've never really played percussion. That's not a thing I've done. Oh, same here, Cass. Same here, Cass, for sure. Haven't been able to catch your Pokopia playthrough. How you been liking it? Dude, it's been a blast, man. It's been a blast, dude. Pokopia's been too much fun. Oh, that's why. Are we listening to the alternate mix? Oh, that's why I was so confused. That's not what I wanted to hear. Oh, there's all these alternate mixes of these songs, but I was looking for the slap bass version. Here, is this it? Let's see. No, maybe I want the alternate. Let me go see. I'm pretty sure one of these Obsidian Fields. Oh, never mind. I might be thinking of the Crimson Mirelins. Oh, yeah, dude, I was mistaken. Oh, yeah, here it comes. They get slappy on this song. I heard that from everyone online. Oh yeah, this game is best described as having many strengths and few weaknesses. This game met few faults, many strengths and few faults. Yeah, this game was, no matter what you think about the genre, no matter what you think about the you know, the world, whatever, like whatever reasons why you might not vibe with this game, there's one fact. This game has many strengths and very, very few faults. They really have managed to put out a very quality game. It's, yeah, this game is surprising everyone around the world, to be fair. Yo, good morning, Cozy. What up, Bear Boo? What up, Gita Chan, baby? Yeah, you got your coffee, baby? Got some coloring books and chills? All right, let's jam and then let's start playing games. Dude, this game was also a massive homage to original fans. There's the way the music is presented, to me, feels like Generation 1 again. This is like really hard to describe, and I've had this conversation before. Like, if this was the first Pokemon you ever played, like, this could be your Generation 1. Like, this music is so... It's so spirited. It has the spirit of adventure. And it's oozing with flavor. And that's what Gen 1 music was to my ears as a kid. It was the spirit of adventure. It was the spirit of adventure, like, through and through. And you felt like you were on a quest, man. And that's what this game brought to the table. Arceus was so good. That's how I feel about ACGC music. Oh, dude, I love ACGC music, dude. Oh, I love ACGC music. How you doing, Silly Jelly? How you doing today, Felianos? And Kelly here. I gotta say good morning to Kelly. Kelly said, I've been lurking the past few days and I just wanted to say thank you for all the help. This game is awesome and watching you has helped me get further. Yo, Hardy welcomes over in the YouTube chat for Kelly, and we can wave him on in over here on Twitch as well. Yeah, welcome in here, Kelly. Nice, dude. That's super kind of you to say that. I was yapping a little bit this morning, but thanks for your patience there. That was super cool of you to say that. Nice. You know, I really do try to add value to my broadcast in an informative sense. I do try to do that. I think that that's a really fun side of streaming for me, is to add some informative side. I think I'm good at it. I think I'm a decent teacher in that sense. So that's really cool. Let's see here. I want to make sure, is my chat not doing what it should be doing? It's not. Weird. Oh, there you guys go. Okay, YouTube is showing up over here. I just missed you guys in the morning hype. It might not be showing up. Yo, YouTube, let me see. Yeah, weird. Here, let me try sending a message over on YouTube as well. Okay, we're good. It's good. We're killing it. We're killing it. All right. Yo, Cozy, thanks. What up, Mini Phil, and what up, Burl? For those that have it, I'm kind of doing some transitions on my show, and I got a new chat. And it might sound simple, but as a streamer, I've been using the Twitch chat for 7 years this April. And I'm changing everything up so that I can have a chat with YouTube. And it's honestly crazy different. Like, it really is. It sounds so light, but it's like, I'm used to Twitch, all right? Like, it's a very different experience, so I'm kind of going through growing pains. So if you catch me finicking with that, you know, playing with that, it's just a little bit of growing pains. We're figuring it out over there, though. Yo, what up, Pentonix? Good to see you back. It's been forever. By that, I mean 8 hours. Yeah, we're back again. Yo, what up, Delorway? Good to see you back in here. Good morning, Zane. Quality of life because the chests aren't connected and stuff. Yeah, you know, the truth is that King of Arcadia, good morning. The thing is that cozy games have a certain bar that have been placed, and all cozy games need to fall in line unless they have a reason gameplay wise not to. And I'll list off the things right now, and you can sound off in the chat if you agree. All chests being connected or at least accessible to crafting tables, which Pokopia does one of the two. These are things that this is what people are expecting nowadays, and maybe not connected chest, but bigger chest. Bigger. Even the ones we have in this game are not big enough. You have to understand, like, this is the new wave of this type of game, that people, the bar has been set. The bar has been set. And if they're not connected, which is fine because I don't all the way like connected chest, or if you're going to give me connected chest, do it like Palia and give me a disconnected one, right? So that I could separate things. More so, just give us more size. Another thing that we've talked about on the channel a bunch, where like the bar has been kind of raised and it's like, this is like the kind of stuff people are expecting now, is cooking as well. Cooking being connected to bulk crafting, bulk cooking, cooking being attached to chest. These are all things that every single one of these styles of games need to be doing, because that's just what we're all too used to it now. We're all too comfortable, right? Like, I think the bulk crafting, the bulk cooking, the crafting from chest, and the cooking from chest are the four major ones. I think massive, like larger chest and or some sort of connected system is also another big one. Yeah, it's just where the bar's at now, you know? What up, Crazy Cat Lady? Good morning, Kalika. And what up, Didius Maximus? Those things apply to survival games. See, and I'll even give a credit to survival games, because some survival games require you to feel like you are picking and choosing your inventory. You see what so like Fallout, for example, Fallout 3, you are a scavenger, and it would suck if as a scavenger you could scavenge everything, because then you're not a scavenger, you're just picking everything up in sight. But when you're in a dungeon and you only have so much you can carry, that really matters. So you're picking and choosing what you're bringing home with you, and that feels good. That feels like a survival experience. So I think there are some scenarios where limitations on inventory are really good and healthy and important. Not in cozy games. It's just unnecessary. Like Animal Crossing GameCube only having 15 inventory spaces was a drawback to that game. I love it. It's my favorite Animal Crossing, one of my favorite games of all time. But that game's inventory limitations were an unfortunate drawback. That, you know, that game could have used a bigger inventory. It would have just made everything so much better and so much more playable, right? Like, ooh, some Easter candy, dude. Nice. You know, I haven't had Reese's Easter eggs in a long time. What's the best variation of Easter egg from Reese's, and why is it the Christmas trees? I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Why is it the Christmas trees? I don't make the rules. Sorry, dude. You better call Reese's. You better go to Hershey. I didn't decide it. They did. Yo, thank you, Abby. Thank you for throwing me on YouTube. I appreciate you. Good morning, YouTube gang. All right, so I got a confirmation, everybody. Oh, wow, we got all sorts of stuff going on. Just a heads up, I believe I have 100% confirmation here. You will not be accessing Hoppip until the end of the event. I did some research, some people did some time traveling, and Hoppip will be walking around the Poke Center at the end of the event. So for those of you that are stuck like me and cannot get Hoppip out of the Poke Center, even when you woke up at 3 in the morning twice this week to check, I did some research, and Hoppip will be available at the end of the event. So if you missed your chance at the beginning or whatever, you're not going to be able to give her a home. She's already your Pokemon, for the record. She already lives with you, most likely. You can find her in the environment list. You can find her in your event Pokedex. So you probably already, like, she's yours, but you just won't be able to give her a home until the end of the event. Her home right now is the Poke Center.
Did I walk in at the tail end of seasonal Reese's Convo?
Yes,
Good morning.
you did. And I was stating the truth and that the Christmas trees are the best flavored seasonal Reese's, because that's just how that works. Pumpkins, good. Eggs, good. But Christmas trees are clearly the best. Ain't no way. Yo, what up, Spartan? Good to see you. Good morning, Calico. Hey, you rang. How you doing, Calico Reese? Good morning. Good morning, Ginger King. I'm confused about events. Just haven't been able to play as much. Are they only on certain days? Yeah, so events are like, they're seemingly going to be 2 to 3 week periods in which you can get special Pokemon. Yeah, and then if you don't get those Pokemon within those 2 to 3 weeks, they could go away. However, you can time travel to the events. So one would assume you're going to be able to time travel back to the events. Because why would they take them out of the game? Like, that would be rude, right? So seemingly, it doesn't really matter when you start the game. You should be able to go back to the event if you miss it. But that's not confirmed, at least on my end. But you should be able to, we assume, unless they patch it out, which would be kind of rude. So if you're like worried, you could just time travel to the next event as well, which is Sableye in May. Sorry to spoil that, but yo, what up, Fancy Mom? You broke down and picked up the game. Nice. I hope you're enjoying it. I need to work on my Palatown. Yo, how you doing, Flodarian? Palatown feels like an end game place for me personally. I know some people are doing Palatown stuff earlier, but let's say hi to our Vileplume. Hello there. Did you come to get a better look at these petals of mine? Let me impart something you may find useful. You've heard the phrase, every rose has its thorn? Have you not? Well, there are some flowers that are best admired from afar. You shouldn't go approaching just anything. Oh, you needn't worry about me. I'm a kind soul through and through. And you don't look particularly tasty anyways. Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. Ha! It has the world's largest petals. With every step, the petals shake out heavy clouds of toxic pollen. So the current event ends on the 24th, by the way, so you guys have plenty of time. Looking beardly, good sir. Looking beardly, good sir. What up, Candy Boo? Thank you for the 63 months, dude. Oh, they want me to go check out their shop. Yeah, sorry, I'm busy. Sorry, cutie. Sorry, cutie. All right, let's go see what's going on over here. My stamp. Ooh, a Blastoise stamp. I'm keeping that one. Very nice. Well, let's a quick little recap for those tuning in here. And then we could get into some spoiler stuff if we haven't already a little bit. And if you haven't already stepped away, good morning. Welcome to the show. This is my Pokemon Pokopia playthrough. We are on day 9 or something. We're like 75 hours deep. We're doing a nice slow playthrough as far as at least no time traveling, but I am playing the game a lot and I am pretty far along. But we're taking our time. We really are trying to enjoy the little things. Also trying to get to a point to where we can really decorate comfortably. And so we're kind of working on a few things. Environment level maxing and filling our Pokedex are definitely on the top of our list here. but the environment level maxing is actually the tip top, and we're almost there, and we're going to be finishing that this morning. And then from there, we can start decorating and start farming up coins and doing all sorts of stuff, because there is a lot of options and a lot of things to do in this game, from material gathering to setting up our farms, actual farms, and then farms for stone and wood and lumber. And then I also want to spawn Pokemon and fill my Pokedex, finish my habitat deck. So the list goes on. Anyways, so welcome in here. Now, yesterday we actually built one of the 3 massive shrine places that you get from Pallet Town, and this one is the power plant. And we're gonna go and open this bad boy up this morning. Let's go. The abandoned power plant. Ooh, what's that make you think of, Gen 1ers? You should definitely check it out while you're here. Ooh. Ready for the big reveal? Here we go. Ooh, look at this. This looks great. Man, I love this, and I didn't have to build it. Possibly a silly question, but on Pallet Town, can you spawn the same Pokemon as from other areas in the game? Yeah, you can. Yeah, so Kels84, you can spawn... Pallet Town seems to be able to spawn everything in the game. The abandoned power plant is complete. You sense a strong presence coming with it from within. It seems like someone is inside. So yeah, Pallet Town seems to have access to spawning pretty much everything in the game outside of a couple quest Pokemon, like Pichu and a couple others that you have quest for. So yeah, in theory, you can spawn everything at Pallet Town in the game, and you can also bring Pokemon to Pallet Town, and you can take Pokemon out of Pallet Town to other locations. Except for Eevee, who's stuck behind a quest. And until you get her quest done, you cannot move her. Right? Yeah, and there are some mons that only spawn in Pallet Town, correct? And I haven't quite figured that out yet, but... Right, so Pallet Town ends up kind of feeling like the best place to try to complete your Pokedex. Which, that's why I keep saying that it kind of feels like the end game location. The last place you should explore and build and do the Poke Center, because it feels like the end of the line. It feels like the last place to start spawning stuff, because there's rare Pokemon in Pallet Town. Yeah. So yeah, I found this here in Pallet Town. If you explore this area, Petersburg, you're gonna find 3 yellow Pokeballs sitting atop altars. There's a frozen shrine, there's a flame shrine, and there's an abandoned power plant. You can do the math yourself if you want, but they take about 15 Pokemon to build, and they take about 20 decent materials. Not a lot. 20 iron, or sorry, 50, I think, iron, 50 copper, I think it was like 20 Poke Metal. So some higher end stuff, definitely some grinding. And I was able to build this. So it's definitely not something you're meant to be building very early on. Look at the what the frick? Look at this. I like the way our RP walk. Okay, let's see what's in here. No. Dude, the original music, original Gen 1 music. I love when they play this song. It's so good. Was their beak always this long? Yeah, because they're known for having the ability Drill Peck. But to be fair, their beak does feel a little bit longer than usual. I do see what you're saying. Maybe like a little extra long. Bzz, zap, zap, zap. Yo, Ambi6 with the 46. Thank you, dude. Loving the chat if you got a free hand. Quah! That jolted me right awake. You made this spot? Nice work. Real energizing stuff. Nice, Pokemon fan. Nice. This Pokemon has complete control over electricity. There are tales of Zapdos nesting in the dark depths of pitch black thunderclouds. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You became friends with Zapdos. Nice weather, huh? I think today I might even go for an even longer walk than usual. Wait, he's mine? Wait, he's not just gonna fly away? This is my first actual legendary, dude. Oh, he's just my boy now. Yo, sick. Oh, dope. Nice, dude. I just got a Zapdos. He's just my homie now. Oh man, this is my first actual legendary in the game, dude. I didn't realize. I thought all the legendaries just stayed where they were. What up, Zapdos? Let's go, dude. What up, homie? Give him a dope pad. Complete control of electricity. But no generate ability? Yeah, he doesn't have generate. He only has fly. Isn't that interesting? I also peeped that. All you do is build the building, yeah. I was about to say, didn't I see another one over here? Well, dude, I got my Zapdos. What's up, Charlie? How you doing today? Just cleaning that up. All right, well, let's go get some food and let's go finish up our environment level over at Skylands this morning. But we got to give Zapdos a home, I suppose. Was that a Pokemart CD, was it? Pokemon Gym. Yo, thank you very much, Becca Lee, for the 4 months as well. Good morning. Good to see you today, Becca. How are you? All right. We should probably try to build this stuff, yeah? Let's do that. Let's start off by trying to build this event stuff. Let's have a little fun and see if I can build it without knowing what it is first, and then I'll get help. Yo, thank you. Enjoy your lurk today, Abby. If you got a free hand, don't be shy to get some wiggles in the chat for Becca Lee's 4. Thank you again, Ambi6 for 46. Happy Saturday, everyone. Good morning. Mart would have been nice. Yeah, dude, maybe Mart's in the game. That'd be sick. Maybe Zapdos is too strong and would overload everything. I like that headcanon. So in theory, I suppose I could look up a suitable habitat for Zapdos. Like this, like factory storage or something, and we could even just let him live inside that building. I think I do want to just give him a temporary home for right now, even though that feels like bad. That feels slumlordish for now, but... And then we'll come back and we'll actually rack our head and give him something super sick. Because there might even be something better that we haven't discovered yet. That's like electricity themed. The trash TV site. Yeah, we could probably give him something sick, dude. There's probably some good stuff in here. There's like the rock stages and stuff. I don't know if he has rock stage vibes. What up, Gar Stormbrand? Good to see you. All right, so let's just give him a patch of grass so he's just hanging out outside for now. Because I don't think he has a home. For the record, I think he shows up with 0 home. Let me check. Oof. Make the abandoned power plant. 5,000 coins. Dude, I needed that. I was broke. All right, let's grab these recipes. Yeah, you can move the Poke Center. That was confirmed. Poke Center can be moved. However, from what I understand, and this is where I'm not sure, however, it cannot have a Pokemon in it to move it. So you either have to wait till the event's over, or you have to wait until a Pokemon's not working in there, which does happen, by the way. When there's no event, there is times when the Poke Center doesn't have people working there. It's like when they switch shifts and stuff. So the point I'm trying to make is that you're going to struggle a little bit, unfortunately, because... yeah, no home. Here we go. Oh, he has a star next to him. Ooh. Yeah, moving the Poke Center is a little weird. So I don't know if you can even move it during the event right now, which is kind of weird if you think about it. It's like, what if people want to start decorating and they can't move their Poke Center? I think that's weird, but I honestly, I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I think that you cannot do anything about the Poke Center until the end of the event. Yeah, Hoppip's an event Pokemon. Yo, take this house for now, dude. Alright, Zapdos is going to be chilling. Improving the comfort level of a legendary and mythical Pokemon makes it easier to raise the environment level. Well, that would have been nice to know before I maxed them all out to 10 like a heathen. Just another reason why slowing down in this game isn't the worst thing. What's up, Gabcat? Hey, man. It's good to see you, dude. You're always welcome to chill out and lurk. You're always welcome to come and get yappy with us if you'd like as well. But I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Lurkers are valued and lurkers are appreciated around here. Turn down the game a little bit for myself. This morning I'm still waking up over here.
Squirtle, 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 squirtle.
Yo, what's up, villain? Welcome back. Yo, and we got a first-time primer from Amethyst. Good to see you today. Welcome to the show. All right, we're going to do our dailies here this morning. And then we're going to go and finish our environment level today. We have some pretty big stuff happening today. We already got our Zapdos from our abandoned power plant. And that's pretty awesome. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. So let's do our dailies. Then we're going to do our environment level. Get that out of the way. We're going to build some habitats today. And I'm going to do that here this morning. And then I found out something about food. And I think we need to chat a little bit about some tips here. Yo, enjoy your lurk today, Salty. Good to see you, bud. Peeking on in here. Well, you could just be peeking. Either way, enjoy your peek. What's up, big doggo? Yo, welcome in here. Good to see you over on YouTube. So yesterday, in the past couple days, we talked about how giving a Pokemon a cooked dish might be better than giving them a berry for a comfort quest that requires a food. So if a Pokemon asks for a sour item, you could give them a Asper berry, and then you would get the comfort quest completed. But we started chatting about this, and then turns out people are starting to discover other things as well. And this time it has to do with Snorlax. So to fully explain, if you give a Pokemon a fully cooked meal instead of a berry, you're going to increase their comfort level a little bit more, we're pretty sure. Well, if you didn't know, there's a character in this game called Moslax. And if you give Moslax food, he gives you a buff every day. And there's a list of all the buffs in our Discord. Go on it. You find it in the pin section under the Pokopia channel. All right. ! Discord. YouTube, you'll find it in the description of the video. So if you give Snorlax a spicy carrot, you increase your chance that a Pokemon can spawn in a habitat. All right. Let's see what Rowlet wants. Thank you. So this is a pretty big deal, right? And if you give the Snorlax another type of food, let's say a sour, it does something else. And there's a list of all the things that can be done. You can get a buff for spawning Pokemon. You can get a buff from Moslax that allows you to more easily acquire rare goods. You can get something for Moslax that allows you to find, more treasures or whatever, right? You can get more feathers, more spawns of Ho-Oh and Lugia, all these cool little buffs, all right? Well, it came out in a YouTube video last night that if you give Moslax fully cooked meals, the buff might be stronger. And the buffs last all day. They're daily buffs. You could feed a Moslax one item a day, and you get one buff a day. So, instead of feeding him a spicy carrot, if you feed him a spicy carrot bread, you might get a stronger habitat attraction buff. If you feed him a potato steak instead of a regular ham or whatever, you know, because potatoes have a flavor profile, whatever. I'm not sure if that's a good example, but we have to experiment. I didn't watch the video, but we talked about it and I saw the title of the video and I was like, dude, we need to experiment on this. We need to figure this out together. So I'm not sure what's going on, but a sweet salad might be better than a sweet berry. A spicy carrot bread might be better than a spicy carrot. And I'm sure there's a flavor for every food. I'm sure every flavor profile has a fully cooked meal that we could try this out on. Right? Like, I'm not sure. I don't know the details. And I didn't really feel like watching the video because, you know, whatever. But this is just another thing for us to kind of learn from and to talk about and see if we can find different results. And we can all do our own research. And if you want to go back and find that video, and you're welcome to come and let us know your findings, you know, whatever. But I just wanted to share that knowledge to all of you. I think that whoever mentioned yesterday, I think it was maybe Mark, it might have been another individual in the chat, who mentioned that cooked food is better for the comfort quest. It was Kerbu. It was Kerbu who mentioned this. It also might be better for Moslax. And that's what I want you guys to take away from this. So pretty interesting stuff. I'm going to be giving Moslax a spicy carrot bread today. And I'm going to be testing it myself. And we should actually just go do that right now. Because we want to get that buff going as soon as possible. Since it's all day. Right? And we're going to be hanging out here trying to spawn Pokemon anyways. So let's go do our thing here. You're doing it now as well. Nice. Yo, what's up, Minty Mont? Yeah, we're doing some leaf green later. You're rocking your evil Tengi shorts today. Cute. Exclamation point merch in the chat. I gotta get a channel in the Discord for us to share our merch pickups. I keep forgetting to make that. This seems like something that would be difficult to science out. Yeah, without data mining, this is gonna be really hard to science out. That's why I didn't even watch the video, Des. Because I thought to myself, how do you know? And I'm sure maybe there is some reasoning in the video, but all I needed to know was that people were even considering it. And I'm like, I'll do my own science because that's the beauty of a brand new game, right? Like, I'll do my own science, you know, like, screw it. Let's just figure it out together as a community, you know? I don't know why, but I got a real hankering for something spicy about right now. As long as it's spicy, I ain't gonna be picky. Wow. Moslax, what a good day to have a hankering for something spicy. Oh, this is exactly like some of the food humans used to give me way back when. The humans are all gone, and there are way fewer Pokemon around here than there used to be. Everything has changed so dang much, but this happiness I'm feeling right now is the same I felt back then. Thank you, Hylian. I'm really grateful. As for this tasty looking morsel you brought me, I think I'll eat it later and really savor each little bite. If you can make human food, why, I'll wager you could probably make a place that the humans would want to return to someday. Yeah, you can do it. I'm sure of it. Just keep working hard and don't give up, you hear? Your offering was accepted. You feel like Pokemon might be more likely to appear in habitats. Wow. I'd like to see Moslax eat their food. Yeah, they just have to slam their face down on the plate repeatedly. I love this game, but I'm overwhelmed with the building and how big it is. What would be your advice to keep going? What's up, Selena? So if the thing that's overwhelming you specifically is the building aspect of it, I think that the first piece of advice I would give you is a reminder that there is a building kit in the game for everything from houses to power plants to parks. So actually, you don't even have to build stuff by yourself if you don't want. Now, I'm not telling you this for anything more to remind you that there's no reason to be overwhelmed, because the truth is that there's a kit for everything. Like, look at this real quick. Let me just show you some of the end game kits. You never even have to decorate in this game if you don't want. You never even have to be creative. Like, look at this. So you know about the leaf dens and stuff, but did you know that there's a kit for a concert stage, for a stylish cafe, for a relaxing park, for a fountain plaza? There's kits for log cabins and buildings and poke centers and small offices. You could recreate the office in game. So this game actually provides a way for you to build and to decorate without ever lifting a finger, and your Pokemon could do all the work for you. So that's right there, I hope, is like a sigh of relief for you, just a deep breath, that you don't actually ever even have to decorate if you don't want to. Oh my God. I thought I was just not creative after seeing other people's builds. Right, you can just build kits, yeah, and a lot of people are doing this. Right, like, let me show you something, Selena. Look what I built last night. Look at that on the horizon. I built this power plant with a kit. Look, it's amazing. And let me take you inside here. I'll give you the tour. I built this power plant last night, and it's a whole ass building. Look at this. It's got stuff in it, and pipes, and lights, and electricity. It's got TVs, and boxes, and doodads, and bimwaps, and secrets, and pipes, and tunnels, and I didn't lay a finger. I didn't do anything. It wasn't creative at all. The only creativity I put into this was how I creatively selected my slaves, my Pokemon, to build it for me. That was the only creativity I put into this. Yo, good morning, Lex Exo Pro. Ouch. The lights are on inside, but you don't have power lines? Yeah, because Zapdos did his Illuminate ability right when he spawned. But he doesn't have Illuminate, so wait, maybe never mind. Either way, like when Zapdos spawned, the whole place was like, it was like Pikachu used his Illuminate ability. And I thought that ability turned on all the lights temporarily. I thought so. But maybe that's just I'm gonna be honest, I'm just assuming. Because he only has Fly. But when you first walk in, it's sparkling with electricity. If you go back and watch the VOD, as soon as I went to walk in here, everything was sparking with electricity. I think he turned the lights on during his summoning. So you know the way we'll test this out is the lights will turn off over the next couple days in game. And then we'll know. This is why I love it here. I've been lurking to avoid spoilers, but I needed to be motivated to keep going. Yo, no, appreciate you, Selena. No worries. Yeah, man, this game, it can be overwhelming though. And I've been helping encourage people to keep going in this game big time. Yeah, because there is a lot going on in this game. So I do encourage you to kind of keep it up and just kind of keep pushing. And you'll find your stride for sure. I also recommend, if you're a player who's getting overwhelmed for different reasons, what I recommend is you have to kind of choose a quest in this game. I thought I ate a salad. Did I not eat a salad? Oh, it's not giving me the super ability. It has to be a salad with something else. Oops. Oh, what do I need to make that? A salad with a leaf? No, a salad with... I thought it was a salad with a lepa berry. That's for leafage. Oh, frick. That's for leafage. I need the bread. I need the bread for slice. Frick. Well, let's get some wheat out. Some spicy carrots. Thank you, chat room. get 5 of these going. I just want everything to be uniformed, and it's just kind of chaos now, or in the early game. Yo, what up, Lynn Love? What's up, Devil's Eggs? Good to see you. Yeah, I played for about 12 hours a day, so I did get through the story, but my lights are flickering. That's not good. You okay out there, electricity? All right, the lepa salad is for sweet. Let me just make 2 of those real quick. Just I'm running low. What up, Sister Honey? Good morning. Those were some special days. Yeah, they were fun. What up, Sarah Nacho? Good morning. Alepa salad is sweet, but Alepa bread is sour. I never tried to put Alepa berry in a bread, really. That's interesting. I still have so much to learn about this game. I love it. I love that not everything has been data mined and that we actually can sit around and like talk about this game without somebody instantly knowing what's going on. That makes me so happy. I love that. Boom, boo, 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 boo. Can you cut the plants to cultivate them? Yeah, dude. Yes, this makes farming make more sense now, doesn't it? This makes farming make way more sense now, doesn't it? Yo, I'm gonna have to feed him soon. He's gonna stop following me. So Pokemon have limitations, right? And I wonder if they're more evolved, if they have better limitations. Like, I wonder if Rowlet gets tired faster because he's a cute little Rowlet, and he just gets tired faster. You know what I mean? I've been thinking about that. Yo, go ahead. Work your magic right here, little bit'em. Work your magic right here. What's up, Random Reject? Good to see you, buddy. If you haven't done like a full farm, you might not have ever seen the interaction I'm actually talking about. You see that? My tummy's empty. So they can go tired, and they stop following you, and they get hungry if you put them to work too hard. I love this because it reminds you that your Pokemon are your friends, gosh darn it, and you can't just be working them to death, dude. See, now he's getting a little snack. He's getting a little lunch break. It reminds me of Power World so much. You have to think, do you think that Pokemon Company went to Kyle Tecmo and was like, yo, Pal World outdid us. We need you to turn Dragon Quest builders into Pal World. Stat. Like, do you think that conversation happened? Because, like, you do get shades of Pal World here when it comes to, like, the way that you can get your Pokemon to do work and stuff for you. And we've never played a Pokemon game that ever let us, like, put our Pokemon to work like this, really. A little bit of mystery dungeon energy, but, like, in all reality, we've never played a Pokemon game that, like, let us interact with Pokemon this way. Like, not really, in my opinion. So, like, it does make you think, did they call up and, like, you better turn this into Pal World stat, you know? Yeah, what up, Doomslayer? But what if your friends are... But what if you work your friends too hard, too, highly in descent? Aw. Yo, how you doing today, Doomslayer? All right. There's our farming session. We could be doing a lot more cooking and experimenting with cooking. We'll do that a little later. All right, so this is what I call my dailies, all right? So I just go around and I check all my stuff. Throw some logs in here for some Pokemon to work on. Throw some clay in here. And then I usually go shopping and I check my vending machines as well. And so I'll take a bunch of materials with me and I'll go check out all my shops around the land. Today we're going to cut our dailies short here. And we're going to do some habitat building real quick to see if we can get the event Pokemon. And then I want to go and finish my last environment, dude. I am 2 environment levels away from being maxed out on the environment levels in the game. Just 2. I'm doing well today. Thank you, Doomslayer. I can't overwork them, yo. Random reject. How you doing, Random? How's your playthrough going? Tell us a little bit about what you've been doing. Did you finish the story and whatnot? All right, so we have a picnic blanket. And then we have a lunchbox we can throw on right here. All right, and then a flowery little table and knife setup. Cute. And then a little cushion to sit on. I'll move the cushion over. And then we have a little table. Oh, I didn't know that. Cute. Dude, if they keep doing more events, dude, this is gonna be great because this is like some nice stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I can't wait to see the Sableye furniture, right? Like, all right. I'm definitely buying like multiples of this set for future decorating. The Juice Trio. Like, I just like seeing like these high quality like designs, right? I just like seeing that they're willing to put out pretty cool looking furniture and stuff. Sableye is going to be an event in May, apparently. I finished the story and I'm proceeding to ruin Rocky Ridges by removing about 20 layers of ash from the perimeter. Wait, why ruin? You're clearing the ash up. That's a good thing, I thought. I love your logic. Fully expecting mountains underneath. Nope, just empty space, leaving some weird rectangular voids. Oh, I should have kept reading. Okay, nice. You got the whole hop-up line earlier today? Nice. Yo, what's up, Elliot? Welcome back, man. Good to see you. Yo, welcome back, Aaron Massa. Good to see you back here today as well, man. How are you? You know, I went to gift you a sub yesterday. I think I did, right? And I saw how long you've been following me, bud. I just want to say thanks for sticking with me, Aaron Massa. All right? I'm going to throw you a VIP for 30 days. All right, enjoy it. And seriously, dude, did that command even work? In my new chat, did that command even work? I don't know. Let me try again in this chat. / Okay, it did work. Cool. Yeah, man, I just sometimes like to call that out, you know? Obviously, if you're new here, you're also welcome and you're appreciated. But when I see somebody that's been here for so long, it's like, oh my gosh. Like, sometimes you forget. Like, oh my gosh, dude. Homie's been following me since 2019 October. Man, that's loyalty, dude. Thank you. I hope you enjoy my show. I really do hope you've enjoyed these years. Super cool, man. Thanks for being here from the beginning. I certainly didn't make this easy on me. Why is it skipping that? It won't let me. Okay, that's fine. Do I got one more? Oh, because there's the drinks are in front of that. Whatever, you know, this isn't supposed to be nice. Why do I care? I'm literally just trying to create a habitat. Come on. This isn't supposed to be nice. We're just chilling here. I'm over here putting tons of effort and thought into this. As you should, I mean, to be fair. Yeah, I haven't cleaned up VIPs in a little bit, so y'all have gotten a little extra. We'll do it in a minute. You just built the Altar of Flame, power plant, and freezing chambers. I just built the power plant today. Now that I know that they're not as bad as I thought to build, we're going to be doing the other ones for sure. But I do need to farm up some materials, so... It's nice that my material hoard from playing throughout the game is finally being challenged. I'm going to be real. It makes me really happy that my hoard of materials is finally being challenged, dude. Because I've been sitting on a ton of iron and stuff for a bit. And now the game's like, yo, better get prepared. Now, I haven't done a ton of crafting, to be fair. I haven't done a ton of decorating. So I know my hoard of materials is going to be challenged more than once. Oh, they're giving me the habitat idea. Finally. Yo. Do you know what those are? I do. I do. The fortune teller's table. Oh, finally, Kadabra. All right. Actually, I'm going to keep you with me. I'm going to go get some more flowers. Do 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 do. All right, I'll pick up 2 bags. I'm gonna use 5. I'm gonna save 5. Actually, I'm gonna pick up another bag. I'm gonna treat this like Leaf in Animal Crossing, and I'm probably gonna want these flowers later, and I don't know how rare they're gonna be. All right, let's get 1 of every other piece of furniture, and then we can also... I'm so happy. Aw, wait, she had like a special interaction because I gave her so many cotton spores back. Nice. I'm definitely getting 2 of every item, and then I'm gonna get a bunch. I just want to make sure that we're stocked up. Because then what if a player shows up later and they do lock the event? Then we'll have extra on hand. Well, I guess you can't really trade in this game. Never mind. I'm trying too hard to play Animal Crossing, aren't I? What are you sipping on? Just my coffee this morning. All right, close. We just missed the garlands and the book bag. So that's the last 2 we need to purchase to have 2 of everything. What's up, Armazel? All right. Let's grab some more flower seeds. I need your help, little buddy, for a little bit longer. Oh, I didn't mean to put that there, but that's fine. I guess we'll just do some goofy design. What was the last event about? There's only been 1 event so far, and it's pretty long. Hey, okay, so it was floor... Oh, I see. All right, we found the first habitat. So then there's the triple star rare and the double rare. I wonder if this is it. I wonder if that's just what it is. We finally discovered it. So it was way easier than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, Habitat Dex entry. I wonder if there's another one that makes it easier to get Jump Love. Because what I'm noticing in the game is that sometimes a Pokemon will have 2 habitats, and they'll have one that makes it easier for them to spawn. Like there's a habitat for Charizard that's a 2-star rarity, and then there's a habitat for Charizard that's a 3-star rarity. So sometimes if you build the more difficult habitat, you get a better chance to spawn that Pokemon, if you've discovered it or whatever. So I'm wondering if there's still more to this, but probably not. All right, well, let's keep planting, I guess. I'm not going to give up yet. All right, nice. Now we got 2. Maybe twice the chance. All right, thanks, dude. There we go. Hope in future updates they add Bill's Legacy kind of quest line to improve the PC network. That would be sick. If you think about it, this game has potential for endless updates and DLC. Yeah, and that's the thing. So you're talking about, so first off, we're talking about updates. So updates would be little events, right? Stuff like this. Okay, here's 3 Pokemon, here's 2 Pokemon, here's some furniture. Then DLC. Okay, well, what could that entail? Dude, we're talking like full zones. Because this game is not open world, but it's open zone, they've opened themselves up to the ability to just add full zones to the game. Or even put balloons in the Twitch chat for those that are lurking. Right? So like they could literally just be like, okay, here's a whole new zone. Like that's sick, dude. It could add a little quest. It could maybe tell us more lore about the world. Right? Like, dude, like there is a ton of potential for this game through and through. I could not agree with you more. All right, let me just get some of these foods. What is this? Is this bitter? Yeah. All right, we'll put the carrots. Oh, no, we'll keep the carrots. Put the seaweed back, and then what am I missing? Dry. All right, cool. All right, look, we're going to go. Now, I don't know if I do want to. Bringing Zapdos with me is a smart idea to get the environment level up. So we should. We honestly could even have them move there temporarily because it doesn't matter that much. Is there something that isn't in the game that you would like to be added? Shiny Pokemon. Yeah, I do think that for some reason Game Freak is a freak about not letting side Pokemon, like spin-off Pokemon games, have shinies. We've seen this in Pokemon Snap. We've seen this in all of their side games. They're so afraid to let these other developers handle shiny Pokemon for some reason. I don't know if they're afraid that these developers are going to like take away from people shiny hunting in the main games. I don't know what they're afraid of, but they're obviously afraid of this. Because they just don't ever let side games have shiny Pokemon. Mystery Dungeons, nope. Pokemon Snap, nope. This game, nope. No side games. The first one was like Pokemon Go, but Pokemon Go wasn't really intended to be a side game, was it? Like, it really is like a mainline game, just mobile. But like, that is a good call out. Pokemon Go is like a side game and like does kind of have it. So I will, yeah, right. Like Pokemon Go is a perfect example of where they did let it happen. And it's like, I don't think Mystery Dungeon has shinies, but maybe they got them later. I am speaking from a guy who only played the first Mystery Dungeon. So maybe they got them late. I don't think, does Mystery Dungeon Red Blue Rescue Team have shinies? I don't think they do, right? Maybe they do, because, you know, when I was younger, I wasn't that hip to shiny hunting and stuff. Yeah, what up, Duel Master? Yeah, maybe it does. Maybe it does. I've only ever played the first ones. I think I saw somebody shiny hunting on the Switch version. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That one, that could have been a misspeak for sure, but I didn't think there were shinies in that game. That's kind of neat if there is. I want to go back and play the Mystery Dungeon games even more now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, right, Doomslayer. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think Go's the exception, not the rule. I really do think that. So that, yeah, to answer your question, though, that's the feature I would really like. I think shiny hunting is rad. It doesn't really fit for this game's formula, so I understand why it's not here. But since you asked, so let me give you another answer that maybe fits more for this game, right? Let's go ahead and chat just a little further. What's up, Bobbins? So what else could they add to this game that this game doesn't have that I would like? All right, let me just give me a second because I'm sure I have a couple ideas. I would like to see this game add... Man, this game had so much going on. It's like, it's hard to be like, yo, I need more. I guess I would like to see this game add some form of battling, because I don't think that it would be a problem if there was a casual way to battle in this game, even if the battling was kind of dumbed down. Like, it doesn't have to be as complicated as the mainline games. It doesn't need to even have abilities and all that crazy stuff. Like, just the ability to, like, build a little battle arena, like a gym, and make two Pokemon just go in there and like play fight, like, oh, squirt water gun, and like even if they weren't like literally battling, even if there wasn't like HP bars, like something that was just like role play, you know what I mean? Like something like that would be really cool, like some kind of role play battle system where you could have two Pokemon, you know, kind of play fight with each other, so I could really feel like I'm in the Pokemon universe a little further, right? Because for me, battling and Pokemon does go hand in hand. That like it does, even if not every Pokemon game has like the same style battling, right? Like the trees in Museum and ACNH. Yeah, exactly. You hit the nail on the head. What's Dreepy's least favorite flavor? Spicy. He wants to be a sleepy Dreepy. Oh no, dang. Does this game have a sandbox mode? So when you say sandbox mode, do you mean like creative Minecraft by chance? Vibe check? Green Lanyard says, I think I'd just like for people to gather for themselves in some multiplayer mode. I agree. You know, I wasn't going to touch that, but I was avoiding it for some reason, and I think Green Lanyard probably hit the most ideal thing that this game would add. The ability to play multiplayer and it actually affect your single player save. And I know that that's not even explaining it properly, because you kind of can do that, but just hear me out. Just the ability for me to invite you, and then we both are in this little world collecting materials, doing our own thing, and then we both say, okay, bye, see you later, and we both go home to our single player saves, and we both have more loot. Really, like, that would be like king. Yeah. Or like Fortnite Lego similar style sandbox. Yeah, so this game, sure, this game has sandbox style building in the sense that you just mentioned that, yeah, you can build up, like, I built all this stuff kind of, like, I built this little shack of a house, I built this over here, this other little shack of a house. And if you look online, you can see some of the stuff people are building, right? But like, look up there, like that's potentially could be built by a player, that building up there. Now, I did not build that because that's a part of the story, but that building right there is just one of a bajillion examples that you can do in this game. Yeah, so it does have that sandbox style building, yeah. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I gotta take an early tinkle today. I apologize. I don't like to take early breaks. I'll be right back. Super quick. I'll be right back. I should have grabbed some coffee too, but we'll save that for another hour. Get up and stretch. Yeah, I agree with you, Dazabon. That's actually one of the reasons I stayed away from the multiplayer talk, because I actually am okay with how multiplayer is, even though it would be nice if it had more. As you said, an option to toggle would be perfect. Seems like you got some chesto berries on you. If you let me take a look at them, I bet I can turn them into some blue paint. Oh, no problem, dude. Thanks. All right, well, let's go ahead and quickly chat about what we're doing here. What's up, Pumpkin Queen? So, we're trying to get our last area to environment level 10, which means a total of environment level 50, because every other area in the game, we have up to level 10 environment. That's right. 10 is the max, and it goes up to 50 total for all 5 towns. And this allows you to have access to shopping. And now Dazabound asked earlier, why do I have multiple Poke Centers in here? Well, it's because at environment level 10, you unlock the version of the Poke Center for that area. So look, this is the OG from Withered. This one right here is from Bleak Beach. This one right here has the stained glass windows from Rocky Ridge. So what I assume is that you can put this over your current Poke Center and reskin it. I don't think you're building a second one. I think you're reskinning the one that's already there. But I don't know. I haven't tested because I don't know which ones I want per area. And once I get to level 10 here, I'm going to have another Poke Center to unlock. Ah, I like that. Yeah, I agree with that, Green Lantern. That's why it's like, you know, I struggle to even answer the question of what do I think this game needs, because I am kind of squeezing to answer that, because this game is really built really well, and it doesn't need battling at all. Right. I think, in fact, I think battling in this game would be off-putting. So if they ever did battling, it would have to be a separate thing that is not required to do anything, to keep this game's energy and cozy vibe. And I said this yesterday during a conversation similarly, dude, so I'd love to share this piece with you. And I feel strong about this. Not every game needs to do everything. And I like it when a game keeps its identity. So I honestly wouldn't even really want this game to try to do more. It's great the way it is. I don't need every game to do everything and to scratch every itch. This game's going to scratch one type of itch, and then I'm going to go play regular Pokemon to scratch my battle itch. And I'm okay with those worlds being separate. You see, I don't need every game to do everything, because then I feel that games start to lose their identity. And that sucks, dude. Nobody wants to play watered down video games that are trying to appeal to every type of gamer. Those are the worst video games, dude. They suck. I hate that. I hate that concept. I hate the idea of a game that everyone loves. I hate it. You know, I do believe in accessibility, and I think there's a line between accessibility and watering your game down, right? Like, for example, making Hollow Knight Silksong a little bit easier at the beginning to help more players get to the mid game was an actual solid exception that they made to make the game a little bit more playable. But for example, Elden Ring, when they got criticized for having their DLC be too difficult, while they did adjust a couple things, they mostly stuck their middle finger up and said, no, our games are hard, deal with it. That's sticking to your identity. Good. Bye. Can't play it? That's on you. See you. Not every game's for every person. Right? Like, and I'm okay with that. I think that we should live in a world where some games are not for some people, right? I think that's the best world for gaming. Yeah, dude, Gilwen, we were talking a lot about what potential DLC this game could provide. So yeah, I just wanted to share a little bit of my thoughts because we talked about this a little yesterday. Yeah, so I love when games keep their identity, and I guess that was a mini soapbox, but a good one. I love that conversation. What's up, Toon, by the way? All right, so anyways, we're here to increase our environment level, and we're almost there. And guess what? We have more comfort quests to do, which is perfect because it's a new day. So we can go do all the nice Pokemon first and try to boost them up to great. Even though I think trying to go from great to awesome might be more impactful. I haven't figured that out yet. So let's start off by going down here and let's say what up with Drillbur, and let's say what up with some of these Pokemon. I'm just gonna try to memorize some of these Pokemon here. It doesn't really matter. I think at this point we could just try to talk to everybody except for those in awesome. And we're gonna benefit to some way. So let's just go ahead and do this. Hopefully a bunch of them just want to eat, and that's gonna make our life super easy. Yeah, Bookworm, I'm telling you, dude, I think this game has some potential. My art teacher best explained adding everything we love to something we like food. While you may love ice cream, pasta, chips, etc., they don't always work in one bowl. Wait, you've never eaten pasta, chip, etc. ice cream. It's one of my favorite flavors. All right, spicy food. I got you, man. All right, we'll give him the carrot bread and see if he boosts even higher. Yo, what's up, Asus Gamer, by the way? And good morning, Tobias, dude. Please don't show spoilers. I didn't buy this game yet. All right, you should be able to avoid most spoilers, but this area that I'm in, Tobias, is kind of a spoiler itself. So just a heads up, dude. But I will do my best. So any advice on building a home? I can't seem to find a way to do it anymore. Like, I can't place blocks in a square and close off the area. I think you just need to have a door. 3 walls and a door always counts as a home, but you can't invite a Pokemon unless it has 3 pieces of furniture as well. And that's the rules of engagement. So this is a house. It has 3 walls and it has a door. Those are the only rules. And then from there, if you want a Pokemon to move in, you have to have at least 3 pieces of furniture. And over here, look at this is a house as well. 3 walls and a door. At least 3 pieces of furniture equals Pokemon live here. Is there a limit to how many houses you can put in an area? Not that I know of, but there could be. What's up, Lazy Stoneheart? Hey. Good morning, Gamer Lady. No worries, you have a great day today, Gamer Lady. Take it easy and enjoy work. Excited to see how my other games look on my Switch 2 now. I looked at a few and it's mostly the same, but the screen is so big. Yeah. Unfortunately, some games aren't going to look as good on the Switch 2 as others without like a free update. But for the most part, a lot of games will look better on your Switch handheld. Handheld's the big culprit of the Switch 2 and Switch 1 games not being as backwards compatible, because the screen is bigger, but the games aren't all coded to go to the screen size, so instead they stretch and they look a little weird. Whereas if you plug your stuff into a TV, that kind of handles that a lot better. So there is like a percentage of Switch 1 games that don't look as good on your Switch 2 handheld, and they're slowly being patched and fixed up over time. But yeah, it's like a little unfortunate. It's like a little unfortunate because, you know, like I really do hope more games get patched and stuff. Please tell me, what was the event? Wait, you talking about the event in this game? So there's only been 2 events. There's only been 1 event, Unexpected Lady, and it's just the Hoppip event, and that's it. I'm not sure what else we're talking about here. Yeah, that's it. There's only been 1 event in this game since release, and it's happening right now, and it's that a Hoppip Pokemon shows up, goes in the Poke Center, you sell items, you buy items, you... whatever, right? I'm not sure what you're asking, I apologize. Have they confirmed Sableye? No, but somebody time traveled and found Sableye. So, because you can time travel to the events that are already in the game. So somebody time traveled and we know Sableye's in May. So we already know of Sableye happening in May because people time traveled to May and found it. And then we know of Hoppip because it's happening right now. That's what I was asking. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, I saw your question earlier. I didn't get a chance to answer. So thank you for reposting Unexpected. Yeah, sometimes I'll say something and I'll forget, so I just wasn't sure. It almost sounded like you were asking for like a story, like I was going to tell you a story from my life, like an event. I'm like, I've had many of those. Which one is she wanting? Would you like to hear about the time that I got caught stealing tech decks as a 15-year-old? Or would you like to hear about the time where I accidentally deleted my friend's save file and ran outside and he came outside with a fork and a knife and thought that I was trying to steal from him? Or would you like to hear about the time where... I'm more of a PC gamer and I've never had a lot of consoles. What do you guys do with your outdated consoles like Switch 1? Well... you have some options. So you could always keep it for nostalgia's sake, or you could sell it and then put that money towards buying the new version. So here's the thing. It depends on the console villain, because like the Switch 2 is backwards compatible with the Switch 1. So you could easily just sell it and play all your games on the Switch 2. But the Wii U wasn't backwards compatible with the Switch 1. So I wouldn't have wanted to sell my Wii U because my Wii U had games that were going to be no longer playable on the new console. So I keep that. And that's why my house, I have a Super Nintendo and then N64, a GameCube, a Wii, a Wii U, a 3DS, a Game Boy Advance, because all of those consoles have games that I want to play that I cannot play on the next consoles always. So in all reality, you keep your consoles and you grow with them, and then you pass them down to your children or something. I don't know. That's probably the best thing to do. What did she say she wanted? Bitter? I appreciate you, Dat Baby. Thank you. Mothballs, besides mine, are pretty broken. All right, Bitter. Here. Have a Rostberry cutie. So all the events have already been coded into the game. See, that's not what I think's going on, Doom. I think that... That's not what I think's going on. I think what's going on is that they have the first 2 events coded into the game. And we are going to get more later. That's my guess. That's my guess. I think that right now they're coding events into the game slowly, kind of like AC did. That's just a guess of mine. Okay, a decoration. Yeah, that's just a guess of mine. No, I have not gotten Magneton yet. I can't wait for my son to be old enough. We'll pull out the old GameCube and play some Animal Crossing. Oh, you guys are cute, dude. Oh, you know what? I forgot we're gonna need stuff to make them happy. We need furniture and stuff. We didn't bring anything with us. All right, let's go back home real quick and let's go get some materials and we can do some crafting and stuff so we can finish our environment level here. Thinking of sound, Zelda Pokemon design in this game, like A Link to the Past. That would be so cool. Or the story of how you used an extension cord out of your window to use your neighbor's electricity for a year or so. Hey, to be fair, they let us do it originally, and then they forgot about us. And we kind of forgot about them. And then a year went by. And then one day the cord was hanging from our window. And we said, oh yeah, we weren't paying for the electric bill this whole time. Yep. We were rapscallions back then. We were a regular bunch of rapscallions, that's for sure. What's up, Shabby Abby? What do you think about crossover stuff like AC Zelda stuff? Oh my gosh, what a good idea. You're right, dude. This game could do crossover stuff. We could get, what if we got Zelda items in this game? That would be sick, dude. All right, that should be good. What else would I need, huh? Let's just grab a little bit of everything just in case. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Their fault for forgetting. Need to do some cleanup in my car since I'm going to be traveling with friends next weekend. Nice. Where you going, Flo? New area unlocked, Hyrule Field. Thank you, external electric plug. That story blew your mind. Man, we were kids, you know. We didn't know what we were doing. We're 20 years old. You can even add some cool animations into this game, like the screws on Magneton turning around. Really? Dude, I love the little details in this game. What do you think about Wade and AC? Probably one of the better penguins in the game. Yeah, top 3 penguins, probably. Cube, Wade, and then like I want to say Rolled, but I honestly think that maybe Aurora. I don't know. Yeah, Wade's cool. All right, I just need a decoration here. Can I make a birdhouse? Oh, I can't craft birdhouses. Oh, yes, I can. What's up, Matcha May? Still no luck on Pelipper and Executor appearing in their habitats? Dude, I got them yesterday. I had a little bit of luck on both, actually, and I was also hunting them both, so... Funny that you say that. Is Hylian's favorite penguin in Frigga is Hylian's favorite penguin in AC. That's a flat-out, bold-faced lie. Don't go around spreading misinformation. Yo, I got that thing you wanted, dude. All right, what about you? What can I do for you, buddy? Watching stuff. I'm not sure about that one, buddy. Oh, I still need to do my quest for Dragonite. Can I just craft the freaking alarm clocks? All right, he wants a dry meal. Got you, buddy. Take a look at this. Dry chesto berry. Is the shaded beach a better habitat for Executor? Yeah, actually, in fact, I did not get Executor until I did the shaded beach. Correct. Because I noticed it was a 2-star instead of a 3-star. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. What's the habitat for Frigga? I don't know. Probably the depths of hell? I don't know. Maybe just throwing an idea out there. What did he want? Dry? And now I forget. Dry. Okay. What up, Twitch Thomas, man? Been avoiding spoilers since I haven't been able to play this yet due to Fire Red taking up my time. Gonna start playing actively now soon. Nice, dude. Now, there are gonna still be some kind of spoilers here, so be careful. But I am playing Leaf Green today. So just a heads up, I am playing Leaf Green in a couple hours so that y'all can come and chill for a couple hours this afternoon. And then, even more of a heads up, tomorrow morning, I'm playing Stardew Valley for the morning squad. So that the morning squad, all of you here now, or those that are not here avoiding spoilers, either way, we're going to do Stardew in the morning, we're going to do Pokopia in the afternoon tomorrow. Oh, I can't. Well, trade time's over, buddy. Sorry, I need to give you food. So yeah, Stardew tomorrow morning as well. So that, again, we can kind of break it up a little bit and give y'all a chance to take a breather. This allows us to kind of mix it up a little bit. You know, all positivity around. Let people who are avoiding spoilers hang out for a couple hours. You know, we get to kind of mix up our content a little and come up for air from this beautiful game. Right, all sorts of positivity. Yo. A dry one as well. Dude, all these Pokemon love dry food. I might not have brought enough Chestos. Imagining an alternate timeline where Frigga's your Animal Crossing spirit animal instead of Hans. Don't do that. Don't imagine that. What kind of sicko are you? All right, level 9 locked in, baby. Yeah, TV or computer for the frog. Exactly, Alicio. All right. Getting through these comfort quests, getting these Pokemon locked in. Boom, boom, boom. All right, new stuff's locked into the shop. Dude, I'm starting to get jazzed that we're making this happen. Yo, what you need? Lots of fire toy? Okay, I don't think I have that right now. Do-do-do-do-do-do. How's your comfort level? Something relaxing and cute. I don't have that with me, but I might be able to craft it. Let's check. I can craft it. No, it's a table. Frick. I don't have a cute bed. I only have a cute table recipe. What kind of trash is that? Does stylish work for cute? Does it? Ooh, nice call out. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's let him go over to the stool and use it. Meanwhile, let's go see what Alakazam wants here. I love when Pokemon give you rocks and they're so happy about it. Like, oh, thanks, buddy. I know, right? Wobbly relaxation. Okay, weirdo. Okay, freaking weirdo. I mean, what else did I expect from a freaking Alakazam? Oh, I like to wobble while I relax. Like, okay, buddy. Okay. Okay, pal. But they add amiibo support? Dude, I was wondering if this game would get amiibo support right out the gate. Because there's a bunch of Pokemon amiibos. Like, I have a Squirtle amiibo because of Smash Brothers. I don't know if there's a bunch, but I have a couple. He wants it to be brighter? No! One Pokemon that lives here wants it darker. One that lives here wants it brighter. No. I'm just gonna leave him. I'm not even gonna work with him today. He's just gonna stay exactly where he is. A cleanliness? Gotcha. Oh, I already gave you a tub. You want more? Yo, enjoy your work lurk today, Tater Tot. Appreciate the lurks. Lurking is valued and appreciated, and it goes a super long way for my show. This has to be the other Pokemon with the freaking storage ability. I didn't even think about it. Wow. Of course. Of course. Comfort level? Toy? Okay. He's like, I don't actually like showers, idiot. I'm a rock Pokemon. It's like, why would you get me a shower, dude? I don't actually like that kind of stuff. Nerd. All right, well, we can make this. But homie wanted a cleanliness decoration, didn't he? He wanted a cleanliness decoration, not toy. Poliwrath. Do 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 do. Like a sink. I gotta have a sink in here, right? Or the water basin. Perfect. Do 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 do. Wait, was it Poliwrath or was it Poliwhirl that wanted that? Come here. Oh. Oh, it was Poliwhirl. Okay. Well, come with me, dude. He's playing tag, but I'm just interrupting his game of tag like a jerk. Sick. Dun, dun. Nothing like nice, relaxing vertigo. Boom, 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 boom. Nice to meet you. No, wait, you're Ditto. Did he forget who I was? Hello there, nice to meet you. Oh, wait, you're Ditto. Okay. Nice. I don't know how this dude's gonna play the Game Boy, but he's sure happy about it. My sister commented how I'm always listening to the stream, and yesterday I wanted to relax and game while watching the stream instead of being on my phone with her. And I thought it was funny. She mentioned how much I watch the stream in VODs when she lives in Oregon and I'm in PA. Can't say I'm not loyal to the stream. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Appreciate you. Thanks for sticking with us. All right, let's see how Servine's doing today. Gotta get my honey farm going because I'm running out of honey. I think I have a bunch at home though, in my fridge. This music's already making me emotional. It's so good. Dude, I love the music here. The music here itself is a spoiler. That's like the thing. You know, people are coming in like avoiding spoilers. I'm like, dude, the truth is that I would be mad tuning into this stream and hearing this music for the first time, not in my own game. I would be like, oh, gotta get out of here. Yeah, you can do a honey farm. So what you need, Noodle, is you need a gathering Pokemon. So any Pokemon that picks stuff up and puts it in community chest. And there's a handful of these Pokemon. All right, so they're called gatherers. Then you need Combee because Combee has an ability called Litter. All right. And Litter just drops random items around their habitat. There's all sorts of Pokemon and all sorts of different types of litter Pokemon. There's littering for iron. There's littering for sticks, littering for leaves. So you find a Combee who has the litter ability and they will litter honey on the ground just around their habitat. So step 1, get a gather Pokemon. Put them in a habitat right next to Combee. Step 2, put a Combee in. All right, so now you have those 2 Pokemon. What's going to happen is the Combee's going to drop honey, and then the gather Pokemon's going to pick it up and put it in a community chest. And this will happen naturally, like just over time. I think as long as you're playing the game, maybe even when you're not playing. And then you're going to log in and you're just going to find honey in a chest waiting for you. Yeah, and a honey farm. Finally made it to the Skylands. I was stuck on the Mosslas quest for a few days. That Mosslas quest is a little bit tough. Yeah. Yeah, that happened to me as well. Dude, congratulations. Are you able to trade to it? Are you able to trade it? Yeah, you can take the honey and trade it with Vespiquen. And you can get four different pieces of furniture a day. And then you can also use the honey to spawn a Pokemon in if you're trying to interact with somebody, but you don't want to wait. For example, if I want to interact with this Dreepy, but they're not here right now, I can just slap some honey down. Now this Dreepy's going to just appear. So honey allows you to spawn any Pokemon in any habitat at any time. They want it to be more humid, okay? So we could just move them, to be fair, closer to the water. But instead of doing that, let's just get them some water items. Honestly, they probably hate that this fireplace is here, huh? They do. So actually, what I can do is I can pick this block up. I can pick this up.
Another amazing month.
And I can move this fireplace right here. And it's just out of their range, and that's instantly going to help. That's instantly going to help with the comfort level here. And now, as long as it doesn't rain today, we'll be good. Oh, nice. Honey's worth 100 each. Yo, some love in the chat. Sith Angel with the 26. Thank you, Sith. What have you been up to, Sith? How's your journey been? Have you been jamming out on Slope's Minecraft server? Have you been playing other games? What you been up to? All right, so now I'll go ahead and I'll grab a water basin to make it a little bit more. I'll make it a little bit more humid with a water basin over here, and then we can plant some more grass. Hey, what up, Charbear? Since this is my first Pokemon game, I'm curious. Okay, I love this. I love the lead into this question. Have these Pokemon always had these abilities, or are all these new? So, yes and no. So, some of the abilities that the Pokemon have are actually based off of their original abilities. So like a Pokemon with the ability Generate is because it's an electric type, so it makes sense. But a Pokemon with the ability to Litter maybe makes a little less sense, but if you think about it, a big walking garbage bag is gonna drop a little bit of garbage. And if you think about it, a Combee is gonna drop a little bit of honey. So like some of them do make sense, right? But to answer your question, Pokemon abilities are a little different in the main games. They are usually battle oriented. You'll have an ability like if a Pokemon touches another Pokemon, they get paralyzed, or poison point, where if they touch that Pokemon, they will get poisoned. So yes, there have been abilities, and sometimes there are parallels between the abilities, but no, the abilities in this game don't really work that way. And I just ruined this house by trying to open the door. Frick! That sucks. All right. So we actually just dropped the big ball because now there's Pokemon that are homeless that I don't have in the game. That just massively hurt everything I was doing. Oh no. Now I have Pokemon that are homeless here that are not here, and I cannot spawn them, so they're locked. I just got mega screwed. All right, we're gonna have to work even harder. Oh no. That's not good. Is Punkaboo in the game? I'm not sure. Boom, 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 boom. I posted something in the Poke Center. Cool, I might check it out later. I hate that. I wish you could lock a building. It's rough. Hi, I haven't been able to check out your Pokopia streams. I'm excited to see some gameplay today. How are you finding it so far? What's up, Cindy? It's been a blast. Yeah, this game is so fun. On your beginning of the story, what gate did you do next? I went to the Rocky Ridges, which is the west gate first. All right, so unfortunately, Poliwrath and Gallade are now homeless. So we're okay though. We still can do some work here, but we kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Now, if they're running around, I can give them a home. So Gallade is okay. Gallade is okay because he's running around. So the only one that we're stuck with is Poliwrath. All right, not as bad as I thought. Same thing happened to you this morning. Oh, you've been playing Pokopia as well, Sith Angel. I don't think I realized that. Nice. All right, you want to move in here? Shared house. Yeah, Sydney, what you been up to? What you been gaming on if you haven't dove into the Pokopia craze? What have you been gaming on, dude? It's good to see you. Yeah, this game's so much fun. Questions, of course, are welcome. Oh, I don't need you to follow me anymore, dude. All right. It doesn't matter what gate you do. No, it doesn't. I actually can give you a recommendation, though. I do recommend you go to the East Gate first, the Bleak Beach, because the game feels like it's more in tune for you to do that. And this is just a hunch of mine, but if you want some advice, I think the East Gate is better to go to first, in my humble opinion. Because I think the game is like flows better in that direction. This is literally just a hunch of mine. It really does not matter what direction you go in. All right, we fed you. You're good. I thought you were the smaller one. Here's the smaller one. Trying to determine if this game is the reason I consider buying a Switch 2. I'm leaning towards yes. Nice. I will tell you this, even if you don't buy the Switch 2 right away, this game will be around for a while, you know, so it could be the reason alongside other reasons that you eventually pull the trigger if you're kind of still waiting for like maybe like that next AC or something, you know. But I guess my point is that I think this game has a lot of staying power. I think it really does, and I think this game's going to be around for a while, and we're going to be engaging with it for a while. I think I say we, but you know, like the Pokemon community, the cozy gamers, you know, all the people that this game speaks to, I think will be engaging with this game for quite a while. I don't think this game's going anywhere. Dang, he wanted relaxation, but electricity. Frick. I don't really have anything like that here. Sorry, buddy. Looks like I'm not helping you out. All right, on to the next. What did you do after Bleak Beach? I did Rocky Ridge, Bleak Beach, Skylands. That was my journey. Can you try Silk Song next? I do plan to play Silk Song eventually. I have a Hollow Knight playthrough on YouTube if it'll hold you over. I do plan to play Silk Song. I was just kind of waiting because I know that Silk Song's going to be the kind of game that it doesn't matter when I play it. When I play it, it's going to be amazing. So sometimes I'll take advantage of that fact and I'll play it just like whenever I have a lull in my show and I'm just looking for something that really scratches a certain itch. That's when I'm going to be diving into that wonderful game. But yeah, if you want to check out YouTube, I do have my full Hollow Knight playthrough and I loved it, dude. Hollow Knight was so fun. But yeah, any questions are welcome, Sydney. You can poke through my VODs if you want on YouTube, if you want to see a little bit more about the game. This game has a ton of staying power, a lot of long-term content. If you're a decorator, it has a pretty solid decoration mode, and I believe I've seen you play Minecraft, so I can tell you that even more so, you're gonna like the decorating, because you're okay with like the blocky decoration. I believe you played Minecraft, right? Whereas like, right, some people who are coming from like Animal Crossing are kind of struggling to enjoy the decoration in this game because it's like blocky, right? So I haven't seen a lot of that, but I'm just saying like that is a thing. So some people don't really like the blocky aesthetic, but you know, if you're a decorator, this game has stuff. This game has a story. It has decoration. It has grinding, you know, material gathering. And then it has like this wonderful dialogue that makes it feel like you're playing an AC game, maybe pre-New Horizons. No offense to New Horizons, but New Horizons definitely has its moments, right? So it's like, it really feels like when you're interacting with the Pokemon, they all have these super unique interactions. So if you're a big fan of talking to your villagers in Animal Crossing, this game is gonna deliver because it's got like this perfect vibe where you just, the Pokemon are always up to something silly and always yapping about something goofy, and it's super cool, man. Now, if you're not a Pokemon fan, I will say that this game might not scratch the itch as hard. So to give you a little bit of negativity and a little mini review here, like the truth is that if you're not a Pokemon, this game might not scratch the same amount, you know, might not be as good, might not hit as hard. But there's a lot of people in the chat room that have never played a Pokemon game that are absolutely loving this game. So I think that just goes to show you that you don't have to be a Pokemon fan to enjoy it. But I do think being a Pokemon fan helps. It helps give you even more of a reason to log in, even more of a reason to interact, even more of a reason, you know, to say hi to these little critters, right? So. Oh no, Doom, what the heck? Comfort level? Oh, nice. Eat some food, baby. I'm still new to Pokemon Universe and I'm loving it for sure. How you doing, Genki? Yeah, no problem, Sydney. You know, when you're out here answering questions throughout the day, you kind of get a feel for exactly what people want to hear, you know? So I'm glad to help. I know, no problem, no problem. I think you understand that. I think my fellow creators definitely get it. Yo. Ooh, a decoration? I got you something. Yeah, go take a look at your birdhouse, dude. We're getting close, man. We have to be so close to the environment level at 10. We have to be so close, dude. I hope Polyrath isn't holding us. Oh, there it is. Bingo. Bongo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially hit environment level 50 and environment level 10 at every location in the game. Sick, dude. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now we have access to everything available in the shop, unless there's something that in the game that still releases more stuff to the shop. So, in my opinion, this is now everything available in the shop. Some stuff I've already purchased, some stuff I haven't yet. So now we have a way better idea of like what's in this game, what's available, what we're going to be decorating with, so we can really lock in. Now you're going to notice something. This stuff is expensive. I only have 9,000 coins. The only way to get coins in this game is doing challenges, filling your stamp card, and apparently the rarity of the stamp matters. And I think there's like a couple other little ways to get coins. So yeah, the coin grind begins. The coin grind begins, because we need as many coins as we can get so we can purchase everything that we want to purchase. So we're going to need to be going. Now, here's the thing. The challenges are different per area. So you want to go to every location, every Poke Center, and look at their challenge list because it's different. I'm pretty sure. I know Pallet Town is different. And it's for sure different. Yeah, for sure. The rarity matters. Yeah, I didn't think it did, but we learned yesterday that the rarity matters. So apparently a Mew stamp is worth 1,000 coins. I think Mewtwo might be worth like a 500 or something. And then you have a tiers of rarity. It's like 100, 500, 1,000 or something like that. So yes, you are going to want to make sure you're putting the better stamps. And here, somebody in the chat is saying that visiting other players allows you to get better stamps. Right? Did you mean other players or did you mean just in general? Yeah, other players probably, yeah. Then make the legendary bird habitats because those challenges are worth 5K, right? All right, dude, we did it. We officially got level 50 environment. I'm so excited, dude. All right, let's do a pop quiz with Dratini. Jokaloke's favorite flavor? Sweet. Got him. All right, let's take everything home. Let's clean our inventory and let's start our next journey for the day, which we're going to do some habitat building because that's so much fun. So let's go back to Castletown. We're going to go do some habitat building. And we're going to start trying to spawn some Pokemon. We got a spicy bread buff from Snorlax, which allegedly is better than spicy carrot. So let's go and build some habitats with whatever furniture and stuff we have. And let's see if we can get some Pokemon spawning, baby. How many areas are in the game? So you have 5 total areas. And then you also have a Cloud Island that's separate from your single player save file that allows you to play with your friends and other people. So technically you have 5 in-story, in-game areas, and then a 6th if you count Cloud Island. Now you could go to as many Cloud Islands as you want. So in all reality, you could be a part of 5 different friends' save files and, Cloud Islands. And so yeah, there's a lot of potential in this game. But to answer your question officially, there's 5 main story areas, 5 main single player areas. So where do we get the cooking pot, if you don't mind me asking? Which cooking pot? Just like this regular bronze one over here? Well, I bought the recipe to craft it at a certain environment level. And if you're talking about this one, you just have to do the Rocky Ridges quest, I believe. And then you can buy these for 100 coins or something. So yeah, I think I just got a recipe from doing environment level for this pot. The cake in this house looks like Sylveon incarnate. Yeah, this is how I spawned Sylveon. Look. So the way that this area works is that as you do challenges here, you unlock items that spawn evolutions. So this was Sylveon. This over here was Espeon. And then this over here is a leafy sandwich basket. And this is Leafeon. Yeah, it's cute. How do you pick up the big rocks? You have to use Magnemite. Otherwise, you can't pick them up until later. Yeah, so you cannot pick up the big boulders until you unlock Magnemite, which is post-story. Otherwise, until then, you are stuck only being able to move them. You can push them around. But picking up the big boulders and being able to move them around is actually a post-game feature, I believe. And to be clear, if you want to use Magnemite, don't just press Y. You have to hold Y. So remember, hold is how you pick an item up. Right? So let me show you with this tree. If I hold Y, I pick the whole tree up and I can put it back down again. But if I press Y, I cut the whole tree down. And this is a fun thing because you can actually pick up a tree stump. This is how wonderful Magnemite is. So like, I can go over here and I can cut this tree down and then I can actually pick the tree stump up and move it. Now I have a tree stump in my inventory. So Magnemite opens up the game on a, like, Magnemite really is the most worthy end game thing you can pick up in this. Like, he really is. Like, on one hand, it kind of sucks that he's stuck behind beating the game because a lot of people are going to want access to him right away. But on the other hand, it's the coolest feeling upgrade for beating the game. It's so nice. It's just like, oh, like, and you could just do so much with Magnemite. So it really is like the perfect end game offering to the player, even despite the fact that that kind of means that you have to actually beat the game to get it. Yeah, it's like soft creative mode, yeah. Doesn't Dente... Oh, did Dente give me the recipe to craft the pot? That might be the case. That actually sounds more right than what I said. That might be the case, actually. All right, dropping off this stuff here. Just trying to do a quick inventory clear. Yo, good morning, Strawberry Grass. Good to see you still with us here, Cozy. What's everyone getting into this Saturday? What are we getting into, y'all? What's on the agenda for a Saturday? Do. Am I putting my crystals in here? I think so. My organization's a little confusing. I'm gonna have to redo it again. How are you, bud? What up, G-Ski? You're doing taxes today? Oh, Lucario wants my attention. Sorry, buddy. Hold on. This may seem a bit sudden, but how would you like to challenge me to a game of Look That Way? Oh, it's on. Excellent answer. Now then, let's begin. This is the closest to battling we get. You ready? Ooh! Alright. Lucario gets round one. Ooh! Alright, so Lucario wins because it's 2 out of 3. Nice, Noodle Liz, dude. Currently addicted to Moonlighter. Oh, the new Moonlighter? Moonlighter 2? Yeah, I agree with that, Charlie. I agree with that. Going to bed soon because I've been up all night. Nice. BF's headed to a card show for Pokemon. I'm stuck getting some grading done. Ooh, a muck. Oh, the first one. Dude, nice. The first one's great. Enjoy, man. I love the first Moonlighter. I didn't play a ton of it, but the maybe 10, 15 hours I played, I cherished. I cherish those. Boom, boom, boom. There are so many Pokemon in this game. There's so many Pokemon in this game. It's crazy, right? All right, let's go ahead and let's do some more habitat building today. Gonna do some chores, then take advantage of the nice weather and go out for a walk. I love that. Gonna watch some Banana Ball. What's Banana Ball, Slitherpuff? I never heard of that. All right, let's go ahead. Let's take a look at our habitat decks here. And today, let's start from the bottom since we started from the top last time. So we need to get this guy. We probably can build this right now. We need Des Spot fossils. So 1 leg, 1 tail, 1 body, 1 head. Let's see if we can do this. 1 tail, 1 body, 1 head. So 4 pieces total. See if we got this. I got the Despot body. I got the legs. I got the tail. I don't got the head. You son of a butt, dude. Oh, all right. We need to get back to relic hunting, dude. Right? Aren't the large relics what does that? Let me make sure that none of my chests have random relics sitting in them, because sometimes they get lost. Do 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 do. Yeah, let me see. Sometimes I'll like just randomly throw the relics in the wrong chest. So I'm just checking really quick. I think I cleaned all that up, but okay. All right. Now apparently you could do the relics in the PC and you don't need Tangrowth, which I had no idea. Look at this. You could do the appraisals and there's less text. There's less dialogue. Green meteor lamp. Ooh, nice. Ooh, a black sludge. All right, let's keep going. Fossils are separate from relics. Oh, fossils are separate from relics. So they just show up in shining spots. Okay. So I just need to go shiny spot hunting. Banana Ball is basically the same thing as Globetrotters, but for baseball. Oh, dude, that's sick. I have heard of something like that. Oh, that's cool. All right, the last one. Destiny Knot. Okay. I'm out of here. Savannah Bananas. All right, drop all this stuff off for now. Whatever. He even got invented his own ticket resell thing for fans only, so scalpers can't profit off it. Dude, that is the kind of people we need to uplift out here. That is amazing. You're a big Banana Ball fan? All right. What about you? We need 3 steel beams, a trash can, some tires, and a microwave. I think we have all of that stuff. Let's go. Now, wait. Hold on a second. It might not be steel columns. It might be beams. Iron beam or column. Let's go. We're about to get ourselves a little baby Tink-a-Tink. Okay, I must have my steel beams in the furniture section. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. All right, here's my microwave oven and a refrigerator. And all right, here's my tires. Here's my steel columns. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, they're beams. Nice. Doesn't matter. And do I have a trash can laying around? I don't, but I can craft those, I believe. Getting tickets is a whole thing. I like the music too. Does it change? Yeah. It's not hourly, but it's like time of day-y. Like, it's hard to explain. It's instead of it being like hourly Animal Crossing music, what I've noticed is it's like every 2 to 3 hours, the music slowly shifts into like its next phase. and the same thing with the PM hours. So while it's not going to be changing every hour, I don't know for sure. It is like every 2 or 3 hours. And then you also have like a radio system where you can put a CD, like I can put a CD right here and I can play old Pokemon music. So because I'm an old Pokemon fan, this is one of my favorite things about the game. So I can take this CD player, and there's also a Pokemon that does this that can follow you around. So you have some options. But I can also just play some jams if I want. So even if you do get sick of it, you can just mix it up, which is sick. Good morning, Aubrey. Stevie Bats with the 38. A round of Stevie Bats in the chat. In the chat. Thanks, man. Good to see you, buddy. Do 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 do. All right. What up, Ruby? Hey. Next one. We need elevated pink tall grass. We actually already did that. We're just waiting to see if it spawns. We better get a camera up there. Let's get some cameras posted in some of these areas that are a little further away. So let's go get our baby monitors set up. Oh, wait, no. We don't have elevated pink here. Wait a second. That's not elevated pink grass. That's elevated regular grass. I need sky high grass. All right, let's go up there. What up, author? Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. All right, this should be elevated enough. Grab some bricks here. And let's get my leafage ability. And, oh, wrong spot. Boom. Elevated pink tall grass. And then to make sure that we can see this, we'll just put a camera here. See, we can use our cameras in the game to kind of spot stuff that's a little further away from us. See, I have one set up over here for Polytoad spawn. And then now I have this one set up here that we can use to make sure that these Pokemon are spawning up. Bonus moss, yeah. What up, Kate Nicholas? Hey. Yeah, you can put cameras in the sky, right? So there's a strategy where you build a block tower up and you put a camera. Here, we'll do it. Let's do it for fun. Let me just get a different block. Yeah, we'll do it for fun real quick because this is like a thing people are doing, so let's show it off. So this is really cool and you guys are actually going to appreciate this. All right, hold on. It's going to be better if I do this with Magnemite. All right. So I think you have to do this. Unfortunately, I think you do have to go Minecraft with it. I believe you have to, unfortunately. What up, Willie B? We're doing some Pokopia, then we're going to play some Pokemon Leaf Green later and continue our Nuzlocke, which is going to be pretty sick. Otherwise, we just got max environment, everybody. We finally did it. We have level 50 environment. We finally did it. All right, so let's keep going. Let's see how high we can go with this. You can just look straight down and spam A to tower fast. See, that wasn't working for me. I tried looking down, but I guess I wasn't looking down enough. Nice, I'll try it out later. All right. So then we put the camera here, and then we just need to proceed to break everything under it. And this would actually be a lot easier to do by undoing my transformation, going into fist mode, and just doing this. All right, so once you have this set up, now what I can do is I can go to my camera. I can go to security cameras. And if I go to camera 3, I have an aerial view of my whole base. So people are doing this for 2 reasons. The main one is because this helps with building. So if you ever been designing in Animal Crossing and you wish you could just get like an aerial view so you can like better see what's happening, well, now you have that. And then also, I think this might even count for seeing Pokemon. I think anything within this camera's eye shot will ding when a Pokemon spawns. Anything in this thing's eye shot will be like, boop, 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 there's a Pokemon under camera number 3. I don't know for sure if the second one is a fact, though. I don't know the range of a camera. But I think that those are the 2 reasons why people are doing this. Time to start building and decorating. That's right, Willie B. And filling the Pokedex. Right, so yeah, this is the strategy. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It gives you just a permanent aerial view. And yeah, that's going to just stay there forever. Because this game's like Minecraft. And if you put something down and you destroy the block under it, it stays up there. Right? So like, that's the thing that you have to realize, that similar to that Minecraft universe, if I build a house on top of dirt and then I remove the dirt, the house is still going to be floating there. And that's a luxury in these types of games, because you can do really funky stuff like that, right? I had it for several days and it hasn't dinged yet. I think there's a range, dude. Unfortunately, I think that's like a range. What's that massive building by the ocean? This is my my abandoned power plant. That's where I got my Zapdos today. Thank you, Flodarian and Dazabound. I didn't know that about spamming blocks. How you doing an off day? What up, dude? What up, Burger Smalls? Yo, hearty welcomes in the chat. Good to see y'all. All right, let's continue. We're building more habitats. All right, Greninja wants hydrated tall pink. And I think we have that already. Let's go take a double check here. Uh-oh, we got our baby Tinkaton. No, we do not have hydrated pink, so let's go do that. You made the power plant from scratch? No, so it was a kit. Good question. It was a kit. So in this game, I know I think expected, but just to explain, there are kits in this game where you put it down, you put a bunch of materials in it, and then you have Pokemon build it, and it takes a whole day. But if you use Tink Master, it only takes an hour, and then that's what happened. Yeah, isn't that super cool? So I didn't have to be creative at all. That was completely just built for me with a kit item. Now that kit item was expensive. I want you to keep that in mind. It was like 50 iron, 50 copper, a bunch of Poke Metals. So they kind of make you work for it a little bit, which is good. That's how it should be. You know, we are playing a resource collection game. All right. What up, Tay Loves Chaos? Good to see you. How are you today, homie? All right, hydrated tall pink grass. That's a level 3 rare spawn for Greninja, so probably won't happen, but Tink Master feels like time traveling and I love it. It does. Hey!
Eek, who are you? Wait a sec. You're not trying to steal my hammer, are you? Well, you can't have it. This is my hammer. I worked really hard to make it. I'll never give it to you. Wait, what? You didn't come to steal my hammer? Oh, but that's okay.
I missed what she said at the end. It swings its handmade hammer around to protect itself, but the hammer is often stolen by Pokemon that eat metal. Well, that sucks. You little cutie. Do you have all 3 built? No, I do not have the other 3 built yet. Right, the other 2, right. So here's my kits right here. So next up, like even today, we could go ahead and we can get... We have the Altar of Flame kit right here, and I have the Freezing Chambers right here. So we could go ahead and get that going here today if we want, right? I would like to do maybe 1 a day. It's a lot of materials. I'm gonna be real. I don't even know if I have the materials to build both of these. And I have to create a space that's flattened for them to be built. So like it takes some work, and it's just something we'll do eventually. So yeah, well, right now I'm just gonna focus on doing some habitats, then we can go ahead and maybe get one of those built today as well. Yeah, I don't have like a ton of materials, but I still have about 200 iron, about 200 copper. I have about 150 Pokemetal, 200 Pokemetal, so I'm pretty good. You know, I'm probably good to build most of them. I did make the dandelion habitat. Yeah, I just did it this morning. Yeah, thanks for checking. What happened to the humans? The lore is that they had to go to space because the Earth was crumbling. All right, pink tall grass and a playland. I unfortunately had to steal the slide from here, and I don't think I can make another one. So the humans ended up going to space is the lore of the game. But this is also a really long time since then. So like the game takes place well into the future after the humans went to space. So like we're not sure, but the humans have been gone for a while. We just don't know how long exactly, maybe a century or 2, give or take. What up, Shadow Benji? Welcome to the show. All right, we don't have a playland. I have to go steal that from a different area since we are going to skip that for now. We'll eventually go around stealing stuff. All right, I'll check for a free pink grass. Meanwhile, we also need a free pink grass for Flygon. And then let's see if we can make the makeup stand. So we need any dresser, any seat, and we need the freaking humidifier. I know exactly where the humidifier is. All right, we need a dresser, any dresser, and any seat in the humidifier. All right, so here's the pink grass, so we're good. All right, let's go steal the humidifier really quick, because I know exactly where it is. Tangrowth is a few centuries old then? Potentially, yeah. Right. Which makes sense considering how absolute ancient he looks. And, you know, there's not really a bunch of commentary on how Pokemon age. So that's not, like, weird at all. Right? Let's get this place humid! Right? Like, there's not a bunch of commentary on how Pokemon age. There's a ton of Pokemon that live for a long time. In lore, there's a ton of Pokemon, you know what I mean? I think there is a mention of Pokemon dying due to old age, but at the same time, I don't remember many mentions of that. So, yeah, Tangrowth could very well be a century or 2 old, I think. Pokemon lore allows that, I think. Right? I don't remember any Pokemon lore in my life that, like, really talks about the age of a Pokemon. So, I think it makes sense. Can you bring the humans back? I don't believe so. I've completed the story. I think the story's done. Maybe in the future, maybe some DLC or something, but no, this game wraps up on the note that the humans are gone, and there's a chance the humans might come back, but there's also a chance that they never come back, and it's very open to interpretation. So you as the player have to just decide what you think is going to happen, and that's about it. This game doesn't tell you any official answers to anything. It does expect you to kind of fill the gaps yourself and kind of use your imagination and say to yourself, you know, what what do I think is going to happen? What do I think they're trying to say? What do I think they're leading me on to believe? It's very open to interpretation. Right, Aerodactyl is prehistoric, right? The last scene of the credits makes me think that. Well, that's what Dazabound has mentioned as well. So Dazabound is arguing, well, not arguing, but Dazabound's theory is that how far in the future could it be if what we saw at the last credits scene is an indicator of anything? But here is my theory on what we saw. I don't think we saw Ditto's owner. I just think we saw a human. And yes, humans could have survived in space. So I don't think we saw a specific human. I think we just saw a human. And they were just saying humans still exist. And it was like trying to give the player hope that the humans could still one day arrive back home. So it's just so open to interpretation. Exactly, right? It's like, so that's like my interpretation, and that's why I believe that it's been centuries. But I think you could also interpret the ending of the game that it hasn't been that long, and that the humans have only been gone for so long, and they could very well be coming back at some point. And that's where we could get DLC, we could get a sequel to this game. I think there's all sorts of room in this game for fleshing the lore out further, right? Also, think about this. What if they release a DLC? What if they release a DLC for this game that opens up a new area, and then we just get a bunch more secret lore documents that help us just better flesh out what happened around here? So it wouldn't even require a brand new game. That's the fun part. It wouldn't even require a brand new game necessarily. It could literally just be a DLC, and we could just get another city with more information, more lore. Boom, boom. Did you spot the Ditto plush in the window? I did. Yes. See, and that's the thing. It's like, they obviously wanted us to think that that was like, yes, that's what, exactly. It's like, dude, what do you want me to think? Like, what are you saying right now? Right, yeah, it's fun, man. It's fun to think what they're trying to do with this game. I get emotional every time I think about it too hard. The comics and art people have been doing for this game. Aw, I haven't seen much of it. You should take the time to share some in the Discord if you get a chance, Raina. And the Pokopia channel. I would love to check it out. Like in my free time. Because like, I think this game, it makes me emotional as well. Guess who randomly got her birthday gift 2 months early just because her brother knew she wanted to play this game? Let's freaking go, Asmoogle! Pink grass. Yeah, the pink grass is a little bit later. You're getting there, Tiff. Yeah, once you get to your third gate, you'll find the pink grass. It's cute. Yeah, W, brother. Oh, man, Dazzle. Isn't it so fun? I think it's fun to think about the lore. I think it's so fun. Message about Rocket also mentions having enough fuel to return. Yeah, I think that's why I think they were obviously hinting to the humans having the potential to come back. And then what really what it comes down to, in my opinion, then is that like is that just it? Like, is it just the story being cute, or are the developers metagame hinting to future content? And that's a whole another conversation that's fun to think about. Right? Are the developers metagame hinting like, yeah, by the way, you know what I mean? Like, or is it just a cute part of the story? And that's like the real fun thing going on here. It's kind of hard to say. It's kind of hard to say one or the other now, isn't it? All right, let's go do some traveling to get some items real quick. I need to go take a picture of something at the Rocky Ridges so we can get our freaking Porygon. That's right, Jitterbug Jules. That's my exact... That's like my understanding. And then the only thing I would add to your statement is that there was a scientist in the game that commented that Saffron City could be way up high above the clouds in a few centuries if things kept going in the direction they were going. So this is the final nail in the coffin for my theory, is that if this scientist said that a few centuries could raise Saffron above the clouds, and then we show up to Saffron City and it's above the clouds, then it is safe to assume that it's maybe been a couple centuries. But that's an assumption based off of a theory from a scientist in the past in the game. So you can't really say that that's 100% true. It's just another open to interpretation moment that the game provides you, where you can in fact think to yourself, okay, well then maybe I can connect these dots and maybe these connections work. Right? But then the whole conversation goes full circle back to, then why do they show a Ditto plush at the end of the game? And why do they imply that the individual at the end of the game is connected to the Ditto? Well, that implication can be honestly interpreted in a lot of ways. So I've been thinking really hard about this. Did you guys know that if you travel through space, you age differently than humans on Earth age? But the thing about this is that generally, if you travel through space, you age faster, not slower. So I thought really hard about, is the space travel being implied to affect the humans? But it's like, wait a second. If my understanding of science is correct, that you age faster traveling through space than the humans sitting at home. So I even threw that theory away because I was like, wait, that's not how science works. So again, it's just like leaving us in a state of like, like, what are they trying to say here? You know, it's fun. The closer one gets to the speed of light, time does indeed slow down for what it's worth. Right. So like, that's why I brought this up, because I couldn't remember exactly how it works. So you age slower in space, not faster. So my original theory was correct. Okay, so thank you. Because I originally thought about this when we first finished the game, but I didn't open my mouth because I couldn't remember if it was faster or slower in space. So let me go ahead and share my theory then that I had a couple days ago that I never opened my mouth about. What if it's implied that the humans traveling through space slowed down their aging, and that's why they're older? Or that's why they're still around, even though it's potentially been centuries on Earth. Wouldn't that be an interesting little, like, nugget? Like, that's something worth considering. Like, what if they figured out how to travel at light speed? What if they figured out how to slow down aging accidentally, and maybe that's how, like, they're still, you know what I mean? Just like a fun little theory to throw out there, because space is quirky and does change how humans age, right? So like, again, this is a theory I didn't share because it's got a lot of holes in it, but it's still kind of a fun theory that I finally wanted to go ahead and open my mouth about, because I was thinking pretty hard about that. And I'm like, I feel like there could be some implications of like humans finding out how to travel through time, or, you know, through space at the speed of light or something. But as I said, like, you're kind of getting into the weeds at that point. That was mostly meant to just be a fun theory. You're kind of getting into the weeds when you're thinking about, like, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, you know, that's like overthink territory. Like, did the developers really think this hard, or are we just getting into the weeds? Right. It's also the Pokemon world where creatures can manipulate time and distort reality. Yeah, maybe some of the Pokemon they brought with them were Pokemon that could time travel. All right, we're going to make 2 arcade machines here. Right, I know that Experiment Doge. Yeah, I am hip to that one. Yo, Doomslayer, have a good night, man. Get some rest, all right? Thanks for vibing with us, dude. Then it's a good game if we're getting into the weeds, I say. I agree with that. And yeah, exactly. And like the Pokemon universe has a lot of like, so here's the thing. So let's go back to what Dazabound said real quick. And same thing with I hate pants. And I'm right there with you. I also hate pants. So here's the thing you guys got to think about for a second as well. We haven't talked about this. How about the fact that it's the Foundation that set all the space travel stuff up and developed all these plans? And the only other time the word Foundation is used to describe an organization is the Aether Foundation from Sun and Moon. And the Aether Foundation in Sun and Moon were the people who were messing with wormholes and the time-space continuum. So in theory, there's a ton of room for interpretation that the Aether Foundation maybe was involved, and if they already messed around with wormholes, who's to say they couldn't just wormhole their asses through space? And that changes everything. That just breaks open the barriers of anything we're having a conversation about. Right? Because that's very much in this game's lore, by the way. Like, everything I just said to you is real lore in the game. They never mention the Aether Foundation, but they mention a group called the Foundation, and then they mention that there's another group called the Foundation in another region. So they clearly are hinting towards the Aether Foundation in some way, shape, or form, but they never say the word Aether in the game, and that's the difference. So very, very interesting stuff going on in this game. Very interesting stuff. Yo, what's up, Goated? How you doing today, dude? Nice. How you doing today, Monka Man? Welcome back to the show, man. All right, here we go. Now, can I put Sexy Machokes on here? Dang it, I can't. I was really hoping to put Sexy Machokes down, but I guess no Sexy Machokes for the arcade. A little too sexy for the gamers. Bum, 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 bum. All right, here's an office desk. Here's a computer. I probably just need any two tables, right? Right, I probably just need any two tables to do this. It's not just office desk, I imagine. Let's just check before we... Let's just check. All right, we just need any two tables, a computer that's powered, and a science experiment. We got it. We'll catch you later, Doom. Thanks for hanging out today, man. Don't be shy to hit that subscription if you haven't. And don't be shy to hit that like button if you haven't already as well. Of course, no expectations, dude. Don't think about it too hard. Have a great night, get some rest, and hopefully we see you again soon, as we will be playing tons of this game. Considering the Grunch Journal was talking about him building his rocket, but clearly the rocket was never launched, how did the humans all evacuate the space? Yeah, right. There's a lot of interesting stuff, whereas like, yeah, I mean, I think to answer that question, because the rockets were trying to go out on their own. Honestly, this game's kind of sad because it implies the rockets are dead. I'm gonna be real. This game kind of implies the rockets are dead because like they were like trying to do their own thing, and then they were trying to do their own thing because the humans were trying to split the rockets up. Right? So the humans were trying to split the rockets up, and the rockets didn't want to be split up. So the boss got an idea that he would build his own rocket. So while they were trying to build their own rocket, all of a sudden, the rocket was never flew. So what happened? So did the Team Rocket just end up getting split up and go with the humans? Or did they just get left behind? So like, it's kind of funny because in my opinion, the game kind of implies the rockets are dead. In my opinion, I swear to you, the game implies the rockets are dead, dude. There's an implication of the rockets being dead. Got it. Porygon, baby. It took some electricity first, kitty. Yeah, I had to get electricity first. So some builds require electricity, and you'll notice because this one had a lightning bolt. That means it has to be powered on to activate. So if you ever see a build with a lightning bolt, that means it does require electricity. We need a Storyteller Sunday tomorrow to refresh us on the lore. I just got Groucho in the Discord game. They sound like a very nice villager. Groucho's cute. What's up? How you doing today? Hello from Holland. Hello, I'm from Ohio here in the States. Good morning, Brittany BCH. How are you? Nice game, isn't it? This game is fun, yeah. I'm having a blast with this game. All right, we got a new Pokemon to spawn. Hello. Wait, you're actually a Pokemon, aren't you? It's so nice to meet you. You know, I have a feeling this place will be full of happy Pokemon soon. It's just a hunch, really. But it might be all thanks to you. Okay. I need the lore from the very beginning, yeah. It has a psychic power that enables it to distort the space around it and see into the future. All right, we unlocked Curlia. A beautiful thing emerged here. We unlocked Curlia. All right, we got 2 new habitats built as well, Porygon Z and Porygon Regular. So we can go ahead and move over to Mr. Mime, which we still need the sink. I don't think I've had the sink, and I know where the mirror is. I know where the towel is. I bet you the sink is somewhere in the Saffron area. I almost guarantee it. Let's see what I can craft. I hear that legendary. All right, see, I can do the wall mirror. So we have one part. I wonder if it's just any sink and I wasn't paying attention. I wonder if it's any. Let's go see real quick. I know this area is a mess. I told you, this is just going to be my functional habitat. Just, it has to be a sink, a towel rack, and a wall mirror. Okay. I know this area is such a doo-doo mess. I know, it's great, isn't it? You're in fact skipping Mr. Mime. People compare this game to Animal Crossing and Minecraft, but I see a lot of mystery dungeon. Dark Soul Bowl Coal. I think you're 100% right. There is some mystery dungeon energy in this game. There actually so really is. It's because of the personalities of the Pokemon, in my opinion. They're just done so well. They're all just such little cutie pies. And it really makes this game shine. All right, I'm just looking to plant some crops. And do I have any more sprinklers? I do. Okay, good. And then I got the ability to craft grates, so we don't have to use benches anymore if we do, or bridge. We don't have to use bridge pieces if we don't want. We can actually use these nice little fancy grates to do the trick with the sprinkler. A lot of people are mentioning Viva Pinata as well. And then, of course, there's the obvious answer, which is Dragon Quest Builders, because, you know, this game is designed exactly like Dragon Quest from what people have said. Game of the Year candidate? Sure, I think this game could be Game of the Year conversation and candidate. You know, and originally I thought that if it did show up in the conversation for Game of the Year, it would mostly just be like cheesy, like, and then somebody reminded me that Astrobot won Game of the Year once. And I was like, you know, I guess cozy games and like chilly games and like relaxing games and cutesy games can win Game of the Year, technically. Right? So yeah, I think the conversation of this being a candidate is totally on the table. But I will wrap up what I'm saying with the following. I don't think it's going to win because the market nowadays is just too focused on high fidelity, realistic games. And while Astrobot, again, kind of counters what that point, I think Astrobot was an exception, not the rule. And yeah, right. I just think that's what's going on here. So, plus, I think GTA 6 is coming out this year, so it might as well just be Baldur's Gate again and Expedition 33 again. Because even if GTA 3 or 6 somehow sucks, people are still going to just be obsessively playing the game, so... Yeah, like, even if it does suck, it's winning Game of the Year 100%. Like, there is no other shot for any other game this year. Unless we get, like, mega surprised and there's a real contender. You know what I mean? Like, unless there's, like, a mega surprise and there's, like, a real contender this year for GTA 6, which there could be. Crimson Desert looks promising, right? Crimson Desert could light a fire under some gamers' behinds. We'll have to see. But I think GTA 6 pretty much assumes the win here. I think Resident Evil 9 has some potential. Yeah, sure, I agree with that. I think the only thing that stops Resident Evil 9 from winning is because horror is a specific genre that not everyone's into, but GTA 6 is a genre that is more popular. Right? So, like, that's the thing. But you could also have said that Expedition 33 being turn-based wasn't a popular genre, and look, that game won the most awards of all time, I think. Right? So again, like, the conversation is so muddied. There's so many different possibilities, right? That's if GTA 6 does come out this year. Yeah. I agree with that, Cosmic. You know, that's what people said about Expedition, but Expedition released in, like, May, but it did manage to win every award ever. Now, I still agree with you, because Expedition was the exception, not the rule. But I do want to remind you, like, Expedition 33 released really early in the year last year. And that was actually one of the reasons why some people weren't sure that it was going to take every victory. Because a lot of people were like, well, maybe people forgot about it. It's been a while, and, well, we all know what happened. Yo, Classy Saya, glad you're enjoying the show here. Yeah, so while I do agree with you, games that release early in the year do struggle. That is a fact. I agree with that 100%. I do agree with that. All right, let's get another farm going over here. I guess I'll do another one in this direction. Let's get another farm going over here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just put this down here for now for a marker. One, two. Okay, we need to break that block. Boom, boom. Bum, 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 bum. What's up, King of Arcadia? Good to see you, man. And good morning, Beth Chu, by the way. Thanks for popping in over on the YouTube front. And thank you, everyone, for helping us hit our 20 like goal. We're well on our way to 40. I really appreciate it. Good morning, YouTube. Hope y'all are enjoying my Pokemon Pokopia playthrough. I did get everything cleaned up and put into a playlist so y'all could better follow the playthrough. If you're interested, that's all available on YouTube. So it's still all the live VODs, but it's still at least a little bit more accessible. Whoa, we got a wavy cat raid. What's up, dude? What's up? Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for popping in here. How you doing? Do 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 do. What's up? What's up, Raiders? Hey. How was your chatting segment today? Were y'all yapping today? Were y'all yapping? Let me get a shout out for Kat. Here, check him out. Check him out. Give him some love if you're looking for another wonderful creator out there to support and engage with. And some family around these parts. What's up, y'all? Blessed to be here. Yo, ain't that the truth right there? I know that's right, dude. Welcome in. We're just doing some cozy Pokemon Pokopia and getting our yap on this Saturday. We're going to do some retro Pokemon a little bit later. Should be fun. You're doing a charity stream for MS? Wow, that's awesome. And you were telling your story? Holy heck, that's so rad. What the heck, dude? Nice, man. I'll have to go back and peep the VOD. All right, nice. Here we go. We have our next farm built. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to punch this ground here. Try to only punch the one spot if I can. I think I can target. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Then we're going to go grab ourselves some fresh water. And it doesn't really matter what water you use. Now, make sure you replace the water back in your water pit over here. So that you have access to it again. And then go over here and plop the water down. And then you can put a grate. And then you can put a sprinkler. And voila. You have yourself a functioning farm. What up, Toter Tot? Questions could be answered. Feel free to ask. I love how Leafeon's living its best life with the sprinkler over there. Subzilla, it's awesome. Some fresh carrots and some leaves. Yeah, it's so awesome. I love that they play with the sprinkler because it's technically a toy in the game, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, Dazabomb, that's what I was trying to explain before, that I think I did a really bad job at telling you what to do. I think that's exactly what I was trying to tell you before that I struggled at telling you about. But you don't get like a ton, it's just like a couple. Right, let's go see if another one spawned. But you might be able to go around and till random earth and just water it yourself. You know what I mean? You might just be able to like go and like mass till in water. Let's try it out here. Now this is a small test, but yeah, boom. Yeah, so that's what I didn't make clear. You have to till first. Can I request your Story of Seasons A Wonderful Life playthrough on YouTube? Yes. Hypothetically, how possible is it to get Stabby on a shirt or a hoodie as a merch option? It's very possible. So my merch team didn't want to do that because I don't have a version of HDES Stabby that doesn't have a cutoff ear. So originally we were avoiding those types of designs. Now, they do have an artist on payroll that kind of can draw and like fill in the blanks. So what I can do is I can reach out to them and I can ask them if they're willing to have the artist fill the blanks in. And then otherwise, if you don't really care about having it be cut off, I can just do it myself. So like if you really want that, I could easily do that. Very easily. It would just be cut off a little bit. You know, like, and that's just the way it's going to be, right? So it wouldn't be able to be too big. It's not going to be the whole shirt. It's just going to be like the pocket area, maybe something like that. Just kind of make it a cute little reference, but I can go ahead and I can ask him. Yeah. Yeah. I love HDES Stabby, so I'd like that for sure. And yeah, I'm doing something new with YouTube stuff for now. I decided that I'm not going to be holding off on and trying to clean up the playthroughs anymore. I'm just going to start dumping all of my old content as quickly and as loosely as possible. So instead of them having unique titles and all this work I was putting in, I'm just going to start rapid fire dumping playthroughs. So yeah, sure, I'll do that one next. I'll dig it up and I'll look for it. Yeah, we'll get it. Because I just want to get the content available. So you'll notice like the Breath of the Wild playthrough literally just says first ever channel Breath of the Wild playthrough, episode 1, episode 2, episode 3. Because in hindsight, none of these videos are ever going to get real traction. It's all really just for you, the fans of the show, and people who have already discovered me. So I was putting way too much effort into it. I just need to get the content out. So these next few weeks, you are about to see a lot of playthroughs appearing on the channel. So if you are not already hip to the YouTube, get yourself over there because I am going to start dumping a lot of playthroughs. I'm just going to start dumping everything. We're just going to go ham. Once I get it all released, then I can go back and clean it up in the future. And that's fine, you know, because I do believe in preserving my content. And I do want to clean it up eventually. But right now, I think the priority is just get it out. Then we can go back and clean it up and stuff. So yeah. Stick with me and we're going to get that stuff going. Yo, what's up, Tay Love? I see you over on YouTube. What's up? I'm watching you people. I hope you're having a good stream. I love your laugh emote, by the way. Dude, yeah, thank you. HDez Haha, is that the one you're talking about? HDez Haha is like probably one of my favorite emotes of all time. Yeah, dude, I love HDez Haha so much. It seriously makes me so happy. I'm gonna get a version for Discord going soon. I don't think you guys can use it on Discord at the moment because sometimes I have to adjust those emotes because they're too powerful. Oh, you like the one with me laughing? Yeah, HDez Keck. HDez Keck is also a popular emote. Keck is very popular for some reason, and I say for some reason because it's just my big head, you know. Like I find those types of emotes to be the most fascinating. All right, we're going to get Mr. Mime. Sorry, Mr. Mime haters. Let's go get Mr. Mime. We're spawning him in. We're spawning him in. Yeah, Toter Tot. Give me some time on the merch. I'll reach out to the team and see what they think. Otherwise, I can do it myself. And the YouTube stuff maybe sooner. You know, once I'm not obsessively playing this game for 10 hours minimum a day, I might have some time to do some other stuff. And that's already happening. I will be, you know, slowing down a little bit this weekend and, you know, as we go into next week, because I do have some stuff I want to take care of. But I didn't plan on speaking on this topic too much, but I am kind of going through some routine building and stuff, and I do intend to be here for some pretty long streams over these next couple weeks. So I didn't want to oversell, so please take this with a grain of salt. I could change my mind literally 10 minutes from now. But I do think that you will be seeing like the continuation of that nice long boy content that y'all really appreciate, because I'm trying to just go through some routine building, and I do want to be here for longer broadcasts more frequently and splits and stuff like that. So you'll probably see me around a little bit more than like 6. I think most days I'm going to be aiming for 8, maybe, you know, 5-6 days a week. I'll probably take 2 or 3 days off here soon, and I'll be right back because I need to go see if I got some coffee left to drink. I'll see you guys in just a second. All right, we back, baby. We back, baby. Thank you for your patience. All right, let me check my phone really quick. I know. I'm gonna change HDES haha. What do we change it to, chat? Let's fix HDES haha. I'll do it after the stream. It's tying up all the haha emotes. I think I'm gonna just do HDES laugh. We have lull. People said lamau, giggle. We'll do giggle. We'll do giggle. Yeah, I'll fix that because I agree. I wasn't sure if I cared about that, but I actually really do care. I think giggle's better. All right, I don't normally go on my phone during the stream. I do like to give you all my undivided attention, but I just want to quickly... Oh my gosh, I don't even have Discord up. People could be trying to get a hold of me. Okay. No one likes me, just kidding. Bum, 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 bum. All right, I'm just checking with my buddies because I want to play some Magic the Gathering today. And I think I'm going to see if they're going to get together for some Magic. But I was too busy last week playing this game, so... Yeah, Cosmic, I know, I'm just being a dork. Thanks for being here, everyone. Boop, 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 boop. What's up, cool Stardew Man? Good to see you today, baby. And Wildly Silver's tuning in as well. Good morning, Wildly. Nembo Tavi's in the house. All right, here it is. We have the towel. We have the mirror. All we need is the sink, and I would not be surprised if the sink is like literally just like right around here, because this game does that a lot. Where they kind of... They'll put the stuff around you. They love... just throwing that stuff around you. Let's go explore across the way here. Is the sky area? Yeah. This is the Sparkling Skylands, which is all sorts of you know. The Sparkling Skylands. You know, very, very Edward and Jacob vampires. There are sinks in the Rocky Ridges where you threw the party. Hey, Harry Swan. What's up, Harry Swan? Hey, good to see you, bud. Good morning. Yeah, very cutesy is what I was saying. Very cutesy. Straight up Wally vibes from the trash squares. You know, that was the first time that I agreed with the Wally vibes that people were like speaking on. You know, a lot of people were speaking on Wally vibes as I played this game. And as they learned about the story, but the first time that I said to myself, okay, there's definitely some Wally vibes, was when the first time I said it to myself was when I discovered the trash cubes. And I was like, okay. Okay. All right, if we don't find the sink I'm looking for here, let's go. We'll go back to the Rocky Ridges and look. But since I'm already here, let's poke around a little bit. But there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I like seeing the inspiration. I'm gonna go ahead and take this because I need that. I need another office cabinet. Are you gonna go to the Pokemon convention, or are you just gonna chill at home tomorrow, Pokemon fan? Yeah, exactly. I think it is that specific thing. I definitely believe you on that. And I imagine it's here somewhere. Again, this game's really good about doing that. About just like hiding stuff like in plain sight, almost, you could say. They love doing that. I'm actually going to go ahead and take this as well. They love hiding stuff in plain sight in this game. And just like giving you a task... giving you a habitat, and the stuff for that habitat is like right around the block. Once the story's done, the game feels a bit boring for me, like no purpose. So what's up, Outcaller? So yeah, man, the thing is that that's how these types of games are. If you're not willing to push yourself towards goals, you're going to feel that way about a game like this. And that's the unfortunate side. That's what I warn people about when they come and ask me for advice if this game's for them. You'll notice one of the first things I say to people is, if you're not willing to choose your own adventure, sometimes these games can be hard to play. It reminds me of Animal Crossing. I've had people come into my chat after beating the first 7 days of AC and, getting Tom Nook and the resident services all set up. And then they say, now what do I do? The game feels lifeless. What do I do now? And it's like, well, welcome to sandbox style life simulation games. Like, you are actually expected to now make your own fun, choose your own adventure. You're now expected to kind of figure out your own stride. You're kind of expected to figure out what you want to accomplish. The world is your oyster, right? And again, that's not for everybody, man. Not everyone is into that kind of gameplay. And we got a balloon here in the Twitch chat. I'll jump in on this. My husband sent me a pic of the milk in the cabinet with the cups. My son strikes again. That's funny to me. That's very funny. Ow. Yeah. Like, not everyone is into that kind of gameplay, right? Well, hopefully you still feel like you got your money's worth out, caller, and that you're really enjoying the... Hopefully you still feel like you're getting the story was enough, right? Because I think a 30 to 50 hour long story is still going to feel... Oh, I'm going to steal this. A 30 to 50 hour story is going to still feel pretty good for the money, depending on the gamer, right? Can the world be my sushi instead? Yeah. Yeah, totally acceptable. There's a kitchen right around here. Here it is. Dang, not the kitchen I'm looking for. Dang, you know what? We might just have to wait for a recipe for that sink. Let's go check the Rocky Ridges, though. Let's go check the Rocky Ridges. And then we can even go check some of the houses in the Withered Waste. Because that is a pretty hunky-dory rustic sink that could honestly just be anywhere in the game that has, like, rustic vibes, right? Do. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Very much not everyone's cup of tea, these types of games, man. And that's not on you. Like, that's not on the game. That doesn't mean the game's bad. It doesn't mean you're a bad gamer. It's just not everything is for every gamer, It's like some people do want some direction. They want to be led. They want to be, exploring some quest, stuff like that, for sure. Is there some quest to do at the end of the story? So yeah, there's a couple. So all of the main Pokemon in the game will give you a quest. That's like the first thing. All of the main Pokemon, right? When I say main Pokemon, there's like story Pokemon. All of them have like their own little quest at the end of the game to kind of give them new homes and stuff like that. And then you also have just regular requests. Like, all of the Pokemon in this game have the potential of giving you a request. I swear, like most of them, stuff like, hey, I want to watch you build a house, or hey, would you consider building us an elevator, or would you consider doing this specific thing for us? So that you have those types of quests, and then you have a couple to earn special abilities. Like, I earned the waterfall ability post game, right? And so you're going to discover little quests like this that allow you to earn little sneaky abilities. And so yeah, the game definitely keeps going, and there's still game to be played, but the problem is that all that game is very choose your own adventure. It's very, you need to go and seek that out. You need to go and find that stuff. You need to go and decide to talk to those Pokemon. Like, whereas once the story ends, you stop getting pushed through a linear experience, right? It's around somewhere. Cool. That gives me hope. Let's quickly poke through Silthco real quick and see if it's maybe just randomly in Silthco after the rebuild, right? It has the potential to be here. There's definitely a kitchen area. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, there's elevators. There's also these really cool lifts in the game that you can build to get yourself from point A to point B. Yeah, there's actually some really cool stuff going on with the. I love the elevators. I'm definitely going to be building some Wonka-vators around my property. Some freaking Wonka-vators. So this isn't the right kind of sink. It has to be the wooden one. It has to be the wooden one. Let's go check the roof. The one window pane missing and you just slipping through. Wasn't that cute? Didn't you like that? I thought that was cute. Thank you for acknowledging that. Ooh, what about the hidden bathroom in here? Found it! Yes, dude! And you're coming with me. Sick! It's a castle town. I couldn't get into New Horizons because of the choose your own adventure vibes. I really tried but lost my direction and motivation after a few months. Right, Strawberry Grass. I only had that issue for New Horizons. All other Animal Crossing games I loved and still come back for. I'm just not a big super decorator, and that's why. Yep, that's why. And I'm going to be real with you, Strawberry. And you know, I don't like to admit this because I feel like maybe it takes away from the charm of my interactions. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to admit this. All right. I don't think I would have played as much New Horizons if I didn't stream it. I would have probably treated it like most AC games, and I would have played it maybe a couple months out of the year. I would have probably revisited it for little couple months chunks at a time. But like, yeah, New Horizons also lost a little bit of energy for me as an AC fan. That it didn't quite scratch certain itches I was looking to be scratched. Yeah, I also have a little bit of a disconnect with New Horizons, but here's the difference. Because I streamed it, I fell in love with it. It's like I was put in front of the game so much, right, that I fell in literal love with the game, and it's something that now I can comfortably say, like, I am obsessed with I love New Horizons. But I will tell you that I feel exactly what you mean. Like, I think that I wouldn't have had as strong of a connection with New Horizons if it wasn't for this community. And if it wasn't for my show, and if it wasn't for building alongside you guys. Because I am really an OG ACer through and through. I love GameCube, you know, more than anything. You know, I love City Folk more than anything, so. I only played the original Animal Crossing on GameCube. This or New Horizons? So I think New Horizons, that's a hard question for me because I've put thousands of hours into New Horizons. So I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I cannot answer that question without giving you a ton of bias. And my answer is New Horizons. Because I have like almost 7,000 hours in the game at Ajar. So I will be honest, you're kind of asking the wrong guy. But chat, does anybody want to chime in? Like, if you had to choose Pokopia versus New Horizons, which one would you choose if anybody wants to help? I'm going to be real. I just cannot answer that question without bias. I cannot. Like, you don't put 5,000+ hours into a game and then throw it away for a game that you've played for 70. You know what I mean? Like, that just doesn't, that's not how video games work. You know, once you put 5,000 hours into a game, you're not going to throw it away overnight. So like, you know what I mean? Like it's such a bias. I cannot answer consciously and cleanly. So I apologize. Yeah, you know, like, it's just not a good, that's a tough question for me. But like I said, I can give you an answer. It's just omega biased, right? Yeah, there you go. Edijar, I'm glad that was information for you. Now, keep in mind that streamer, there is some streamer content creation vibes there. I think the average player in the room is probably at anywhere between 1,000 to 3,000. Any 1,000 plusers of AC in the chat? Just real quick, can we get a show of emotes? Have you put more than 1,000 hours in New Horizons in the chat? Emotes, Haze. Let's just get a feel in the room. I bet you there's a lot of people that are up there. So like, keep in mind, 7,000 hours is because I'm a streamer. But look around you. Animal Crossing has the stuff. If you're the right person, Animal Crossing has the stuff. It really does. Yeah, New Horizons definitely has the potential to be an 1,000-hour epic game. It has that potential through and through. Yeah, you're close, but not quite. Like even 5 hours, even 500 is super respectable, right? Like I'm going for the extreme here. I'm saying 1,000, right? But like even 500 is like mega respectable, right? Like, right? And I'm going for the extreme here, you know? Whoa, you look like a human, but you're not really a human, are you? You've never met a Pokemon who's as good as mimicking as I am. You really do look like just like a human, though. I'm kind of jealous. Oh, he's so cute. He's way better than Mr. Mime. Why couldn't Mr. Mime stay cute like this? Mime Jr. is a gifted mimic. When it startles an opponent with its skills, it feels so delighted that it forgets to keep up its act. All right, we're going to move you so that we can make room for actual Mime. Your Stardew Valley hours just surpassed ACNH. Respect. I like that. Dude, 48,000 in Neverwinter. So, Sin, are you talking about the MMO? I'm a big fan of Neverwinter Nights, the game, the old school PC game. And Neverwinter's the MMO, right? I never played it, but I'm sure I would love it. Ooh, dude, Elite Dangerous is fun. I've played a little bit of Elite Dangerous. You have twice that in Lord of the Rings Online. Dude, are you kidding me? I've been wanting to play Lord of the Rings Online for the first time ever. I feel like I missed out, and I feel like it's still going strong, and I would love it because I love old MMOs. Dude, I think I'm going to be playing Lord of the Rings Online someday in the future. Right now, I'm focused on No Man's Sky. So, like, that's like my MMO for this year. I'm not really doing much WoW or anything else, but as towards the end of the year, I think I'm going to install Lord of the Rings and try it out. Yeah, sure. I'll let you know, Doge. I'll let you know if you're around when I started up in a, you know, whenever within this year, maybe the end of the year. I'll totally let you know, and yeah, we can link up. What are your personal goals post-game? What's up, Fruit Snacker? Thanks for your patience, all right? So my personal goals post-game in this game, first off, completing the Pokedex. Because, spoiler, there's a secret door in the game that doesn't unlock unless you have a completed Pokedex. Not everyone's found it, but it exists.
Thanks you so much for the gifted sub a few months ago. Just wanted to repay that kindness coupon heart too.
Oh, thank you, Kupo. You didn't have to do that at all. You didn't have to do that at all. No, we haven't done AC movie night, but I just thought about it yesterday. So let's get that going, all right? Let's get that going for sure. Let's make that happen here soon. Maybe going into next week, because I forgot, I'll be honest. Thank you, Kupo, for 16. I think I did miss a resub earlier. Let me double check. No, I didn't. We're good. We're good. Thank you, Kupo. Welcome back, and thank you for 16. What's up, Angela? Angel? Is it Angel Liz? Is that what you're going for? The L is Angel Liz? Is that okay, or can I just call you Liz? No worries. So yeah, so first off, my goal is to finish the Pokedex, and we're 102 Pokemon away. My next goal is to finish the Habitat Dex, which I don't know how many habitats there are, but it's probably roughly around half. Maybe a little more than half. And then, probably a little more than half. And then, my third personal goal, I've actually already achieved. To get a level 10 max environment level in every area in the game. And we did it this morning. Welcome it. Clap us a rock. We did it this morning. We have a level 10 max environment in every zone. This is important because it unlocks all of the challenges for the zone. And the challenges per zone are special. They give you coins. They unlock, like in this case, they unlock evolutions. This also gives me access to everything available in the game's shop. So now I have a visual on everything that I'm going to be able to purchase versus maybe stuff I'm going to have to find. The type of blocks that are in the game. Now I have a visual on everything available from the Pokemon Center shopping system, which, to be fair, is not everything. I think there are recipes hidden in the water. I think there are recipes hidden. I think there's furniture that you could potentially only get from the trading Pokemon. I think there's furniture that you can potentially only get from exploring. So this isn't everything in the game, but this gives me access to seeing the majority of the game, I believe's, like, accessible recipes and stuff. And maybe not the majority, but a good chunk, maybe 2/3 is like kind of what I'm assuming of the game's like available stuff here. Maybe like half, maybe not 2/3. So yeah, so that was my goal, and I've reached it. So we have a couple goals here. Now I have more though, and I would like to share this last goal with you. My final goal is I plan to do what I think a lot of people are going to do in this game, is to rebuild all of the cities. But instead of rebuilding the cities the way that the game is presenting them, because that sounds fun, I'm going to do a little bit of that, especially in Vermilion City. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be taking on a challenge to build all of the cities that they were based off of in the original games. For example, what you're seeing on the screen here is Fuchsia City from Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red. Sorry, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee concept art. This is concept art of what Fuchsia City was going to look like in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. And if you didn't know, the Withering Wastelands is Fuchsia City. So, one of my personal challenges is I'm going to be rebuilding these original cities. And we're starting right here with Fuchsia. And that's also one of my personal challenges. So I'm going to be doing some designing and some decorating. And I'm going to be having a blast. So right now I'm focused on filling my habitat decks and my Pokemon first. That's like the main thing we're doing at the moment. Pokedex completion and habitat decks. That's kind of what I'm focused on at the moment. And a little bit of designing when I get bored. Wait, can you see this wall, yo? You're the real deal. That proves your heart's like pure, you know? I hope we can be friends. Well, I'm really happy that they made him say yo so that he's slightly less creepy. Always practicing its pantomime act, it makes enemies believe something exists that really doesn't. I'm glad that they made him slightly less creepy by making him say the word yo, because it works. Yo, dog. I'm less creepy. I'm Mr. Mime, dog. Yo, dude. Yo, thank you again, Kupo Mag. All right, let's keep going. Kadabra. We need a crystal ball. We need a table and 2 chairs. It's a fortune teller stand. Why is that perfect? All right, so in order to do this, we need to go to the Skylands, and we need to take a picture of the crystal ball so we can copy it. Let's go. His Japanese name is Barrier and Weird. I like that. That's cool. With all the yos, there were definitely millennial devs. Dude, this game has a lot of yos. Why is that so true, dude? This game has a ton of yos, dude. A ton of yos. That's so funny. All right, so what we're doing is we're taking a picture of this crystal ball, and it's going to allow us to copy it so that we can take this habitat home. So we're going to go into camera, we're going to press Y, and we're going to go into object mode. This allows us to copy anything. So I can take a picture of the crystal ball. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and head back to Castle Town, and then we're going to copy it. And this one seems rare, so it's probably going to take some Pokemetal, but some rare Pokemetal, but we'll see. Being able to tease Trubbish by saying you scared yo was one of my favorite parts of the dialogue. More yos than a yo-yo convention. More yos than fourth grade yo-yo. When the yo-yo people came to our school, I know that I'm not the only Midwesterner that had the yo-yo people show up at their school in 4th and 5th grade. I know I'm not the only Midwesterner that had the yo-yo people show up at school, dude. Yours was in 6th. Mine was 5th grade. And then they did the rocket in the pocket at the end where they threw it in the air and he caught it in his pocket. And that dude felt like he was so cool. That dude was in front of a bunch of 5th graders and he was having the time of his life. Like he literally shot it into the air and caught it in his pocket all smug. And all of us kids were blown away, dude. You had a boomerang guy. That's sick. So my school at 4th grade led my 4th grade class tested so well that we led the district and part of Ohio. Like I think it was like Ohio, but I don't remember. But I know we led the school district for the best testing class of the year. So the next year in 5th grade, they allowed us to take a rollerblading class, and we had a special rollerblading gym class as 5th graders because the whole school did, because of my class, my 4th grade class. We all tested so well. Keep in mind, I wasn't one of the ones that tested well. You know, I'm not gassing myself up. I was just so happened to be a 4th grader too. No, I've always been a good tester, actually, to be fair. I'm a really good tester. I'm good at sussing out problems and finding the answer without knowing the answer. That's like the skills of being a good tester. At least when it comes to BS in school, right? Just like being able to identify the thing that's obviously wrong. Right? So yeah, in 5th grade, we had the option to rollerblade. It was cool. I actually didn't rollerblade ever because I, for some reason, was like scared and kept slipping. I was like super afraid and kept falling. So in order to get out of rollerblading, I just didn't wear socks for a whole week because they wouldn't let us put our feet in the rollerblades with stinky no sock feet. So I gamed the system and I just didn't wear socks for a week, which was pretty grody, but you know, I was in 5th grade, so. I would have done the rollerblading. Yeah, I tried, man. I never been able to ice skate or rollerblade because like I've never given it a chance. Like I go to do it and it's like I feel like I'm gonna fall and then I just don't do it. It wasn't until I started skateboarding that I managed to push myself to like be comfortable with balancing like that, but then I never went back to rollerblading or anything. And here's the thing, it wasn't rollerblading, it was just roller skating. So it wasn't even like blading, it was skating with the 4 wheels, and I still was like, oh, I can't do this. I was such a little scaredy cat. I didn't want to fall over. That's how Tim is. He's afraid of roller skates. Yeah, I like was so afraid to fall over as a kid, so I've never really tried. But here's the thing, I've always had really good balance growing up. So it's weird because I feel like if I were to actually go and roller skate, I've always had really good balance. So I don't know, it's funny how I like never tried it, but I think if I were to like get over my fear of falling over, I would actually be a pretty decent roller skater or ice skater or whatever. So that's funny, right? All right, we need a water basin. But alas, I never got over the fear. Again, I did get over the fear of falling off a skateboard, but but only a couple times. It only took a couple times, a couple spills off a skateboard for me to be like, I hate this. My poor skin. Oh no, I just destroyed dude's home. Oops. Dang it. Somebody, Golduck's homeless now. Frick. Well, hopefully it doesn't lower my environment level. It actually could. Like, we could see the computer, the environment level go down from that. We're gonna find out together. It probably won't, but because I just got environment level 10 here, I'm like a little worried. Okay. Boo, 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 boo. Cute. Open air bath habitat. That's actually not what I was trying to build. But that's cute. I'm actually trying to take it to the next level and add this water basin next to it. Now I got what I want. A harmonious hot spring. And this is the reason this is better. So I want to teach you guys this. You see how this is a common Pokemon here? You see this? But take a look when I go over to this habitat. All right, so let's take a look at if I go over here, though. He's a double star rare. So sometimes a Pokemon can have multiple habitats. In this case, we have 3. But they're increasingly more rare depending on the habitat, or decreasingly rare. So in this case, you're going to have a way higher chance to get a Politoed if you build the Harmonious Hot Spring than you are than building this one right here. So now I don't technically even need this stage anymore because I'm going to get this Harmonious Hot Spring Politoed instead, most likely. What's up? The humidifier item came from the Skylands, Mary Rose. It was in a building over by the gym in the Sparkling Skylands. If you need, I can show you. There's actually 2 in that area. They're both inside of buildings that have like yellow bricks that are kind of broken down and dilapidated. And again, if you need any help with me showing you, I can do that. Right, so even though a Mon can have multiple habitats, they have a preferred habitat. Exactly. Aelith, you hit the nail on the head. I didn't even think of that. All right, we need a tub and we need a bucket of tools, which we don't have, but we can go take a picture of. And then we can craft the tub, I think. I believe I can craft the tub. Can I not craft the tub? So I can take a picture of that as well then? And they're both in the same place, so that's fine. So let's head over, let's do one more trip to the Skylands. Yeah, maybe I can I'll check the Poke Center when I get there. Good call. Having a hard time getting Onyx out of where he's at. Do I need to attack him to get out? So the story's gonna help you get him out. So if you found Onyx before the story led you there, you have to wait and come back later. That's what happened to me. So if you're trying to get Onyx free, but you haven't had the story tell you to go find Onyx, don't do that yet. But if, I'm not sure where you're at, but just making sure. So otherwise, once the story tells you to go get Onyx, then all you have to do is punch the bricks to like the left of where he's at. We'll catch you later, dude. Thank you for popping in, Katrina. And seriously, thank you for putting together that charity and just doing dope things with your time, and I really do think that's worth saying thank you. So I couldn't get out exactly my thoughts there, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say. Because that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. All right, cleaning supplies. And then I have a tub over here. Bum ba ba bum ba ba bum bum ba ba bum 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 ba bum bum bum. Do 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 do. I messed it up. I need him to build. Yeah, the story will take you to Onyx at some point. So you might just keep doing story quest. And if you guys don't know, I believe story quest or quests that you have to do are lined in red. So when you go to your request page, if you see anything outlined in like an orangish red, that's a story quest. I believe that's how the game works. That's a story quest. Now, I have a different cleaning supplies. It's called a bath time set. Frick. I thought I had it for a second. Dang it. All right, let's check these recipes real quick, though. All right, let me buy this rare Poke Metal while I'm here. No, it must be a recipe that I have to find out in the world. That's okay. That's why we're gonna 3D print these bad boys. They look really similar. They do. They do. That's why we're about to 3D print these bad boys. Let's go, baby. I'm overwhelmed with Pokopia. Should I work through the story quest first? I would recommend if you're feeling overwhelmed. And then Hanabi, that'll help you kind of ignore all the extra stuff that might be overwhelming you. The advice or the words that I've been giving to people who have been in your exact position, and it's not just you, and hopefully that makes you feel a little better as well, is you have to kind of set your own pace with this game. So you do have to kind of shut out the things you don't want to interact with, and you do have to kind of focus up a little bit. So I would recommend just focusing on one thing at a time, whatever that thing may be. And to answer your question, yeah, just go with the story. It is a good way to kind of just ignore the overwhelming feeling. Just go with the story. That'll kind of help lead you to where you want to be. And hopefully that takes that, eases that overwhelming feeling that, again, you're totally not alone feeling that way. This game does overwhelm, dude. It really does. It's charming, but it does kind of throw a lot at you. Yeah, so. Yeah, or just run in a circle and scream. Yeah. Yes, that is an option. That is an option. All right, let's do this. Let's do this last habitat here. And then why don't we build one of the altars? Let's do this last habitat, and then let's build one of the altars. Let's take a break from habitat building. So we just need a tub in front of some cleaning supplies. This place is such a mess, dude. I love it so much. I love the way I'm playing the game right now. I'm obsessed. Squeaky clean habitat. All right, we got our Poliwag available to spawn. All right, sick. All right, sick. Let's go ahead and grab one of these altars and some materials, and let's build another one. Let's do the ice altar this time. And in order to do this, we are going to require a bunch of extra bricks. So we're going to do white rock again. It should be enough. And then we should go around and check our shops and stuff. And dude, why don't we set up our market district? We have enough trade Pokemon in this area for about 3 trades. So we'll set up a market district as well. Just a functional, nothing design friendly, just a functional market district would be cool. All right, so, all right, I have everything I need right now, I think. It's organized chaos. All right, so let's go this way. And why don't we build it? Why don't we build it over here? So we're going to have to flatten this area out a little bit. I'm thinking the easiest way to do this is going to be on this tier right here. So first, let's put down the freezing chambers kit. Scoot over a little bit more. All right, this should be good. So now we have to clear everything inside of it. I'm not sure if you have to clear the flowers and stuff. Is there something to do in the power plant after you found Zapdos, or is it kind of useless? It's kind of useless slash just a decoration, but I suppose I could do more with it. And to give you just a couple examples, I could turn it into a place where I give electric Pokemon homes. I could turn it into a big warehouse where I do storage. So functionally, I think there's still some stuff you could do with that building. There is enough space in there for me to like turn it into a base, a home, a storage place, so on and so forth. But I don't think there's like a ton going on there. I think otherwise it's just kind of like sitting around, right? You do? Okay, that's what I thought. Let's get all this stuff cleared up. Yeah, so it is kind of, yeah, the way you worded it is fair. Like it is technically kind of useless afterwards. Yeah, technically. All right, let's actually pick up some flowers and take them with us. Yeah, but you could actually turn, right, see, so Flodarian's hitting the nail on the head. You could turn it into an actual power plant, and that could be the source of all the electricity. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. That's my new power plant, and that's going to be the source of all the electricity in the area. That is such a fun idea, dude. That is such a fun idea. I could literally turn that into my source of electricity in the game. That's cool. That's a fun idea. I like that. Yeah, you could do a bunch of mini generators. I mean, whatever, you know? That could be sick. A bunch of mini generators, and then you could like... I don't know what I would do. Put water mills around it, furnaces inside, windmills on top. Yeah, it could be pretty cool. So I know once you unlock Porygon, it is going to change how you approach electricity unless you're role-playing. So Porygon gives us Wi-Fi electricity. I don't know how it works, but what I'm going to assume is every electrical providing device after you unlock Porygon is going to have a radius that it provides electricity without any power poles. So it'll just have a radius, and power poles don't have to be connected to stuff. So like, for example, I guess if I took a power pole from there and I brought it here, then anything around the power pole would be powered, right? The Wi-Fi for the distance from the building and inside regular burning generators. So wait, is the Wi-Fi like a separate device? Does anybody want to kind of explain how it works for me? So is the Wi-Fi like its own device? It's not just like an ability you turn on and off, maybe? I don't know. I don't know how it... I'm going to figure it out eventually. We got the setup for Porygon, so... I'm overthinking, but I'm so curious how it works. We'll get there, though. This game is so deep, dude, yeah? It's the same idea as the light poles. Okay, cool. So you put an item down, and that item provides a radius of electricity. Perfect. It's the same idea. So there still is going to be a thing you have to put down in the world to provide that Wi-Fi. Now, here's the cool part. People said you can hide them underground, chat. Yeah, so what people are doing is they're putting the power poles underground, and they still provide a radius of electricity. So you can like, it's like you're running fiber optics. It's like you're running fiber optics lines or something. Dude, Gil, when? Did you find your first? Dude, did you, dude? I haven't yet. Wait, we haven't gone to our dream island today. Oh, thanks for the reminder. That's what you're doing right now. You've been burying them 2 tiles under near windmills and watermills. Dude, nice. Congrats, man. Yes, that's a secret in the game, dude. The Dream Islands have a big secret hiding in them. And, oh, we got a mysterious slate. Speaking of, literally, Avenger just mentioned. It's probably the difference then. The utility poles need a line of sight. Oh, that's exactly the difference. It's just line of sight. Daza, it's probably the same radius and everything. It's probably literally just no line of sight required. You might have just hit the nail on the head there, yeah. That makes sense. Okay, I got my outline. First, we're going to start off with destructing. Let's get some food, though. All right. Congrats, man. Congrats. Hype in the chat for sure. Oh, so Neo says you might still need some form of line of sight. But then how are people putting it in the ground? So maybe, Neo, you're probably just experiencing the radius more so than the line of sight. Because it does sound like you can just put them underground. Found the humidifier? Sick. Congrats. Do 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 do. Graveler will make short work of this project. Good job, Graveler. We're just making short work of this flattening project. All right, let's stop for a meal real quick. Do, 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 do. Oh, you meant from power pole to power pole, Neo. I thought you were saying from item to power pole. Okay. Well, yeah, there is a difference there, right? That makes sense. Yeah, Lily Tazi. So here's what I recommend, Lily Tazi, without spoiling too much for you, okay? Here's what I recommend. Every day you can go to a new Dream Island, and every one of those Dream Islands are likely going to have 2 cave entrances. Now listen, I'm not talking about the amount of caves. Sometimes the caves can go very deep. I'm talking entrances, usually 1 or 2 every Dream Island. And what you should be doing is every time you visit a Dream Island, looking for those 2 cave entrances and exploring them fully. That's what you need to know. All right, and keep in mind, you can revisit Dream Islands. All right, you can revisit Dream Islands. That is an option. So, but you can only go to one different one every day. So you can always just go back if you feel like you maybe didn't explore enough or something. After we get this built, we're gonna actually go to our Dream Island today. I forgot. It'd be cool if you checked out the book for the book club this month. It's basically like reading a video game. Nice. What is it called? So have you all finally, is the poll over? Is book club decided this month? When you say explore, do you mean bust a bunch of blocks? No. So, and now this is a little spoilery, but I'll go ahead and say what I think. So when a Pokemon is hidden in the Dream Island, you don't have to do any digging to find it. That's what I've learned. So it's just find 2 cave entrances and explore them fully. And every once in a while, one of those caves is going to be way bigger and deeper than you think. And the only thing you're going to have to destroy are obvious blocks that lead, right? Like, you know what I'm saying by that? You know how sometimes you find those dirt blocks that are very obviously like a pathway? Yeah, like you are going to have to destroy those like very obvious, like, okay, this is a tunnel somewhere. You'll do a little bit of digging, but my point is that you're not going to need to be digging like through the cliff. Like, you're not going to have to go to the Dream Island and do this to find the secrets. You're not going to need to do this, like in a random wall. Like, no. Like, if there is a secret Pokemon in a cave, it's very accessible. You just need to explore the full cave. And you will see him in the, like, you will just reach him like naturally. You're not going to just have to like punch a bunch of blocks blindly and hope, right? That is a really good question because I was wondering the same thing. I was wondering, like, am I going to have to like sit here and like destroy everything to like make this work? Yeah, it's very obvious, I'm pretty sure. When I found mine, both cave entrances weren't on the island. I genuinely thought I had a dream island without caves. It just so happened that I was digging ore with Graveler and fell into a cave, and I believe sometimes caves generate without full access. Okay, I mean, I'm gonna take your word for it, Dazza, because this game is not data mined, and we don't have, like, answers yet. So yeah, I mean, I 100% believe that. So every video that I've watched about it has made it sound like it's very accessible and like very easy to pull off. So yeah, the videos could just not really be fully right. Because again, a lot of people are trying to make content around this game and they're making a ton of bold assumptions. And we're seeing a lot of that happening where like people are going out and making videos and saying like, oh, this is how this works. And it's like, actually, that's how it worked for you. So thank you for speaking up, dude, because now we know, like, you might actually have to do some digging. Now, I am going to say this, though, to go back to Cozy's question. It's honestly pretty rare, everybody. From what I've heard, it's some good RNG, baby. Like, here's my belief right now of how this works. You could go months without ever seeing a legendary Pokemon. Like, specifically on Dream Islands. Like, it is of my current understanding that you could go literal months without ever running into one of these special islands. I don't have a lot to support this theory, but that is the vibe I've gotten from the game. It might as well as be a form of shiny hunting. This is why I've been telling you all, you need to be checking your Dream Islands every single day. Because, like, there is a chance that you are just not going to see these creatures. And it's going to take you a while. And you're going to have to do some grinding. And you're going to have to visiting these islands all the time. So, now, I've seen people who have been time traveling to hunt it. You guys can time travel to hunt this down, by the way. It's really easy. You just time travel to the next day. Go to the next Dream Island. And I have seen people time travel and get it in literal their second island. I also saw somebody time travel and they didn't get it after 50 resets. So, I mean, I'm just giving you guys information. I can tell you right now, I've gone to a Dream Island about 7 times now, maybe 8. And I have yet to find anything extra special, but I wasn't digging as much as Dazabound said, and I wasn't digging as much as Gilwen said. Here's the funny part about that. Both of you found the same Pokemon. What if one of them is really deep? What if one of them is really easy, and what if one of them is hidden in a different way? Think about that. What if like the Entei one is just like really deep because he's like supposed to be like by lava, you know? And whereas, like, I've seen what it looks like to stumble across Suicune. And it's really, like, I'm talking, he's, like, right in front of your face. You, like, walk down this pathway, and you just, like, see him. He's just, like, there. I saw it on a video. So, like, that's why I assumed that it was as easy for all of them. My thought is that there may be story locked. That could be true. What are you trying to build? You want to see what it's going to look like? You want to see, guys? You ready? Watch this. This is what I'm building. The Frozen chambers. The frozen chambers. Let's go. Let's do it. All right. I need 10 crystals, 50 ice, 50 ice. I knew ice was going to be useful, and I only have like 5 blocks. Oh, man. I only have like 5 blocks of ice, and I knew ice was going to be useful. I've only ever found a little bit on a dream island. I found like a little morsel on a dream island, dude. I did farm it, but it was like a morsel. It was like 5 pieces. Oh no, I'm gonna go look. I'll show you how much I have right now. Ice is in the Skylands? Oh, okay. Ice is in the Skylands? There's also ice behind the first waterfall? Oh wait, there's some here to farm is what you're saying. Oh, okay. All right, let me drop off all this stuff. Can you print more? I could print more. I was thinking that. In theory, I could print more. Yeah, you can take pictures of blocks. Yeah, in theory, I could actually print more. I was considering that, yeah. What's up, Pandamochium? I don't think we need to, though. It sounds like you can get it in the overworld, and I just haven't found it. It sounds like you can get it in the overworld, and I just haven't found it. There we go. All right, another block chest. Another day, another block chest. Can I see you print? Yeah, somebody else was asking about the printer as well. So all you do to print stuff is you take a picture, everybody. You open up the camera. You press the Y button. It activates object mode. How do you know you're in object mode? Down here. Landscape mode, object mode. Once you're in object mode, anything that can be copied will have a label. You can take a picture of a mirror. You can take a picture of a sink. You can take a picture of anything. Once you take a picture of something, you go to the Poke Center, to the machine to the left of the entrance. This picture, and again, it has to be in object mode. It has to be a resource picture. You can go to your album, and if you look up top and press L and R, you go under references. A reference picture is required to copy an item. You can copy basically anything in the game, from trees to barrels to Persian's ass. That's right. And what you do is you go over to this machine and you click this button and you say make a copy. Once I click what item I want copied, it asks me what resources I want to use or how many of that resource that I need. I press yes, the item copies, I take it out of the machine, done. That's simple. How'd you get the print machine? Just by building your first Poke Center. As soon as you build your first Poke Center, it's just sitting there waiting for you. And every Poke Center has one to be used. So pretty straightforward stuff. Can I ask when you unlock object mode? I'm probably right when you unlock the Poke Center because my camera's had object mode since the very beginning of the game. So if yours doesn't, I'm not too sure why. It's free. It's not free. In order to copy something, it requires either Pokemetal or rare Pokemetal. It will be costing a material, and Pokemetal and rare Pokemetal is not easy to come by necessarily, so you are going to be paying for copying items for sure. Whoops, excuse me. I'm really sorry. I only just got my legs, so I'm not used to walking yet. Wait, you don't have any legs? Whoa, how'd you do? What? Did they just grow? And you're walking around just like that. Your legs just came in and you're already walking around like a pro. That's so cool. How much Pokemetal for Persian's ass? For Poliwag, swimming is easier than walking. The swirl pattern on its belly is actually part of the Pokemon's innards showing through the skin. Gross. Ew. I didn't want to see Poliwag's guts today. Nasty. The only thing I've seen so far is Ho-Oh flying over Drifloon Island. And I was like, what's happening? Sometimes I hear strange Pokemon calls on Drifloon Island, but I've never seen anything, only hear it calling. Oh, Raymonds. What's up, Dr. Roxo? Yeah, printing gets pretty expensive. That's why I didn't do it to show it off, because I've done a bunch of printing today, and I'm not trying to do any more. So yeah, you just have to go back into the VOD if you want to see some of the printing in action. But it's step by step exactly what I just described, so it's pretty cool. And again, you can copy almost anything in the game. So I have 41 blocks of ice. Wait, how much did I need? I'm 9 away. I think I needed 50. Dang it, I'm so close. What else did I need? I needed crystals. 10 crystals. I don't know what else I needed. Let's go. Poliwag's innards was not on the agenda today. Poliwag is based off of a glass frog. Really? I didn't know the lore behind Poliwag. Oh yeah, stone. It's just stone. All right, so we just need to go farm up 9 ice. And apparently I can farm it up in Pallet Town behind a waterfall. Yeah, is that true? Right over here, I saw a waterfall cave over here, but this might not be the one. Let's go explore a little bit. Let's go see if we can figure out what was being said. I know there's a little secret back here, but... Oh, here it is, the ice. Ooh. Ooh. All right, don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. You know, I've been down here, but I forgot about this. Don't mind if I do. I actually want to pick up the whole crystal and move it. Got it. Crystal clusters will come in handy for some super fancy decorating later. Yeah, sick. That'll be super nice later. That's a big mansion? It sure is, dude. All right, that's enough. Let's go get our stone. Let's go get our stone from the chest. What are we doing for a home for Cubone and Marowak? I want to keep them together. I don't know. That's a cute idea, though. Question about the event. For Hop Up and its evolutions, how do I get Skiploom and Jumplup? Yo, Noodle is. So you just have to do some designing, and I can show you right now. You down? I got your back. You ready? So, if I go over to the Habitat Dex, this is it. This will spawn them all in. And apparently Jumplup is very rare and people are struggling a little bit, so I encourage you to get the Mall Slacks buff if you're that far in the game. But yeah, this is it. So just 4 dandelions together. Now, there could be a couple other habitat dexes for the event that I haven't discovered yet that maybe increase the chance for Jumplup to spawn. But so far, this is the only one I've discovered, so... I did a whole decoration project and nothing else happened, so I think that's it. There is a better habitat. Ah, nice. See, I had a feeling there was a better habitat. Yeah, see, there's probably a better one for a higher chance to get a Jumpluff. I just haven't discovered it yet. I can post the event habitats. Yeah, post them in Pokopia for us in the channel. So the chat can take advantage if they wish. So I've discovered that I'm pretty sure movement speed wise, the fastest way to move on land is Graveler. The fastest way to move in the water. So here's the tiers of movement speed. Graveler is the fastest movement speed in the game. Lapras is the second fastest movement speed in the game. Dragonite is the third, and Magnemite's the 4th. So while Magnemite is the most OP, for some reasons he's the slowest. And while you have, you know, you can fly over water, you would actually rather be swimming over water because it's faster to swim. So there still is a reason to be using Lapras and Graveler, because if you're trying to get from point A to point B and you have ground under your feet, Graveler is the fastest. And if you're trying to get from point A to point B and you have water under your feet, Lapras is way faster. And then Dragonite would be next after, and then Magnemite. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I've been thinking hard about that, and I think that's important. All right, let's get Tink, Tyranitar, Pelipper, and Poliwag here. Now, the funny thing is I didn't think about this, but how the frick am I going to get these Pokemon here? They can't swim. I'm going to have to build a quick land bridge. Even though I already saw this start, it's so much better playing it myself. Aw, dude, welcome in here, man. I'm so happy for you. Is it the same for the normal game? I opened the mine so far, and sometimes on the mine map and in the base, I can hear a Pokemon call. Oh, I don't know, man. That very well could be going on. You could be hearing something legendary. Move your house and teleport to it. Oh, there's a summon all button on the menu. What does that mean? Ooh, Kadabra. Sorry, I'm meditating right now. Think you could give me some space? Oh, actually, I'm pretty new to this area and still getting my bearings, so it'd mean a lot if we could be friends. Go back to the build and click the plus button. No effing way. No effing... Now, do they have to be following me, Pants? Or can I just summon anything there? It possesses strong mental capabilities, but its psychic powers are halved, so it's not holding a silver spoon. Its psychic powers is halved when it's not holding a silver spoon. Let's go back to the build and see what that button does. Ah, lava. Do. Make a request to all. Yeah, I think they have to be following you, and then you can like summon them to you, maybe? What is that? I've never even read that option. Man, I need to do more reading. What? That's a thing? Here's the problem, though. If I get over there and they're following me, they're going to stop following me because they can't get to me unless I go really fast. So let's do some testing real quick. Tinkmaster, come with me. Right? Because what's going to happen is I'm going to get over there and they're going to stop following me because they're not going to be able to reach me. So maybe I just have to be really fast. Which does make this weird, but... They need to be closer to you to help. Oh, okay. I understand what that is. Okay, well, it was still super cool to investigate. We're learning science here. All right, okay. I understand what that is now. I get it. All right, well, Tinkmaster, let's go get some bricks because we're going to build you a bridge all the way to our new area. It's time for a land bridge, baby. It's time for a land bridge, baby. Dude, somebody posted a picture in the Pokopia Discord where they set up a bathhouse and then all the Pokemon ran over and started using it. Have you all seen that picture in the Discord? Do a lift. Ooh, I might have the materials for a lift. Good call. That's fun. That sounds way more fun than anything I was gonna do. Dang it, I need a little bit more concrete. Oh man, what a time to run out of concrete. I guess we really should be getting concrete cooking though. So maybe this was our wake-up call. Maybe this was our wake-up call to get concrete spinning here. Where's my concrete machines at? I believe we have some in here. All right. Yeah, this is our wake-up call. We really shouldn't be having zero concrete. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Place that back. And then let's just do some concrete farming right over here. So I think concrete just has to be in a little water spot. It doesn't have to be much. All right, and then put this water in here. And then boom, boom. Throw in that. Throw in that. And then let's go find Tyranitar. Says he's around here somewhere. There he is. You can make the Poke Lifts. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're making the Poke Lifts. Yeah, somebody UMT suggested it, and I'm totally doing it. I need 3 more pieces of concrete, stupidly enough, because I just haven't at all set up a concrete farm yet. So we're gonna go ahead and get Tyranitar to get us 3 pieces of concrete. It shouldn't take long at all. He said, "Well, now just let me leave this to me." Yeah, get to crushing, baby. Get to crushing, baby. Let's see how long this takes. What the heck, man? Aren't you a Tyranitar? Why is it about to take you 8 years to crush this? Oh, nice. We have to make these lifts anyways. Does holding a party do anything? No, I think holding a party is just like a fun thing. To my understanding. Like, I think it increases happiness and environment level and stuff like that, maybe, like comfort level. But I think it is just like an extra thing. Boop, 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 boop. All right, drop off that stuff. Clear my inventory out here. Nice. 5 sets of connected lifts is a lot. But like I'm here for it. But that's a lot, right? You had 7? Yeah, I need 3 more. We got 7 cement. We need 3 more. It won't take too long. It feels like it's going to take a while, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine once he starts getting going there. So I'm going to leave Tinkatunk for now. And we're going to go to our dream island and we'll come back and finish this up. We'll just take a breather. We'll come back. Oh, Pokemon do use the lifts. Pokemon do use the lifts. I can confirm that. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I can show you over on the Skylands. They use them automatically. I saw my Gardevoir get on one and go down back to the main area by herself from the Silphco. She did it all by herself, so they don't have to be following you to use the lifts. Yeah, and the elevator as well. I can confirm that. I finally saw it happen with my own eyes. I finally saw it happen with my own eyes. Oh, wow, it's 1 to 4. Oh, wow, it's 1 to 4. We just needed... I'm so glad we didn't leave. Yes, I didn't know it was 1 to 4. Nice. All right, we got 2 lifts coming up. Boom, boom. All right, let's roll. Dude, I love the idea of putting this lift here. What a good call out, man. I'm so excited. Hey, a muck. A marsh fishing spot. Getting a little mucky with it. Now, I do have to create some form of straight path. Do you guys think I can go from over here? Do you think it has the range to go from here to there? Or is that too far? Because I could, or I have to build a quick little outcrop, which is fine. It won't be too long. Let's try. It can be a little angled. Oh, really? I thought it had to be straight on. I guess you're right. There was a little bit of an angle before. All right, let's try. We'll be able to know right away because it shows you the lines. So you don't have to guess too much here. Yeah, I don't think this looks like it's... Oh, there it is! Got it! Nice! Suckers! Let's go, dude! So, mother truckers... Ah! Wait a second! All right, we might want to do something about that. All right, it worked almost. What's up, Kirby? Welcome back today, buddy. It worked almost, but that's good enough. That is good enough. All right, let's bring 5 at a time. 5 Pokemon at a time. Do. Follow me, dog. All right, let's go over here. Look at everyone using my poor hot spring because for some reason the water glitched out and wasn't filling up the whole thing because it's just buggy sometimes. I've played enough video games that it doesn't bother me, but it is weird. All right, Raichu. We'll eventually fix the water there. You know, again, this place is all about function, not aesthetics. So ignore my ugly looks. Here come the boys. Here come the boys. This game's so silly, dude. I never thought I'd be playing a game like this in the Pokemon universe. I never thought I would be playing a game like this in the Pokemon universe. It's so crazy, dude. It's so absolutely bonkers, man. It's so silly. All right, we still need a water type, right? And then what else? And a flyer. Long overdue, long overdue. All right, let's just take it back for fun and see if it's broken on the way back still. Oh, nice. Nintendo, are you playing for the first time? I hope these giant buildings aren't eyesores. Kerbu, I mean, I can show you the one and you can share your opinion. Here you go. You ready? I present to you the power plant, the abandoned power plant. I'd say it's pretty nice. I don't think it's an eyesore at all. I think it's exactly what it is in a power plant. Now, maybe you wouldn't want it right next to your build or something. You might want to have this somewhere away from your main base. And I'm pretty sure just like every kit, you can move it. You can move every building in the game. Every kit can be moved. So you could totally move it after you build it, which is what I might end up doing, to be fair. The stacks being neon is a choice. I agree. I don't know. Wait, Wait, what? Or wait, what did I just get? Wait, did I just get a regular Pikachu habitat? Was I right about my guess? Dude, I had a guess that regular Pikachu was in the game. Dude, I wasn't paying attention. Which one was it? Was that a Raichu? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Which one was it? Somebody go back in the VOD. It'll show it in your Pokedex? Really? Are you sure? Sounded like Raichu? Dang, was it Raichu? I looked at it so fast. No, Raichu has one... Dude, no, it was... Dude, it was not right. Dude, Raichu has one thing, and I'm telling you, I know what Raichu looks like, dude. Who's that Pokemon? It's Pikachu! Like, you don't think I'm a Pokemon fan my whole life, dude? What are y'all trying to tell me? It's not Pikachu. Don't even get me started over here, man. Y'all trying to pretend like I haven't been playing Pokemon since literally it conception. And y'all trying to tell me it's not Pikachu. Like, I know what I saw, dog. Oh my gosh, y'all trying to tell me I'm wrong, dude. Look at 1 out of 2. One out of 2. Where's my 5 gifted subs? All y'all that told me I was wrong, where's my 5 gifted subs at? Dazabound 5-pack. Who else? Who else owes me 5 gifted here? Yo, Kerbu, where's my 5-pack? Who else? Who else owes me 5 gift? That's 10 subs right there. Let's go. Cough them up. Wow, I wasn't sure regular Pikachu was in the game. I wasn't sure regular Pikachu was in the game.
This is epic.
Thank you, Pyro Chick, for the pity 5. Thank you so much. Nah, cough him up. Cough him up. Sounded like Raichu, he said. It sounded like Raichu, though. Can we go back in time? Let's go see this. Look at that. Look at that message right there. Can we get a copy pasta going? Yo, it sounded like Raichu, though. It sounded like 5 gifted subs is what it sounded like. That's what it sounded like. 5 gifted subs. That's what anyways. Rarely do y'all see me get riled up, so I hope that was fun. Rarely do y'all see me get riled up. I hope that was fun. I hope that was fun. We're just being silly. Here's your 5-pack. Deserved. 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 Guess what? It's a quiz game. You in? Yeah, sure. Yes, it's okay. It's quiz time. What is Curlia's most favorite flavor? She's dry. No, I knew it was sweet. I swear, but dude, that's so cool. I for real didn't know for sure if Pikachu was actually in the game, and I guess that's silly of me. I know somebody just said in this chat like, no way they were gonna leave Pikachu out. And you know, I honestly do understand that. Like, I guess you're pretty right about that. Like, why would they leave Pikachu out? I didn't know for sure. And then once I saw regular Snorlax, I got a bunch of hope. Because I was like, wait a second, if there's a regular Snorlax, then there could be a regular Pikachu, right? Because those two are the ones that got the variant forms. Yo, enjoy your lurk wildly, Silver. Also, what's up, Emma Floating Rupees? You find Pokemon out and about in this game? Sure, you have to build habitats for them. Does that mean regular Tink? So I think Tinkaton and Greedent are less regional forms and more just like quirky versions. I don't think we're going to see a regular Tink. I don't think we're going to see a regular Greedent. I don't think we're going to see a regular tan growth. I think those three are going to stay the same, if I had to guess. Also, thank you for the gifted Stevie Bats to It's Raichu! Can you tell me where the post-game door is? I just finished the Pokedex. It's over in the Skylands. It's hidden over in the Skylands in the top northwest island. Go to the Skylands to the northwest island and you'll find you have to dig a little bit. It's a little bit hidden. I can show you directly if you're struggling to find it though. F you, buddy. Oh, did I not grab 5? Did I not grab 5? I didn't grab 5. I thought I grabbed 5. Okay, we have to do an odd number now. What's the door in the wasteland then? The door in the wasteland eventually just gets unlocked. I'm gonna be real, the door in the wasteland's a little bit of a disappointment. So I'll just go ahead and I'll disappoint you now. The door that's blocked in the wastelands just leads to the Skylands. It's just another path there. This was like slightly disappointing for me because I was really expecting another area. And it turns out it's just the same. It's just another entrance to the Skylands. So sorry, I'll let you down lightly here, but the door that's blocked in the wastelands is literally nothing. Sorry. Are there any Pokemon you always think of as a boy or a girl? Yeah, sure. I always look at Squirtle as a boy because as a kid, he was like my bro. I always naturally look at Pikachu as a girl usually, even though there's like a distinct difference for that Pokemon, so it's easier to know which one is which. Otherwise, I've always looked at like Pidgey as a boy. Yeah, my brain does default genders for some Pokemon, especially because genders weren't that relevant in Gen 1. So you have to realize that as a Gen 1 baby, genders didn't really matter, so you didn't really pay attention to that. It wasn't until they got into like the Pokemon breeding and the eggs that genders actually mattered. And then that's when like we started paying attention. So as somebody who started off in Gen 1, I never even thought about Pokemon as genders. I instead would just naturally gender them based off of my interactions. Right? And of course, as a boy, most of my Pokemon were boys. They were my boys, you know what I mean? So yeah, it wasn't until later that I started even thinking about Pokemon differently. Now, we're talking 20 years ago, so obviously I've started thinking about Pokemon that way now, and I definitely have more, like, of an idea of like how the game works. But the point I was trying to make is, I think nowadays I don't do that as often because I understand the mechanics, and I just don't do that as often. But you'll still catch me every once in a while, just automatically drop a gender on a Pokemon. Like I was doing it with Pikachu in the story until people told me otherwise. So you'll still see me all the time just accidentally be like, oh, like treat a Pokemon as a certain gender. Season 1 of Pokemon. Season 1, if a Pokemon was a diva you knew, diamond Pokeballs and pink Butterfrees. Yeah, Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen makes sense, right? Nidoqueen and Nidoking were like easy ones. Dude, I'm still laughing about that. That was a beautiful interaction. I rarely ever get riled up. I just wanted to have some fun. I do hope y'all enjoyed that. Obviously, I was being silly, and I don't actually care about being right or wrong, but sometimes it's fun. That was so fun, dude. All right, because we have Tink Master, we are going to be able to do this in an hour instead of a day. And yeah, we're going to go back to our new Pokemon. What's up, Blank? Dude, thanks for sticking with us today, dude. Also, thank you all for hitting that like button. We are well on our way to 50 likes, so I appreciate y'all. All right, so normally these buildings take a whole day to build, but if you use Tank Master, they cut down to a whole hour. So Just a heads up, if you are going to be building these massive altars and stuff, then you want to have Tinkmaster with you, because then you can do all of them in one day if you really wanted. I'm actually still only doing one a day because I'm just not rushing the game. Plus, I don't even know how many materials I have for all this stuff. So, but yeah, you can do them in an hour. I'm so glad that we got rewarded with Tinkmaster. Yeah, Tinkmaster, somebody said it earlier. Tinkmaster feels like time traveling, and it's great. It's like in-game, built-in time traveling. Isn't that like the best thing ever? It's in-game, built-in time traveling for players who don't time travel. Right? Like, it's like they were literally saying, okay, you know what? Those of you that don't time travel, you're going to be rewarded. And those of you that do, well, you're going to be rewarded. Like, they basically just said, no matter what kind of player you are, you're going to be able to interact with this game in a certain way. And like, I think that's really cool. I really like it a lot. Yeah, and there's only one engineer. Has anybody found any other engineer in the game by chance? Has anybody found another engineer? I think Tinkmaster's the only one that I know of. So it might be the only Pokemon to do that special. There could be another though. All right, let's head over to, let's go do our Dream Island. Was there anything I needed to do for someone? No, I think we're good. Oz, if you still need me to show you the door, I can. That was the thing I was thinking. All right, well, for those of you that just tuned in, we just finished starting the production on the Frozen Altar, the Frozen Shrine or whatever, which is going to give us a new legendary as well as a new awesome building to look at. And while we're doing that, we're going to go do our daily balloon, our daily, I don't know why I said balloon, Drifloon, our daily island here. And I found out yesterday that apparently Clefairy actually takes you to a mountain biome, and that's the one I haven't done that yet. So I think I've done everything except for Clefairy now. And the substitute doll, but I heard the substitute doll is just random, just like Ditto. Right? Like that's what I heard, that Ditto and the substitute doll are the same. I don't know if that's real. But I don't think I've gone to Clefairy yet, so I kind of want to try Clefairy. Correct? Okay. How many types of doll are there? There's Ditto and Substitute. Then Clefairy takes you to a mountain. Arcanine takes you to a volcano. Pikachu takes you to an electric beach. It's supposed to be the Bleak Beach. Eevee takes you to a withered wasteland, which is the first area. And Dragonite takes you to a Skyland, which is the last area. So they all have their own areas attached to them. So you do want to pay attention. Now, here's the cool part. It tells you before you go in what kind of materials you can find there. So now I know I'm going to the Rock Peak for the first time, and I'm going to find an abundance of copper. I'm going to find an abundance of mushrooms, and I'm going to find an abundance of limestone. So you do have a light idea of like the resources you're going to be collecting there before you go, which is super nice. Let's go. This is the last. So I think I've been to every one now. And I've been to a couple more than once. Because my Ditto, the first day I did it, I did Ditto and it took me to the Withered Wastelands. And then the second day I did it, sorry, other way around. The first one I did was Eevee. And then I did Ditto the day 2, and guess where it took me? The Wastelands. So it kind of screwed me because my first 2 Dream Islands were both Wastelands. And I didn't realize what was going on. So it wasn't until the 3rd Dream Island, which was the 4th day of gameplay, keep in mind I didn't do that stuff day 1, that I was finally able to go to something new and try something different out. So we're here to collect cotton so that we can buy more of the event item. And then we're here to hunt down maybe to see if there's any secrets here. And then we're here to maybe get some copper. And because I'm told that I might need to do some digging more often, that we're going to do a little bit of mining while we're here. Do 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 do. Boo boo boo. Do 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 do. Oh, I forgot to go to the Pokemon at the fishing spot. Frick. And the chat reminded me. I know what Pokemon it is too. It's a good one. It's rare. All right, hopefully it's still there when I get back. I've only ever had Pokemon leave when the night changes. So I think it might still be there when I get back. We'll see. You found an island with a ton of Pokemetal? Same. I've ran into a lot of Pokemetal as well. I think it's the... It might be the Arcanine. I can't remember. That might be the Skyland one. One of them definitely has an abundance of Pokemetal, and I think they even tell you that. Also, they each have different buildings with different loot in the buildings. And that's also really cool, so that everyone's going to have like a different style building. Like the Dragonite one has like this really cool like Skyland style buildings, and it has like some special loot there. Ooh, 30 pieces of floof. I guess we'll take this. Why not? Are these blocks? They are. I've never seen the hay block. Or I guess I have. The game's telling me I have. Nice. My first wooden gate. I went to the Dragonite Island, got lots of Pokemetal. Yeah, I think Dragonite, because the Skylands has a lot of rare metal. So I think that's why, because the Skylands has a bunch of Pokemetal, and the islands match the in-game areas. So yeah, I'm fairly certain. Also, wasn't I looking for a bunch of pine trees and struggling? Let's actually get a couple of these. Let's grab a couple for decorating. I love me a pine tree. Also, random reject. Since you're making everything dilapidated, you could totally take these random logs and you could put these down, this driftwood, and that could make things look a little bit more dilapidated, you know? Some good old driftloom. Sorry, driftwood. Boo 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 boo. How you doing today, Femboy Deluxe? Now, I'm not terribly low on copper, but I'm still going to make a point to farm it. Just little bits here and there. I am kind of low on sand and could use more of that. Thanks for the follows coming in, y'all. Thank you again, Stevie Bats and Pyro Chick. Appreciate you, Pyro. Thanks for humoring me, chat room. Y'all are the best, man. All right. Yeah, Magnemite is a PowerPoint hog, but it's not too bad. I don't think so. I don't think he's too much of a power hog. All right, let's go in this building. Ooh, I need those lanterns. Yes. Ooh, we got a signpost. That's new. Man, that's why Dream Islands are so good. That's why they're so good. You're getting rare stuff here. Nice. I needed some of these lanterns for some stuff. I'm gonna take these doors too. Yoink. Oh, we might need this bed. We might need some tables. You know what? Oh, there's a whole TV in here. Oh, nice. Don't mind if I do. Yo, this plant. Don't mind if I do. Industrial chair. Nice. I should honestly just steal the windows while I'm at it. I should just steal everything. All right, I got my 2 cave entrances here. Let's explore. Hylian just robbing people? Yes. There's no denying it. That's exactly what's happening. I cannot even lie. I can't even front. I am, as you worded it, just robbing people. In this case, people that no longer live here and that are potentially in space. So, do I feel bad about it? Hell no. Shaniqua don't live here no more. The humans don't live here no more. Are the humans here? Hell no. Ba-da-boom. I know, Taco, I've had that same thought as well at one point. Don't even have the power for that TV. Oh, let me get some of this. Oh, we got some. Oh, we could steal these stalagmites and I could create stuff at home. Yes. We could steal the whole stalagmite and then we can create biomes at home with these. Yes. Oh, we already read. Oh, this is some old stack of grubby papers. Ooh, nice. We like a little bit of grub. Dude. So I gotta ask, for those of you like Gilwend or Dazabound, so how do you mine then? Like, do you just go to the lowest point on the island? Do you just try to level the whole? I feel like you got to go pretty deep to really find ores. Do you just go to like the lowest point in a cave and just start graveling? Like, what's your strategy for mining then? So what I've been doing is I go to like the deepest point I can and then I start there, or sometimes I even dig down a little bit and then I'll start there, because that's where you start to find the good iron and the gold and stuff. What'd it take you to go full time? So not a lot, but the thing that pushed me to full time was when I got my first $1,000. So at the time I had enough money in the bank to pay my rent for a year. And I think that's important because I wasn't worried about rent and bills. I was just worried about the future after the year. And I made my first $1,000 as a streamer because I got a bunch of support in like my 5th month of streaming. Like a bunch of people were just giving me a bunch of love and support. And a bunch of people really believed in what I was doing. Oh, frick. I wanted to keep that. There, I can get this one. So there was a bunch of people who popped in and they really believed in what I was doing. And that's a beautiful thing. And it was them believing in me that really set the pace, right? Because I was able to say to myself, like, I can do this. And making that first $1,000 really solidified it. And it really showed me like, okay, hold on a second. I'm onto something. This isn't just a side gig like I thought it was going to be. You know, I went into streaming with realistic expectations. I still have it written down, everybody. All right. I have it written down. My original expectations were by the end of the first year, I was hoping to have 10 viewers watching me regularly. And I was hoping to have made at least $20 off my content. That was literally my first goals I have written down. $20. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to be able to say I made $20 off of doing something I love. 5 months, 6 months in, I made $1,000. I said, wait a second. Wait, what's happening? And I dropped everything and I went full send. Yeah. So good question. So like, yeah, like I had super realistic expectations going into my journey. I actually fell into the cave from quite high up. I was just using Graveler on the cliffside. Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of curious, like what your style of digging was and how you guys were going about it. No, I didn't get a USB mouse. I'm gonna just buy a new one because my other one, all my USB mouses are kind of tied up. But I'll get a new one soon. Yeah, all right, cool. Thanks for the knowledge. I was just kind of curious what y'all were doing and how you were mining, and because this is kind of the mining I was doing, but I'm gonna be real, Dazabound. I'm really happy you spoke up today because I was under the impression that I was wasting my time doing this. I'm gonna be real. Like, I was doing this because of a comment you made. I was like, man, Dazabound's been digging all over the place. I bet you I need to do that. So then I was doing it, and then I started losing faith. I was like, man, I'm doing this a bunch, and I'm never finding anything. Just like Cozy this morning, right? And like, I was like, I really am not finding anything. Like, this feels like I'm not doing the right thing. Like, so I kind of like gave up mining, and instead I was just focused on just like exploring the caves and then leaving. Do 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 do. But I can tell you this much: if you go a little bit deeper here, you'll start to see some Yellowstone and stuff, right? And you'll start to see some moss. This is where you start to get some real good loot. You can start to find some good gold and some good iron pretty deep, just like you're playing Minecraft. You can find some really good stuff the deeper you go into these mountains. So we're not even deep enough yet. We need to go a little deeper. Past the yellow, past the moss. It really does remind me so much of Minecraft. Watch. So let's go a little bit deeper. Look, now we're finding we've hit Pokemetal. Right, so now we found the Pokemetal floor, and there's going to be a good amount around this layer. Again, it really does feel like Minecraft in the sense of like, there's like layers of depth, and those layers seem to have different stuff that can spawn. Right, so I feel like there is like an actual benefit to like going deep into these caves and like exploring them. Is there a bottom? There is. There's, yeah, and the bottom is a lot higher up than it would be in like a Minecraft, for example. It's not. It doesn't. The game doesn't go like infinitely deep or anything like that. But it's pretty deep. See, look at this. See, now we've made it to the Blackstone. You see this? So now that we've entered the Blackstone, now we can actually start finding gold, and we can start finding iron. That's where I see most of the Blackstone, and usually you have to dig deeper. You see? Look at iron. Iron, iron, iron. You'll start to find gold down here as well. So interestingly enough, this game does have like a layer system similar to a Minecraft. Right? It does have a layer system where you are going to find different materials at different layers. So if you are looking for something specific, you can kind of keep that in mind. So Liege, I traded to the Pokemon. So you know how Pokemon can open up trade shops? Well, every type of block is worth 10 each in a trade shop, which means it just takes one stack of this stuff to equal 1,000 trade points. So once I collect all these materials, I use them to trade every day in my daily shops. And I'm going to be setting up a market district today to do even more trading. Because the trading in the game is actually a really good way to get furniture that you might not have interacted with in the game. So you do want to be trading with Pokemon and helping them set up trading shops. Like 100%. Because like that is something that's pretty important in the game. Now we could just fast travel back to the start, but I'm actually just going to lift myself out of here. I'm actually going to just lift myself out of here, though. Try to find my way up here. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. Good afternoon. What's up, Flower Child? Hey. Honestly, should farm up the rest of this ice because I've only seen so much of it in the game, and we've learned our lesson. Hey, what's up, Nayerman, dude? Good to see you, man. Welcome back. Do, 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 do. Nice. What about Ice Tea, the game? Wait, what's good about ice in the game? Okay. So I haven't found a use for ice except for once. And it was for crafting this mega altar in Pallet Town. So otherwise I haven't found a use yet. I'm assuming maybe there's like a recipe that you can find that might be useful. Dun, 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 do, 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 do. Yeah, there might be like a recipe you can find in the game. Yeah, maybe for a cold habitat, right, stuff like that. So I definitely wouldn't overthink the ice thing. I don't think it's too important. Don't forget about the fishing rod. Yeah, I won't. Thank you. Yeah, otherwise, Liege Lion, you kind of do start to rack up a lot of this stuff, and if you're not trading with it or planning to decorate with it, it does start to become a problem. And we did kind of have a conversation about how dry alpine grass, what? Why is it saying I've never discovered this stuff? Haven't I discovered yellow grass before? Oh, because it's dry. I guess I've never picked up the dry grass before. Weird. Oh, there's my burgers. I got scared for a second that I didn't bring enough. Yeah, I just never broke dry before. Do 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 do. Yeah, so there's no way to like destroy items in the game, and we were talking about this, and this is kind of a problem, right? Like in Minecraft, you can kind of destroy blocks by just throwing it in lava, but this game doesn't do that. So we were talking about how, and then we discovered something. What you can do in this game is you could bring stuff that you don't want anymore to a dream island and then just drop it off and then leave. And the next day, the dream island resets and you can get rid of stuff. So if you're somebody who's like, dude, I have too much of something, I don't know what to do with it, this is bothering me, I can't trade it all, show up here and just like drop it all, I guess. Drop it in a chest and just leave. What up, Mr. Mad? You could also burn it in a furnace. Yeah, you can burn anything in a furnace, I think. I'm not sure about blocks, but I've noticed you can kind of burn anything in a furnace, yeah. I've thrown all sorts of junk in a furnace, yeah. True. Ah! Ugh. Dude, that's such a panic, dude. That's such a panic moment. They don't need to be doing that, man. That's such a panicky moment. Do 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 do. Bow, ba-da-da. What was that glowing in the ground? So those are like glowing spots that if you punch them, you can get loot from them. And it's pretty nice. Yeah, and then sometimes you'll have like little special interactions with them, but they can be anything from relics to like furniture, like fossils is like another thing I think you can get. So yeah, it's like a whole thing. Do 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 do. Yeah, CDs. So yeah, if you see those glowing spots, I do recommend you go to them. I ignored them a lot in the game, and I'm kind of regretting it because there's a bunch of like end game kind of feeling stuff that you can get with those, and like I think I walked past one too many glowing spots in my opinion. I think so. I think I walked past maybe just one too many in my playthroughs because now I'm kind of like slow grinding them, but I don't really care. I kind of do that naturally when I play video games. Does anybody else do this when they play video games? Where they will naturally kind of leave little breadcrumbs for themselves for later in the game? I do this a lot as a gamer. I leave little breadcrumbs for myself all the time for stuff to do later. Like, dude, if you watch my Tears of the Kingdom playthrough, most of the time, all I did was pin something on the map to come back to it later. So I kind of like that because then it gives me stuff to look forward to when I get deeper into the game and I'm just like, all right, you know, I want to do something different. Oh, I could go farm some relics. Do-do-do. Yeah, Charlie. So basically, Dream Islands have a special chance to encounter special Pokemon stuff. And you can only go to one Dream Island a day unless you time travel. So it kind of becomes a strange form of like shiny hunting, because unless you never know what you're going to get at these Dream Islands. So you want to be checking them daily to get to make sure that you're looking for secrets. You want to be checking them daily. Poking around and looking for secrets. Because, yeah, this is, Oh, nice. I didn't loot this yet. Sick. But it's not guaranteed, and it feels like it's kind of rare. And that's the key. Is that it's not guaranteed and it feels like it's kind of a rare thing. So I've seen people get it early, run into secrets early. I've seen people run into them, you know, never. I think that if you're not time traveling, you're going to potentially be trying to finish your Pokedex over a very, very long time. Does that make, I think like if you are not time traveling and you are looking for all the secrets in this world and you're trying to finish your Pokedex, it's going to take you a while because there's so much RNG involved, especially with like a handful of the Pokemon. So yeah, you want to be checking your Dream Islands daily because of that, because like your Pokedex could take a long time to finish. Dude, nice. Elementalist, that sounds sick. An underground warehouse. I just spent 4 hours building an underground warehouse for materials. That's the best. I love that. Sage the Spirit, I'd like to officially announce that I'm going back to school to become a support worker for those with disabilities. Oh, that's so sick. Nice, man. Somebody in my life works with the disabled, and they, you know, it's tough work. It's kids in their case, and you know, it's tough work. You have to be very patient, but it's some of the most rewarding work from what I hear. So good luck on your journey. All right, I want to steal a couple bushes before I leave because fully grown bushes actually are super nice. Because you actually do have to wait a day, even with growth, to grow a hedge. They're not like flowers. So if you're trying to do a habitat that requires them, you could end up waiting a day unless you steal them from somewhere. So these are actually kind of worth grabbing up a couple of them so that in the future I don't have to wait if I don't want to. Yo, we got a balloon in the Twitch chat. How about that, baby? All right, nice. I'm gonna steal a couple more of these lanterns and then I'm out of here. No, I think I'm good. I don't even need the lanterns. We're fine. Let's go, baby. Take me home. All right, we're out of here. Another day, another Dream Island. Another adventure. So it would be sell all, Becca. You have to do a space, by the way. And then I don't even know if the slingshot's in the shop today, so that could be a problem. It's not even in the shop today. I'm sorry, Becca. So the way the game works is that it's just like Animal Crossing and the shop rotates. So there's 7 possibilities that can appear in the shop. 6 possibilities. And there's always guaranteed to be a bug net, and there's always guaranteed to be a fishing rod, one or the other. But that's it. Everything else rotates. Yeah, so you have to wait for the next shop. I'm struggling to get power to the beach Pokemon Center area. Can anyone help? That quest is a little bit rough to get all that electricity, so you just need to use these power poles. Have you discovered the power poles yet? Thank you, of course, Classy Saya. Have you discovered the power poles yet? Because you need these right here. This is how you move electricity around. And then from here, I can give you another tip. All right, and I'm pretty sure this area gives you the recipe for the power poles, but you can also pick them up. You'll find them in the area. And I'll give you one more tip real quick since I'm in between things right now. I don't mind going and showing you Bleak Beach real quick. So there's a couple different areas that you can get a source of electricity in this zone. And they start you off with one of them already ready to go and another one that's right ready to go, like close enough. All right. So you need to use a source of electricity, and you see that over there, that furnace, that's one of them. And you just have to put burning items in there and then bring power poles from that. And then your other option that they give you for free here in this zone is over here at this water wheel. So this water wheel right here, you can also bring power poles from to do more lights. Now, here's the thing. There's actually a certain amount of electricity that one device can provide you. So if you're struggling, you might need to go to another device. Does that make sense? So like if you try to only use this water wheel over here to power this whole area, it might not work. It's not enough electricity. So you're going to have to go and get another source of electricity as well. And that's why I'm recommending you this one over here. This one over here is another option. And then you see how I have the power poles being ran? One after another, all the way around my town, providing electricity. What up, Pastel Pink? So hopefully that helps. You have to do you have to make a bunch of these poles. You have to move a bunch of these poles around. You'll see I have these poles everywhere, providing electricity all over the place. And then once you get the ability to move water and stuff, you can get even more sources from the other side of the mountain and stuff like that. So hopefully that helps. While we're here, let's go check this shop since we have a bunch of resources on us. We might as well. Some tomatoes. All right, nothing really of interest here. I don't really need a spectator chair, but I'll go ahead and buy this. And we'll drop the stripped soil in there. Let's get that. I can't connect it to where the Pokemon Center is. Like I said, you might not have enough electricity. You might have to get more. So yeah, I can't help you any other way, Bellbun, but that's all I got for you. So again, look at this is how I did it. I'm showing you exactly how I did it. You can either copy and paste exactly what I did, or you can try to figure it out on your own. But I have this windmill providing me electricity. I have this machine over here providing me electricity. And I have another water wheel over here. All three of them were required to get electricity everywhere in this area. I can tell you that right now. I needed all three of them. Eventually, I wasn't getting enough power and I needed more power. This game does have a system like that to where the more things you try to illuminate, the more power is required. I'm missing where I need to put the utility pole that connects to the other windmill. If you go to put a utility pole down, it tells you the distance, my friend. So that's actually super easy for you, right? Look, all you have to do is, if you pick this up and I put this down, let me show you. It literally shows the chords. And if I go this way, you'll see, look, now you see how there's no chord? But if I go right here, there's no chord. If I go right here, there's a chord. So So that's all you have to do is pay attention to the length of the cord. If there's no cord, there's no power. If there's a cord, there's power. Easy peasy. And Dazabound mentions a really good point. You'll notice that all around town, there's little square blocks with circles on them. And if you actually just put a pole on every single one of these, you'll actually solve the quest itself. As long as you put a pole on every single one of these little spots, look, I got one right here. There's one right here. If you just put a pole in every single one of these spots, it should be good. So yeah, that's the best help we can give. Oh, I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out from there. Good luck. Let's head back over to Castletown. Can you pick up flowers? You can. You got to use Rototiller. Rototiller will allow you to pick up flowers and move them around. Yeah, Rototiller, baby. All right, now we might end up destroying some habitats to do what I want to do. So I think instead I'm going to copy some cash registers using some Pokemetal. Hopefully it's not any rare metal. I'm not there yet. Yeah, Rototiller will help you move around flowers and stuff. Otherwise, you can cut a flower down and replant its seeds elsewhere. Yeah, otherwise you can cut it down and you can replant the seeds elsewhere. So that takes a little longer. That's a little bit slower, right? But let me drop off these trees and these flowers and this driftwood. I guess that's gonna come with me. I'm putting that kind of stuff in. Wait, no, I was putting that kind of stuff in here, right? Rocks and stuff like that. Yeah. That goes in here. That random driftwood design. Random stalagmites and crystal clusters. And icicles. Such fun stuff. I'm so happy you can like basically pick anything up in this game. It's so rad. Alright, yeah, let's go see if our fishing rod despawned or not. I'm gonna be so sad if it despawned. Oh no, it did despawn. Oh, that sucks. Dude, this is rare too. What I'm waiting for here is like a 2 or a 3 star. I'm so mad that I forgot about that. Oh well. It'll come back. It's okay. Well, there's it is. Lesson learned. Don't ignore habitat spawns. They can just straight up disappear. Fishing up a pale chub. All right, my build's not done yet. So I wanted to do a little shopping district. I think I'll actually hold off on the shopping district, and I think we're going to go ahead and do a game swap today. If you were here specifically for Pokemon Pokopia, you should hit that follow button here on Twitch and consider hitting that subscription on YouTube. That's the equivalent to following. Or hit that like button as well. We're going to do a game swap over to some Leaf Green. That's right, we're going to keep the Poke vibes going. And we're going to just mix it up to a little bit of Leaf Green, all right? So let's go ahead and do something a little different today, just kind of keeping things fresh. I could just sit here and play this game for another 10 hours. I thought that I would provide a spoiler-free environment for those that are trying to avoid spoilers, so maybe they can kind of trickle in here the next couple hours and come say hello. And again, tomorrow morning, for the first time in a week or two, we're actually going to be doing Stardew Valley first, and then Pokopia tomorrow afternoon. So again, if you are looking for Pokopia tomorrow, it's not going to happen until tomorrow afternoon. So around this time tomorrow. All right, so that's just a heads up to those of you that are looking for more of this content. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick game swap here. Let me switch my titles and all that stuff. And we're continuing our Nuzlocke this morning. So, casual Nuzlocke. I don't know, do you spell it with an E at the end? How do you spell Nuzlocke? All right, let me see how far along we are real quick. We have 2 badges, okay. Do. Yo, good morning. What up, Silent Shelf? Good to see you. Lock. That's what I thought. Yeah, with an E. That's what I thought. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's go over to Leaf Green and let's play some Pokemon Leaf Green here, dude. And do. All right, let's mix it up a little bit. I promised some retro games today, and we shall deliver. And then we're gonna go over and we're gonna switch that YouTube stuff up here real quick as well. All right. Do. Leaf Green. Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green. Do. And then let me switch my thumbnail real quick over to Pokemon Leaf Green Edition. And we're ready to go, baby. I'm just going to use the restroom real quick, all right? I'll be in and out today, of course, Armazel. Happy Pie Day. Yo, we're eating some pie today. What up, Clang Doe? Yo, jump in the chat. Let me know you're out there, baby. Here, I'm going to give y'all a little jam session. Let's do Toad's Turnpike again. Let's do Toad's Turnpike again. Let's get a jam session going, baby. All right, and let's see if we can do a balloon. Is it too early for another balloon? Let's see if we can get another balloon for y'all going. See if it's too early. Do 13 minutes. Okay. All right. I'll be back real quick, y'all. I'm gonna leave y'all with some stream bingo. Try to find the bingo. Trying to find the Twitch emote. Try to find the Twitch emote. I'll be right back, everyone. Give me about 5 minutes, not even. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to get some more water, and we're going to lock in for the continuation of our Fire Red Leaf Green Nuzlocke. We're 2 badges down, and we're in front of Lieutenant Surge. I'll be right back. Wow. Wow, you guys already found it? Nice. Nice. Look at those dance moves, chat. Look at y'all getting it. Oh, did y'all hear my crunch? I'm eating a snack. All right, I'm actually gonna do a double ping. Yeah, sorry, I don't normally eat into the mic like that. Was it just one crunch? I'm actually gonna do a second ping in the Discord today to let people know that spoiler-free territory is here. All right, spoiler Pokopia. Spoiler-free time is now happening. English. I think I'll start pinging the YouTube role eventually for live streams. I haven't been doing that, but I might start doing that. ASMR leaf green mukbang. Get out of here. I don't normally eat while the microphone's anywhere close to my mouth. That was an accident. Let's get it, chat. Let's get it, chat. It's Saturday. How we feeling here, baby? Hold on, I'm gonna get my shades. Hold on, I haven't brought my shades back since I cleaned my desk. Shades required. Shades required, baby. Shades required, baby. Get it. Break it down. All right, anyways. Let's play some Pokemon. Ooh, all right, controller swap. Controller swap. Superior controller getting locked in. Superior controller being locked in for this. Boom. Superior D-pad locked in. Let's go. Previously on your quest, went to the Pokemon Mart in Vermilion City. Managed to get out of Diglett's cave after wandering about. Dude, that was a bloodbath, by the way. That was a bloodbath, by the way. That was a bloodbath, dude. That was not fun. And SSN took on Red's Charmeleon with Ivysaur and won tenaciously. Departed from the SSN for the next destination. And Green saved the game at this location, Vermilion City. All right, here's our squad, everybody. So this is what we got left. This is a Nuzlocke, which means once a Pokemon passes out, he stays in the box, passed out forever. We have a level 19 Wavy Chew, a level 27 Ivysaur named Rasmodius, a level 18 Bellsprout named Sim, a level 22 Pharaoh named Not Pidgey, and a level 8 Farfetch'd named Chiding, which is a trade Pokemon from the game, but we threw him on our team as just a safety net in case we got to sacrifice somebody. Because I'm going to go ahead and show y'all the PC real quick. And I need y'all to understand that, like, we are in a this has been tough. We've lost a couple boys. So we go up here and we go over to the grave box. Here's our graveyard. Neanderthal, the Mankey, Starman, the Clefairy, Lewis, the Rat, Sandy, the Sandshrew, Dr. Soaps, the Caterpie, Pierre, the Weedle, the Weasel, Morris, the Diglett, Linus, the Meowth, and Krobus, the Abra. May they rest in peace. They're done. They don't live here no more. And we can't use them. We can't use them. So, yeah. All right, let's check and see if we have potions and stuff on us. 10 super potions. We have a revive. We got some rare candies for a tight situation too. Those are all Super Mario names? No, we were naming everything off of Stardew Valley. Is that a new rule in Leaf Green? No, what we're doing is called a Nuzlocke. Oh, did dyslexia get me in my title? Frick. Did it? Oh, it's Causal. Causal. It's a Causal Nuzlocke. We're causing. Close enough. You did miss a balloon. You did, but it was a little while ago. I didn't know you already did the SSN. Did we see Dylan? We saw Dylan. Yeah, we saw Dylan. We did the whole SSN. Yo, champ in the making. Lieutenant Surge has a nickname. People refer to him as the Lightning American. He's an expert in electric Pokemon. Bird, water type Pokemon match poorly against the electric type. Beware of paralysis. Lieutenant Surge is very cautious. He's locked himself in, so it won't be easy to get to him. All right, first battle. When are you gonna name a Pokemon Trimmed Lucky Purple Shorts? Thank you, Ash. Appreciate you. All right, Sailor Dwayne. What you got, Dwayne? Ooh, Pikachu versus Pikachu, but his is a higher level than mine. All right, that's up to you to show him. Let's dig. I bet you this Pikachu doesn't have dig, but double team does not help our case here. Hey, Kita, how you doing? Pikachu evolves with the Thunderstone, so you have to evolve him yourself. So ideally, you don't evolve Pikachu until it gets the moves you want, because Raichu doesn't learn much at all. Right? So you want to base your evolution of Pikachu off of when Pikachu learns specific moves, because Raichu doesn't really learn many moves after you evolve, and it also like gets slower. So the longer you raise a Pikachu, the more speed stat it's gonna have, because once it turns into a Raichu, its speed stat growth tanks and falls off a cliff. Also, if you play with Pikachu long enough, you can actually get access to agility. And you can actually get the move agility on Pikachu so that when you are a Raichu, you can make yourself even faster. So there is some gameplay with Pikachu. Pikachu has some special gameplay, right? Every Pokemon that evolves with a stone, you want to consider the moves that they learn before you evolve them. And fun fact, most Pokemon that evolve with a stone don't really learn anything after they evolve. It's weird. So like you really do want to keep them as the lower level for as long as possible until you can learn some nice stuff from them. Dang, we missed our quick attack. Dang, we got thunder waved. So I have to go pull it up online. I can't tell you exactly what level I'm going to be evolving Pikachu because I got to go look it up. But I can tell you that it's like around 35 or so that I'll probably be jumping him up to Raichu. I will be running a Raichu this game though. And I'll be real, I often just keep my Pikachu a Pikachu because I'm a really big fan of the anime. So I generally just keep my Pikachu a Pikachu. And I don't really care. But this time around, I think we will be running a Raichu. I think we're going to have some fun. Same, yeah. So for the first time in a long time, I will be running a Raichu. I'll be real with you. I've only ever ran a Raichu once in Pokemon history, and it was like Gen 4 or something. And it wasn't even like my main team. Like I almost always go Pikachu or go home. In fact, I have a little like mini story for you. So I first played Pokemon Blue, then I played Pokemon Yellow, and then I took that Pikachu from Yellow and transferred him to Gold, and I got a light ball with it, which made him even stronger. It was super sick. He came holding an item. And then I took that Pikachu to Heart Gold, and I had the same Pikachu all the way from original Yellow. He had surf. He was the full Yellow experience, surfing Pikachu, everything. And I transferred him up all the way to Heart Gold, and I had the same Pikachu throughout my whole. And I ran that Pikachu all the way to Red. And when I fought Red in Heart Gold, my Pikachu versus his Pikachu, and mine was like a 95, and his was like a 93 or so. I can't remember. It might even be a 96. So yeah, that's like a little mini story. My original Pikachu from Yellow actually stuck with me all the way into the DS era before I eventually lost that save and stuff. And that Pokemon. Cerebi says no more moves after evolving. No more moves by level up after evolving. Right. So I think we can get agility around 40 or 50. I don't even know what we're waiting for on Pikachu because I don't think I'm going to run agility. I rarely run that move, but it might be nice in a Nuzlocke. So I'm not sure what I'm waiting for because Thunder's a TM, but I might be waiting for agility or something. T-Bolt at 26. We want that for sure. Light Screen is interesting. Light Screen is really interesting. Agility at 33. See, level 50 is a long time to wait, though. I don't know if we're going to be waiting that long. Stat changes each level change after evolution. Higher speed for Pikachu. Yeah, correct. Correct. So, like, what we call that's called stat growth percent or stat growth experience. So, every Pokemon has a certain stat growth percentage and how much that stat will increase, right? Like, I'm not using the right terms, but this is like a rough idea. And yes, so... Okay, Sonic Boom. So yeah, so what you're talking about is Raichu has a way lower speed stat growth than Pikachu. So Pikachu will always be increasing its speed more often and higher. Also, we're talking about the fact that their base stats are different. I don't know how different their base stats are, but I know their base stats are very different. Yo, what up, Town Hall? Hey, welcome in, man. I don't think a quick attack does it here. This could be a problem if it has quick attack itself. Okay, we got it. So yeah, I think also Raichu's base stats are also completely different, right? And I think it has a lower base speed. But yeah, there's like a bunch of little details that go into that stuff. It's pretty fun. Pokemon gets deep if you want it to be deep, man. Oh wow, we're learning Slam. Slam is nice, but Slam isn't as nice because of the 75 accuracy. I'm not learning Slam. Screw Slam. I'm not playing that game. Welcome to the jam. Everybody get up. It's time to jam now. I'm gonna take it into overtime. Welcome to the Space Jam. It's a jam. It's in space. It's a space jam. All right, all right, all right, all right. Throw your hands in the air if you feel fine. We're gonna take it into overtime. I'd keep Double Team. I was thinking about keeping Double Team, but I already got rid of it. I think so, I'm kind of screwed in that department. I really should have kept it, though. I do agree with that. I really wanted Thunder Wave. I think Thunder Wave's going to be more important. I think so. I think Thunder Wave's going to help me a lot later to get that guaranteed paralysis, because paralysis halves speed, and halving speed is probably one of the most important things in a Nuzlocke. So I feel like Thunder Wave was the play to keep. Now, maybe I could have got rid of Quick Attack, but having a priority attack is really important. I wanted Dig because I don't have any ground attacks, and I really need Dig right now, especially for Lieutenant Surge. And then I wanted an electric attack. So I did end up dropping Double Team because I felt like this was the right setup. And here's the thing, my Pikachu's attack and special attack isn't really that different from one another right now. So Dig is actually even more valuable than it would have been, because if you look at my stats, my attack is 32, my special attack is 30. In fact, I have a higher attack than special attack. It might have to do with the quiet nature. I think it does. I can't remember what quiet does, but I think it's plus attack minus something. So yeah, like my Pikachu is weirdly in a perfect position to be running Dig and to be shutting down these electric Pokemon. And I was kind of thinking ahead here for Lieutenant Surge, right? I figured it was smart for me to keep Dig around. Yeah, very physical Pikachu, right? So that'll help once we get to Raichu, because Raichu, I think we can go back and maybe learn Mega Kick for Raichu, because we never learned Mega Kick, we learned Mega Punch. And we can go to those tutors and give Raichu Mega Kick later, which I think would be really nice. Now I gotta watch Space Jam. It's been a long time for me. One of my favorite parts of Space Jam is when they go to Michael's house in real life to get his shoes. That's like such a strong memory in my mind. All right. The Thunder Wave is not nice. I was already under sped here, but a chance to get fully paralyzed underground is not my favorite. Oh, and there's the Double Team. Man, these Pikachus set up on you, and it's nasty, dude. Now I have a chance to paralyze and to miss. That's brutal. I'm going to try one more time, but we're going to have to switch. Oh my god, that hurt. Oh my lord, this Pikachu is setting up on me. All right, well, let's switch over to Rasmodius. Take him down, buddy. It's pretty much the Rasmodius, Bellsprout, and Pikachu show, because I'm not pulling Pharaoh out in front of these Pokemon. He'll get one-tapped. All right, Rasmodius, why don't you go ahead and hit him with the Sleep Powder? I mean, with the accuracy so low, that might not be smart. Let's go for Razor Leaf. Okay, Razor Leaf shouldn't be a physical contact move, so we should be good to not get paralyzed. And we'll go ahead and we'll tackle here because we'll kill him. And we're going to leave to heal anyways. Okay, we miss. All right, Pikachu goes down. Gentleman Tucker. Yeah, he looks like a Tucker, that's for sure. But will your playthrough do if you wipe out? No, I'm dead. I actually am sticking. This is a true Nuzlocke. So if I lose, I'm restarting. Now, I don't know if I'm going to restart right away. But if I lose, I'm done. Yeah, and I'm either going to just restart and we're going to keep going, or I'm going to just be done with the Leaf Green and that's the end of our playthrough. Like, that's it. Like, all right, on to the next game, back to Pokopia. Like, that's it. Like, we're going full send. Like, if I lose this Nuzlocke, we're done. Yeah. Like, so I'm really hoping to not lose, because, like, I do want to see this whole playthrough to the end. I also want to play Pokopia, so I kind of don't care. I'm kind of like, whatever. Let's go, baby. Full send. Bum, 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 bum. He looks like a Tucker. What's up, King Sunday? Do 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 bo beep bo 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 boom 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 boom. Hey, there's a switch under here. The lock disengaged. Nope, only trash. Electric locks were reset. Yeah, whatever. Oh, thank you, Becca. However, I do like Pokopia. Thank you, Becca. Oh, I've heard of Ale Abbey. Yeah. Yeah, beer farming. Beer simulation game. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, actually. So I was watching a video last night about how to activate arbitrary code execution in this game and cheese the game completely. And it was really cool. It was really cool. It was actually, there's like a whole system. There's like a whole thing you can do to, and it's like actually not hard to do, by the way. On the Switch version, to activate this thing called arbitrary code, and then you can trade evolutions. You can spawn an everlasting gobstopper rare candy that never runs out. You can basically do anything you want once you activate this like little glitch. And the cool part is once it's activated, it's just activated. Right? Like, it's not like you can just do all sorts of stuff from there. And then there's even a way to deactivate it, and then your game just goes back to not being glitched anymore. Yeah, sure. Give me a tip. I forget. I know there's a tip for these, but I don't remember how it works. I was almost going to ask. I know there's a tip for these stupid switches, but I don't remember anymore. I don't remember at all. I know there's a tip. I was just going to brute force it, but any help is nice. The second switch is always in a surrounding can to the first. I knew there was something like that going on, but it's been so long I could not remember. I knew it though. I'm like, I almost opened my mouth and asked, but I figured I could brute force it like I brute force everything. And I'm just a brute forcer in video games. I just don't even care. I bought 2 copies to trade for myself. Yeah. Oh, frick. Well. Bam, 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 bam. I didn't mean to click A there. That's why I said frick. That was an accident. It's okay. Mr. M's dumb. You know, the amount of times I found this literally the first time as a kid that I didn't even think there was a trick to it. No! Don't reset! No! It was gonna be to the left. I for a fact. It was gonna be to the left for a fact there because I had checked the one up north of it. Frick.
The game's over.
Ah, rip. What's up, Ann? Hey, welcome back, dude. Okay, it has to be the one to the left, I believe. I think we're good. All right. I don't know if I'm ready for this. I almost think we need to go training. To be fair, I think we need to go to the east of town into all that grass and trainers before we do this. I'm gonna cheat and I'm gonna quickly see what level his Pokemon are. I'm just gonna look it up. Cerebi, Leaf, Green, Lieutenant Surge. I'm just gonna look it up. I want to know what I'm getting into here. A level 21 Voltorb, a level 18 Pikachu, and a level 24 Raichu. This dude's about to beat me. I'm about to lose this battle. I think his Voltorb can explode. I think we lose this battle if we go in this battle right now. I think we lose this battle if we go to this battle right now. That 24 Raichu is about to hit like a truck, I guarantee you. Now my Ivysaur can take a hit or two, but I don't know if the Raichu is going to be physical or going to be special. And I can take both. Special defense 53, regular defense 44. Like, we're not going to be taking those mega kicks well. We could win, but we might leave limping, and I'm trying to avoid that. We could win, but we might leave limping, and that's not really smart, right? So let's go fight some trainers, and let's go sop up some of this trainer experience before we go. Let's go ahead and sop up some of that trainer experience before we go here, and let's get Sim a little bit higher, and let's get Wavichu a little bit higher. Yeah, let's do a little training. And I'm not even sure how high the levels of Pokemon here are. I'm a little afraid to be here too, because they could be a little higher here. 21. Down, 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 down. So we tried to go through Diglett Cave. We struggled. Then did we go back through Diglett Cave when we got? We did not. Not since we got cut. Let's go back through Diglett Cave and go get that Mr. Mime. What do you trade for the Mr. Mime? The Abra? Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, I have an Abra. I can still trade it even if it's dead. I'm going to trade it. Because I want that Mr. Mime on my team. I'm going to go trade that Abra. Let's do that. If we get that Mr. Mime, he's going to be a low level. But that'll be nice to fatten up our squad a little bit. Yeah, let's go. Now, the last time we tried to go through Diglett Cave, we ran into a Dugtrio that KO'd like 2 of my Pokemon. The Dugtrios are like level 30. Or something crazy like that. So, like, we have to be careful, dude. And then to make things worse, I popped the Repel and then realized that the strongest Pokemon avoid Repel. And I made things even worse, and that's why I ran. All right, let's go. I need to take a party platter in Pokopia. Can someone DM me how to do it? You should have got a recipe for it for the quest, right? I think so. Maybe box a bunch of Pokemon for the cave. That's funny. I guess that would actually be a thing to do, yeah? Like, just to save them in case, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so you should have the recipe, and then you can just craft a couple dishes. You have to craft like one of each dish or something. I apologize. It's been a little while since I've done that quest. Oh, he's digging. Okay. All right. All right. All right. He goes faster, so I can just Razor Leaf here. Craft the plates, put them in each area, and put the food on them. Thank you. I knew there was something I was missing. Craft the plates, and once you put the food on them, the lid appears. Nice. There's also probably secrets in this cave, like items I could be picking up, but I'm afraid, so I'm just running. Enjoy your lurk here, Lucinda. I hope you feel better soon, homie. Is he gonna dig again? When I see Diglets, I'm not gonna lie, all I think about now is, should I open it or keep it sealed? Thumbs. Yeah, Deep Pocket Monster, yeah. Should I open it or should I keep it sealed? Nice, this is honestly some decent experience. You notice I won't really be training on wild Pokemon to make the Nuzlocke somewhat interesting, but I will fight wild Pokemon that I run into. Because again, this is a casual Nuzlocke, or causal, you know, I guess whatever my mood is. So like, I'm still gonna fight Pokemon. I'm still gonna interact with the game, but I'm just not gonna like actively go into a bush to sit there and farm experience. Right? Most of my experience will be coming from trainers. Whereas for those that don't know why I said that, the difference between some Nuzlockes is some Nuzlockes limit the amount of experience you're allowed to gain. And in this case, you would have to be running from these Pokemon or killing them if they have Arena Trap. Because like Arena Trap's something you can't avoid. So, but in most cases, you can't get experience from wild Pokemon. Not most, just in some versions of Nuzlockes. Because there's a different version of Nuzlocke. There's a bunch of different ways to play Nuzlockes. And the reason I'm calling mine casual is because I don't have a lot of the rules. The biggest rule that I'm skipping with this Nuzlocke is only one Pokemon per route, because I am letting myself fill the Pokedex. And I am letting myself catch more than one Pokemon per route, and even use them. But that's the only rule. So technically, you know, I do have access to a lot of Pokemon. Yeah, right? I could go around and catch some more if I needed them, but I'm not really stressed about that, because I'm still keeping the true, you know, nature of a Nuzlocke in mind here. And after I catch a Pokemon once, it's not like I'm going to go out and catch him again. Obviously, I'm still following the rules of Nuzlocke, where you can't use the same Pokemon from a family once it dies, right? So on and so forth. So like it's casual, but I'm still following the traditional rules. You know, that's the thing about self-imposed challenges. You don't need anybody to tell you how to play. If you're doing a challenge, then do the challenge. Why would you like cheat yourself from the challenge? What's the point? Why are you doing it? You know what I mean by that? So like, even though I'm doing a casual Nuzlocke, I'm still gonna make a point to like actively attempt to make sure it's challenging and fun, because that's the whole point of the Nuzlocke, right? What's max environment level? It's 10, but there's a total environment level. So in order to eat 20, you need to get 10 in 2 places, or 5 in 4 places, so on and so forth. Good to see you, JSK. Fair, thank you. Yeah, no problem. I've just started. Yeah. You'll get there. The Grave box is so chic, though. I know, right? The Lisa Frank vibes. Happy to watch your stream. Yeah, dude, enjoy the lurk, man. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here. We value our lurkers around here. All right, here's our trader. I'm looking for the Pokemon Abra. Want to trade one for my Mr. Mime? All right, Krobus, see you later. See you later, Krobus. You didn't make it too far into the playthrough, but you might still be very useful. Because this Mr. Mime could be pretty important. And that's right, the max level is level 50. That's right. Good to see you, Diva. Ooh, Mimin. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we got our level 10 Mr. Mime, which he ain't gonna be doing much for a little while. Let's go see what he's got. Timid nature, which is what? Plus speed minus special defense? Minus attack? Which actually would be really good. Yeah, he's a special attack and speed monster. Ooh, and he has soundproof. That's a little weird. Barrier, confusion, substitute. So he doesn't really have much to start off with. Once we get the Saffron, we can give him Psychic though, which is massive. Oh wait, I should probably talk to the dude. Isn't that an aid right there? A fainted Pokemon just has no energy left. No, he's not an aid. He's just a crumb bum. Ash's stepdad acquired. I tried to do the Professor Oak challenge this go around in Fire Red, and I quit an hour into it. It's such an obnoxious challenge. It should just be called the Waste of Time challenge. Stop. Dang, I don't have my list of items up anymore. Did I bookmark that? All hidden item locations. Got them. All right, is there any hidden items around here? Oh yeah, plus I can use the grass trick. I forgot about that. There's a trick for the grass. You can see if there's an item. Doesn't seem like there's anything in the Diglett path unless it's later in the guide for some reason, which why would you not put it in the guide where you would go into the Diglett tunnel? All right. Having to grind your starter in Viridian City is brutal. I don't know much about the Professor Oak challenge personally. Hi, remember me? I'm one of Professor Oak's aides. If your Pokedex has completed data of 10 species, I'm supposed to give you a reward. Oh, it's Flash. Wait, don't we need that in order to get through the rock cave? So you have to come here, don't you? Now, you could also just go through the rock cave the old school way with no lights like I used to do as a kid. I've done it more than once. A badge quest. Complete your Pokedex as much as you can before each badge. That's cool. That's silly. Boom 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 boom. Do 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 do. My guide doesn't say anything about this area having secrets, so it probably just doesn't. I'm looking for like goofy looking grass. I think there's like secrets to some grass. I don't remember what it looks like. It's been too long, but none of this is goofy. Getting level 36 before Brock is rough. That is a time waster. That sounds insane. Why would you ever do that? Beep bo 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 bo. Do 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 do. That's the fun of a challenge, though, right? You do it for yourself, and you make it something special for yourself, and you're gonna do the badge quest in Let's Go Eevee. All right, here we go. Now we're on the back home trip. The back home trip. Here we go. Ba, 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 ba. Thanks for the spoiler-free time. I was watching the day 3 VOD. Yeah, no problem. That's why I pinged the Discord again, because I know there's a handful of y'all that were... And then remember, tomorrow morning as well, and then tomorrow afternoon we'll switch to Pokopia and we'll do some afternoon stuff. I didn't end up getting any night streams in this week, which I'm really sad about, but it was just a weird week. I had to take care of some stuff. Yeah, because I spent a week in a Pokopia hole, I had to spend this week kind of focusing on my life, making sure I'm keeping up with dishes and chores and my business, and I'm still trying to build a bunch of routines, and last week was a literal routine void. You know what I mean? So it's like, if I'm going to continue to build these routines in my life, I have to not do the degenerate thing like I used to do and just dive deep into these trenches of games for weeks. So I figured a week was enough, and then I pulled back a little bit. I still managed to pull off a solid 8 to 10 hours most days, which I'm proud of. But I had to pull back. I needed to breathe and go do chores and go on walks and get to bed on time and all that stuff that I'm trying to build some great routines. So yeah, it is really satisfying, right? Like, I have this massive to-do list that I'm breaking through, and I'm doing at least 3 things a day. I'm going with the old school, the noise versus signal Steve Jobs method where I just give myself 3 things and I force myself to do those 3 things no matter what it takes, no matter on the lack of sleep, no matter if I have to turn down a friend, I just have to do it, you know what I mean? And it's working, and I'm getting a lot more than 3 things done, but you know, 3 minimum is enough to just keep pushing and building good routines and stuff in my life. Pokopia has ruined my sleep schedule. Yeah, dude, I finally got it back. I lost mine a little bit, but I finally got it back. And it's funny because I wasn't playing Pokopia into the late nights. That wasn't what was getting me. It was I would end my stream, but I still had stuff to do. So I'd end my stream at like, you know, 6, 7 p.m. And then by the time I'm done eating dinner, taking care of chores, doing stuff, you know, it's already 9. And then I want to sit down and play a game. And then it's 10. And then I want to, you know, watch a YouTube video. And then it's 11. And so it moves fast. Yeah, I've been doing some spring cleaning as well. All right, let's get some training here for the Mr. Mime. And I think these little Diglets might be giving us speed EVs, so that doesn't hurt. I am having a good day, Joel. Yeah, man. Thank you for asking. Well, of course we missed. Nice. Get some experience for our boy. Couple more battles, maybe. I wanted to get at least halfway through the cave before I started putting Mime up front. Now, I could just burn a healing item. It's not that big of a deal. Again, pretty casual Nuzlocke. So, like, burning a healing item and just to keep going is fine, but... Oh my god, Magnitude 10's terrifying. If I lose my Ivysaur, I'm done. Don't worry, Ivysaur's a tank. Alright, let's go ahead and burn a healing item, because I don't want to stare down the barrel of a Magnitude 10 again. That's insane. I think we're almost done with the cave, and I don't care. I'm not chancing it. What if it's a Doug Trio next, right? Also, wait, what am I doing? Why the frick am I running a Mime in front of potential arena trap? What in the universe am I doing over here? Well, that could have been real bad real fast. Ooh. Good thing we caught ourselves. Do 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 do. Ew. Is that a Mr. Mime? It is. It is. It's a mimer. Let's go, old man. Win, lose, or draw. We got some gamblers out here. Let's go, old man. Oh, he's not a gambler. He's a gamer. Oh, they changed him. Wait, when did they do that? Was that official Leaf Green or... Wait, I thought he was supposed to be a gambler. Wait, hold on a second. Thought I was supposed to be a gambler, dude. Hey, what's up, Leafeon? Welcome back, man. Vinewit. Gambling's not kid-friendly. I think that was Fire Red Leaf Green before, okay. I don't think I ever caught that as a kid. I never caught that as a kid. That's super funny. Gamers are gamblers. I mean, nowadays, there's not much of a difference. The way society's treating us. What up, Goopeye? All right, Sim, let's go. Gen 1, they were gamblers, though? Yeah, right. And then Q-Ball. I remember Q-Ball. Little did I know that I was going to become a Q-Ball when I got older. I didn't know that as a kid. In fact, I made fun of him. I called them bald old men. I said, get out of my face with your coughings, you idiots. What are you, matching your round head with your Pokemon? Yeah, turns out life's cruel. Turns out it was my turn. Boom, 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 boom. Karma's a bitch, ain't it? I know that's right, dude. All right, let's send out Wavy Chew here and just get a dig going. Because I gotta heal Bellsprout. Oh, I didn't mean to Thunder Shock, but that's fine. Not the worst thing that's ever happened. All right, and we dodged the Supersonic, which really just makes up for that bad turn. Do, 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 do. You and that gamer were matching. Which evolutions are you going to do for Eevee? Flareon, because I don't have a strong fire Pokemon at all. And if fun fact, fire Pokemon were pretty lacking in the early generations, specifically Gen 2. But yeah, so there's not like a ton of fire Pokemon. So I'm going Flareon this round. And we'll have a strong fire type later. And she's kind of tanky, which is good for a Nuzlocke. Yeah, they're limited in Kanto for real. So because I chose going Bulbasaur, I decided I'm going to go Flareon. If I would have went Squirtle, I probably also would have went Flareon, to be fair. Kanto and Sinnoh are struggling when it comes to fire types, yeah. No, now so to go back to that arbitrary code stuff, so one of the things you can do is unlock the national decks ahead of time, which is super dope. That is actually really cool. You can unlock the national decks as soon as you get to Celadon City. That's where you have to be in order to do the glitch. So as early as Celadon, you can get national decks, which is pretty cool, man. Like that actually is really rad in a Pokemon game. Like to have access to all those Pokemon early. That is kind of neat. Now, I don't know how you would have access to them because don't you have to catch them all on the Orange Islands? So unless you're using code to spawn them in, does it even matter? I don't know how this game works. Can you get national dex Pokemon just in the regular world in this game? I'm not sure, so I didn't watch the video long enough to figure out what the benefit of doing that was, but you know, getting a Crobat early is pretty nice. And that was the reference that he used, because you can't get Crobat until you get the national dex. Right, yeah, exactly. That's the one reference that he used in the video I watched. There it is. Yeah, Daz knows. I was like, I see. So like, I guess if you're really set on getting a certain evolution line, then maybe it is smart, right? No shinies yet. But remember, this is full odds. So shinies in this game are 1 out of 8,000. So yeah, I mean, if I were to get a shiny in this playthrough, it would be pretty epic. Boom, boom. I would definitely pee my pants. Pants would be peed. Yeah, 1 out of 8,000 in the original game. That's right. It never got lower until most recent Pokemon, where they started doing 1 out of 4,000. And there was a method early on discovered called the Masuda method that lowered it to half, or way more than that. Like, it lowered it a bunch. So in Generation 2, if you had a Pokemon that was from a foreign game cartridge and you bred it with another Pokemon, it would increase the chances to get a shiny by like a butt ton. Like from like 1 out of 8,000 to like 1 out of 800. Like massive decrease or something like that. Generation 4, thank you. I couldn't remember when Masuda was added. So yeah, the next generation after this, it still had 1 out of 8,000 odds, but they added a special mode where you could get like really good shiny odds if you had a foreign Pokemon. And I never knew it was to promote the GTS. That's a genius plan on their part, because that's exactly what I did. So I didn't know that. That's really smart, actually. So yeah, so These older games were brutal, y'all. You weren't just getting shinies in Gen 2 and Gen 3. It wasn't happening unless you were really dedicated. That's why all those people you saw shiny resetting for a starter are out of their goddamn minds. Because that's insane, right? Like you're shiny resetting for a 1 out of 8,000 odds, and you have to go through the whole reset process. If you're only doing it one game at a time, oh doggy, you are in for quite a treat, dude. I just saw somebody get a shiny Ho-Oh the other day. He had 4 games on the screen, and he was shiny resetting for a Ho-Oh, and he got it. Like, I just so happened to tune in, and he got it. And I'm watching him, and he's like, boys, we got it! And he's like trying to catch it, because that's the challenge. Just because you get a shiny Ho-Oh doesn't mean you're gonna catch it. It's a legendary. So he started like whipping Pokeballs at it, and he's trying to catch it, and I didn't even stay to watch if he caught it because I didn't care, but I just thought it was crazy that I tuned into this guy's stream and he was in front of a 1 out of 8,000 odds shiny Hoto and Heart Gold Soul Silver. Hoto, sorry, I've been playing a lot of Diablo 2. Ho-Ho. Yeah, I was like, what the frick? Like he was like locked in on this dude, and I just so happened to tune in at the perfect time. Finally off at work for the weekend. Let's go, UMT. Yo, I don't know if I've ever asked, what do you do for a living, homie? If you don't mind sharing. Scarlet and Violet give shiny starters like candy. Yeah, dude. It's because it's down to 1 out of 4,000, I believe. Right? Or is Scarlet and Violet still traditional odds? I know Arceus is 1 out of 4. I know ZA is 1 out of 4. I don't know if Scarlet and Violet went down to 1 out of 4. I think it did 1 out of 4,000. I believe so. You're right. Standard. Standard odds have been 1 out of 4 since X and Y. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Yeah, so it does feel way different in Scarlet and Violet because they do just... It is just a way different experience. Wait, what? Bellsprout on Bellsprout Crime? And they put me asleep? I wasn't expecting that. I shouldn't even have switched to the Bellsprout. Well, let's just see if we wake up. Let's see what happens. FedEx brokerage. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I was just curious. All right, now we're wrapped. This could be bad. Okay, we woke up. Vine Whip. Vine Whip was the worst decision. Now they're growthing. I should have growth. Dude, I'm actually getting played by this Bellsprout. I need to leave. This Bellsprout is chewing me up and spitting me out, and I can't switch until Rap's over. Uh-oh, this is bad. We better try to put it to sleep. I can't switch till Rap is over. What is it, 5 turns? Oh, Lord. All right, well, we got the sleep powder, so we're okay. We can breathe. Two Sprouts fighting each other. Yeah, it's even lower with sandwiches, right? I'm in the same place as you in Fire Red, though I did take some time leveling up the Magikarp I bought for 500. That's sick. I love that Avenger. I skipped out on the Carp. I decided I wasn't going to go Hidden Dragon this time around. Uh-oh, they woke up. Uh-oh, now we're the ones asleep. Oh, no! This is quite a goofy battle. We're freed from the Rap. I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm gone. No faith in my Bellsprout. I'm gone. So a Nuzlocke is a self-imposed challenge that involves making the Pokemon games a little bit harder to play. So the basic, most simple Nuzlocke rule is if a Pokemon faints in battle, you can no longer use it for the rest of the playthrough. You either have to release it, which is drastic. You don't have to do that. Dramatic. Or you have to just leave it in a box and never touch it again. Now, I'm going to spare you the details from there, Croco, because there's a lot of different rules that different people use in Nuzlockes. But that rule I just told you is the most fundamental rule to a Nuzlocke. If a Pokemon faints in battle, it's gone forever. You can no longer use it. And then there's all sorts of extra rules you can add on top, make the game interesting, make the game different, whatever. I also like the rule where you have to nickname every Pokemon you catch in order to forge a stronger bond, so that when they die, you really feel the pain. Yeah, oh, the Pokemon community is a bunch of masochists. Did we fight this little kid yet? We did.
I did my best. I have no regrets.
Shut up, you're 7 years old. What do you mean you don't have any regrets? I hope not. You're 12, dude. You look 7. Okay. Masochism is a valuable job skill. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh, our first X item, I think. Not masochist, passionate, Belser. Well said. Another Magnemite. All right, let's switch into the Pikachu and go for the Pikachu experience here. Since Magnemite actually has its steel typing, I believe, in this generation. So I don't want to use Bellsprout with Vine Whip because I think that's not good. So let's go for Dig here. I know you're 7. I know you're 7. But you'll be a 7-year-old. Walking the dog, no house. You know the rest. Ooh, nice. Level 13. Let's go, Mime. That's the Eddie Murphy quote? Is that what that is? That one went over my head. I do know some old Eddie Murphy stand-up, but it's also raunchy. I haven't listened to it in a while. Old Eddie Murphy stand-up, you wouldn't even think that dude was in a family show ever once in his life. Homie gets raunchy, dude. Which is why I didn't type the last word. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's try Bellsprout here in front of the Sandshrew. This might not be a good decision. Poison Sting, we can handle that. All right, Vine Whip. Let's just go straight into the Vine Whip. I think extra damage. It's a ground type. Yep. Don't poison, don't poison, don't poison, don't poison, don't poison. Thank you. Oh yeah, Bob Saget's the same, dude. Raw and Delirious stand up. I can't remember. Raw or Delirious, yeah. Raw's the one I know the best. Them boys, they ain't give a damn. Ooh, Stun Spore. That's not the worst, but we have Sleep Powder already, and we're already sacrificing a spot for Cut. I'm not going to go for Stun Spore. I'm going to keep Growth, so I have a pocket Pokemon to just boost and sweep, maybe, in the future. At this point, Zubat could have Wing Attack, so we are switching, because this is a little ugly for us. I'm so mad this Dream Island I came to said it had blue crystal shards, but I can't find them anywhere. Really? I mean, you might want to maybe keep trying to look, because when I saw a picture of a blue dog, he was surrounded by blue-ish, crystally-ish blocks. But I don't think it was ice. And I don't think it was crystals. I think it was mysterious stone. So I could be wrong. I think the picture had mysterious stone. Yeah, I can't remember. I saw this picture and so like it's like this big square blue, basically like space. And there's little like window holes and you could see him through the little window holes. And I believe it was ice. I believe it was all ice, which is why every time I see ice on an island, I freak out because I'm like, dude, is this like Entei was the same but lava rocks? Yeah. So that's why every time I see ice in a Dream Island, I freak out, but it's never led to anything yet. So I'm either not digging enough or something. Anyways, you could probably ignore what I said, UMT. now that I think about it. Hey, Rachel. All right, we got another gamer. We got another gamer over here. The gamer boys. How are you today? I'm pretty good. Switched over to some leaf green, having some fun playing this. All right, we got a fire type, which is not our favorite with this team. That's very weak to fire. We could catch ourselves a Magikarp, but Magikarp doesn't learn any water moves, so that would be kind of useless. But once we get the good rod, we could catch ourselves like a Poliwag or something, and that would help round our team off a little bit. Nice. Mime's up to 14. Nice. Not Pidgey's up to 23. Keep cooking, Not Pidgey. Keep cooking, Not Pidgey. Bam, 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 bam. So, is anybody here a fan of ska music? Somebody mentioned Bob Saget, and it got me thinking. Ooh, escape rope. Don't mind if I do. Boom, 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 boom. Right, Route 9. Where's Route 9 at? Is that right out through this door? No, Route 9 is on the way to the underground cave. That's what I thought. Okay. Route 9's on the way to the underground cave, so that's where my next rare item is, so not here. Oh, we have another gambler. I think we can fight him. He said he never lost. Uh-oh. This could be a problem. Celebrated your daughter's 3rd birthday today? Aw, that's so special, man. That's super special, dude. I'm happy to chill on the couch and watch her stream while I play some games. All right, let's just finish with Rasmodius here. Ain't nothing like being childless on a Saturday, gardening while eating cold cheeseburgers. Dude, sick. I love a good cold cheeseburger. Homie used charge to use Sonic Boom, but he said he's never lost. To who? Your niece, homie? Those tactics aren't gonna get you far, homie. What's up, Honey Violence? How you been, man? But why cold? I don't know, because sometimes you just eat cold food, you know? I understand that. I've been there before. Sometimes you just grab some cold food and you don't feel like heating it up. So the reason I asked about ska music is because, do y'all know what the best ska song ever is? No, but I'd like to know. Okay, I got you. Red, white, and blue. The funniest things you do. America, America, this is you. The best ska song right here. The best ska song right here. The red, white, and blue. The funniest things you do. America, America, this is you. And that is actually the best ska song ever made. So you've been schooled. Yeah, that's the America's Funniest Home Videos intro. The user meditates to awaken its power, raising its attack stat. Why would I want to do that? I'm a Mr. Mime. Okay. I thought you were going to play a true ska song. Well, technically that is a ska song, by the way, but I understand what you mean. You thought I was about to play like a ska band song, but to be clear, that song is a ska song. It follows all of the rules of what makes a song a ska song. Horns in the front, everything. So like, yeah, but I love old British ska, like the specials. Nice, nice. I'm a fan of like Mustard Plug. Real Big Fish is a common one. Not Streetlight Manifesto, but there's another one. Am I thinking of Streetlight? No, At the Drive-In, I believe, was the other one. I can't remember. The red, white, and blue. The funniest things you do. And now you guys are all welcome because that's stuck in your head all day. Okay, one more kid here. But I don't have Mr. Mime up front. I don't have Mime up front here, so. Dude, this most recent Windows update or OBS update has been doing weird stuff. I'm gonna have to do a computer maintenance day here. The last thing we want to see in front of us is a freaking rat. These rats are scary. Thank goodness. Just get them out of here. Oh my gosh, he has 3 rats. What is this, youngster Joey's pupil or something? Get the fuck out of here with this, dude. What do you think this is? Youngster Yasu? Oh my gosh, he has a fat rat. This is even scarier. Okay, he only used tackle. Good. Get the fuck out of here. No one likes you, Radicate. Even though I considered running one of you this time. All right, here we go, man. We cleared all the trainers to the right here. We cleared all the trainers to the right here. It's time to go fight Lieutenant Surge. Let's go. Yo, thank you.
It's been a while since I've actually subscribed to you myself. So there you go. There's nothing else. Any other primers?
Yo, nice. Thanks for the Prime, dude. I appreciate that. I'm assuming you picked yourself up a month of Prime to watch Fallout. Thanks for using it here, boss. Good to see you back in here. Gotta watch that Fallout, baby. I've been watching the Pokopia stuff as to not to spoil the main story. So excited to see Saturday morning not cartoons back in the swing. Saturday morning not cartoons. Wait, what is that? Don't you mean Saturday not morning cartoons because it's no longer mornings? What's up, Testonomics? Yeah, we're also doing Stardew tomorrow morning. Oh, you've had Prime for years? Nice. Yeah, same. So yeah, we're also doing Stardew tomorrow morning for the morning squad. So today is the afternoon squad. Freedom from spoilers. And just a heads up, spoilers avoiders. Tomorrow is Stardew in the morning. And then we're doing Pokopia in the afternoon. So it's not morning and it's not cartoons. Well, you know. My Saturday morning cartoons segment, I'm the cartoons. You know, so I thought I made that clear.
You made it.
Do 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 do. Hee hee, you did. All right, here we go. Did you already play Pokopia? That's right. Yeah, we did. You can go back in the VOD. We did about 5 hours. And then we switched it up for today. And then, like I said, tomorrow we'll do about 5 hours of Stardew in the morning. And then we'll do a couple hours of Pokopia in the afternoon. So just to give people a chance to avoid spoilers. Figured it'd be nice. Tomorrow will be a little easier because it'll be like that from the start of the stream. Whereas today I had to double ping and stuff to let people know. I don't need to go back? Yeah, no problem, Brady. It's good to see you back, though. All right, here we go. What do we lead with? We don't want to lead with Rasmodius because we need to keep him healthy for Raichu. So I think we actually lead with Not Pidgey because I think Not Pidgey can take down Voltorb. The problem is if Voltorb has an electric attack, then Not Pidgey could be in a really bad place. But there's actually a good chance Voltorb only has Sonic Boom. And if that's the case, getting Pidgey out early, taking care of Voltorb and switching is going to be the healthiest thing for us to do. Now, Voltorb is a really fast Pokemon, so the problem is that Voltorb's going to outspeed everything in the game, basically. So we're really risking it with the Biscuit if we're going to do that. I don't think it's a worthy risk. I think we need our bird later. So we're going to go ahead and lead with our Bellsprout, and we're going to try to put the Voltorb asleep. And we're going to hope that we can take a hit or two. My Pokedex is about 200. I just got to about 200 today. So we're cruising into our next round. All right. I think this is good. I think this is what we're doing. Do I have any berries that might help here? I think I do. All right, we do. So we want to avoid being paralyzed. And then we also have an Oran Berry. So let's give the Paralyzed Berry to Rasmodius. And then let's give the Oran Berry to Pikachu. And 3 stacks of Pokemetal's not bad. All right, dude. I'm nervous. I'm scared, man. I'm scared, dude. This is where the game starts to get a little creep, little power creep. All right, everybody, get your cat drams ready. We're locking into our 3rd badge battle. Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing here? You won't live long in combat, not with your puny power. I'll tell you, kid, electric Pokemon saved me during the war. They zapped my enemies into paralysis. The same as I'll do to you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sleep powder right out the gate. Shockwave. Good thing we didn't start with the bird. Good thing we didn't start with the bird. Sleep powder in. Locked in. Let's go, baby. I think we actually hit a growth before we start Vine Whipping. I think we actually hit a growth before we start Vine Whipping, and we risk it here. All right. All right. Now we just start Vine Whipping. We don't push it any further than we need to. Voltorb stays asleep, and we got a balloon in the Twitch chat. Nice Vine Whip. I'm gonna go for another growth. I'm gonna get chinky. I'm gonna get a little cheesy with it. Oh man, that second growth was not the play. I should have just hit him. Okay, you know what? I think we switch out because we can't take a Sonic Boom. That's guaranteed 20 damage. All right, so we made a misplay. Let's see if that misplay is something that we regret later. We're switching to Wavy Chew to wrap it up. Let's go. All right, so we made a mistake. We should have got this thing down in quick attack range. I don't know what I was thinking. We should have got this thing down in quick attack range. We made a massive mistake. So let's go quick attack. All right, not enough. Not enough to wipe to clean here. The Oranberry doesn't help. Oh, that's so brutal. Waste of an Oranberry. We have to switch out again if we want to keep Pikachu alive. Man, we made such a mistake there, dude. We should already be past Voltorb, and I'm so mad at myself. I'm so mad at myself, dude. We should already be past him. I think I have to sacrifice Farfetch'd. We gotta sack Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd has gotta go. We got to get a clean switch in. We got to get a clean switch in. All right, one Pokemon down, y'all. Our sack is already used. Our sack is already used here. Our sack is already used here. We don't have a priority on Fearow. Pikachu can't kill him with Quick Attack. It's not enough. Quick Attack's not enough. We can't throw out Pikachu here. I'm so mad. I'm so mad I went for that second growth. I dropped the whole ball, dude. All right, we can't miss this Razor Leaf, please, dude. Son of a B word. The sack was wasted. Oh, Lord. Can we kill this thing? Can we kill this thing? Jeez. Pikachu comes out. Sleep powder. I'm gonna lose my mind. Can I get a bone? Can you throw your boy a bone? Okay. All right. Leech Seed. Full heal. All right, that still took his turn. All right, Leech Seed. Here we go. Now we stall. Now we just stall, and Rasmodius wins the whole day here. Rasmodius is gonna carry this whole thing. Sleep powder again. Locked in. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Things are turning around. Things are turning around. Now we just stall. We don't even do anything. We literally just sit here. We tackle. We bring it low. We don't even want to tackle because tackle's gonna be physical contact. So we actually don't want to tackle here. I'm just gonna Leech Seed again because I don't want to kill it yet. I don't want to kill it yet. So we're gonna waste a Leech Seed because we're gonna just sit here and try to heal. Once we get a little bit more healing in, we're gonna go ahead and Razor Leaf. We do not want to tackle, even though we do have a Cherry Berry. I want to save that berry for the final encounter. One more heal if we're lucky enough here. Yes. Yes, dude. Now that's luck, dude. 3 turns Sleep Lock. That's good stuff for us. All right, we should be faster. Razor Leaf, let's get out of here. We missed the Razor Leaf. That's fine. That's going to happen. 4 turns Sleep. Now we're cooking. Thank you. The luck is coming back. The luck is coming back. Can we get a Razor Leaf? Let's go. Done. All right, y'all. It's time. Level 27 Raichu. Boy hits hard. Let's go. Nails in the chat. HDES nails. Level 24. Okay. It's not as bad as I thought. Okay. We got 5 levels on this thing. We're actually way better off than I thought we were. Sleep powder. Here comes the double teams. Oh, man. This is still anybody's game. We get the sleep powder. Oh. He's gonna full heal again. But that gives us a free turn to Leech Seed. He doesn't full heal. He doesn't full heal. We missed the Leech Seed, you son of a B-word. Okay, we get 2 turns Sleep. We land the Leech Seed. What's up, Kai Bells? How you doing, baby? All right. We're cruising. We're gonna slice this thing up. My Pokemon's strong. We're gonna slice this thing up. If we can hit it. We're gonna slice this thing up. We're good. We're good. We can take a deep breath, everybody. Raichu wakes up. It gets a Thunder Wave in. We have a cherry, babe. We have a cherry berry. That's why we gave him the berry. We missed another Razor Leaf. That's okay. Because we're getting that chip damage. It's only going to take 2 Razor Leafs to kill him. We might kill him right now. Shockwave does nothing to us. You need to use physical attacks, dude. You're done. Wow, we miss our 3rd Razor Leaf in a row. We're being carried by Leech Seed right now. Yeah, no worries, Kybells. That's why we're here playing this today. Wow, he crit me. He crit me like a bastard. 4 Razor Leafs in a row. You are kidding me, dude. There it is. Oof. All right, GG's. Rasmodius carries us through. My mistake. Bow down. We are not worthy, Ivysaur. We are not worthy of your presence. The Ivysaur carries us on its back again. It has been the Ivysaur show this whole time, dude. There it is, man. We can use Fly now. And we might have got a new TM for Pikachu. Shockwave. Now, Pikachu gets T-Bolt soon, so do we really need Shockwave? That's the thing, right? 60 damage, but it never misses. Oh, that's actually super tempting, dude. Oh, dude. With all the evasion in this game, right? All right, that was a little overdramatic. I might have gone off the deep end a little bit there. I got a little frustrated, all right? Just a little. I think I screamed like a 10-year-old kid once, but only once. So We're good. Yeah, so Kybells, we're also doing Stardew tomorrow morning. For all of the Pokopia spoiler avoiders, we are doing some wonderful Stardew Valley tomorrow morning. So y'all are invited, of course, to join us for that as well. So more spoiler avoiders tomorrow, and then we'll do Pokopia tomorrow afternoon. That Voltorb kind of beat the menu out of you, but you balled out. Yeah, dude. Seriously, that Voltorb made me scream, made me screech. I was so mad. Oh, did you do Metroid? I did play Metroid Prime 4, yeah. My playthrough's on YouTube. And I also just added my Super Metroid playthrough. Oh, is this the guy that wants the Nidorino for the Nidorina? I don't have 30 Pokemon. I only have 18. Dang. Homie got me. All right, on to the next. New route. Oh, wait. We're going back to Cerulean. Oh, wait. I forgot. We're going back to Cerulean. We're going to the Rock Cave, y'all. We're going back to Zubat Hell again. I'm going to go through the Rock Cave without Flash. I'm going to do it. Screw it. I'm not going to waste Flash on my team. I'm going to go through the Rock Cave without Flash. I'm going to do it. I did it when I was a kid. I can just pull up a guide. It was really easy in OG because if you looked at the screen with like certain lighting, you could see like just enough to get through. But I don't know how that's going to work in Leaf Green, Fire Red. So, but yeah, we'll just use a quick guide. Unless there's like a bunch of items in there that I want, but I don't want to waste a TM slot. Flash is nice, but it's not worth my time, dude. Also, don't we have a Pokemon in the daycare as a backup plan? I think we do. I think we threw our Pidgey in there or something. We have a Pokemon in the daycare as a backup plan. So like once we get later in the game, we might need that, right? All right, Mr. Mime's coming back up front. Oh wait, we have to go get rid of our Farfetch'd. We ended up losing a Pokemon there. We have to get rid of our Farfetch'd. Here we go. I did that as a kid. No escape rope. Was stuck for hours. Just had to start a new game. Dude, that's brutal. Flash isn't worth your time. You're crazy. No, I don't think so, because I know it's a really good accuracy dropping move. I think I'd prefer Thunder Wave. That's the reason, right? And I don't know if I have another Pokemon that can use Flash. Maybe Bellsprout? But I really want to keep Thunder Wave on Pikachu. That's the real reason. And I do know that it's a solid accuracy lowing move. I am considering just how useful it is of a move, right? Yeah, maybe Mr. Mime. The problem is that we can't take it off of the Pokemon if we put it on them. Right? That's the problem. If it's on there, it's stuck forever, because I don't know if Gen 3 had move deleters yet. It's just such an old generation, I don't remember. Chirripped. Yeah, the worst part is that was a useless sacrifice. I was quick to sacrifice because I was worried, and we could have kept our Farfetch'd. So lessons learned here. Let's go. Do 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 do. The leader's in Fuchsia. Okay, that's not bad. All right, level 18 Oddish. We could actually take this fight, I think. Confusion. Mr. Mime's a truck. Oh my god! He just hit this thing so hard. Ooh-wee. Okay, Mr. Mime, I see you, baby. We're gonna keep you nice and healthy, boyo. He might be helping me win this game, dude. He's trying to learn double slap. Don't really think we need that right now, but we can drop meditate for it for fun if we're in like a pinch. But I don't think we're gonna keep either. I thought you were playing Luigi's Mansion until I realized that was yesterday's. Yeah, Misty, I released a video for Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, a couple of videos of some old Luigi's Mansion playthroughs. I have more too. I released 2020, 2021. I'm gonna release 2022 and 2023 and 2024 and 2025 over time. I do an annual playthrough every year. And I can't find 2019. So I either did not play Luigi's Mansion in 19, or I didn't start that tradition till 20, or I just lost that. And I did lose a lot of my old content, so. But I can't find my 2019 Luigi's Mansion playthrough. Organizing, listening to the Grand Bazaar VODs. Nice. Nice, Tater Tot. I hope you're enjoying. Wow, this dude has a lot of Pokemon. You deceived me. Oh, we're talking about Luigi's Mansion 1 specifically, my bad. And yeah, the only time I ever beat Luigi's Mansion 3 was like 2023 or 4. And I deleted all the old VODs. I did that on purpose. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to keep all of my failed attempts at Luigi's Mansion 3. I'm only keeping the actual playthrough. Yeah, I didn't even keep any of them. I was like, dude, screw that. Yeah. Yeah, I only kept the one that was successful. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I don't think I started that tradition till 2020. Because I know for a fact I did Zombies Ate My Neighbors in 2019, but that might have been all I did. Is Zombies Ate My Neighbors. I might not have done Luigi's as well. I think that I might have still been just a new streamer and not paying attention. 13th Blade. So Nuzlocke is a self-imposed challenge. And there's a lot of different ways to play a Nuzlocke, but the only rule that is like consistent across all Nuzlockes is that if a Pokemon dies in battle, then you have to get rid of them. So if a Pokemon faints ever, you have to get rid of them. You have to either put them in a box and never use them again, or you have to release them if you want to be dramatic. Yeah, I got the new episode of Grand Bazaar for you. I think I have even more episodes of Grand Bazaar hidden somewhere and somewhere on Twitch. I'm a little behind on VOD stuff. So you might even have a couple more, maybe like one or two more, not much more. Do 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 do. If they die in battle, they die in real life. Yeah. Yeah, I almost called him for alligator. Sheesh, my brain, dude. Yeah, Pharaoh definitely looks like a rooster. I agree with that. I love the freaking... Somebody's in this song, somebody's slamming on the wooden block instrument. Can you guys hear that? In this song, somebody's slamming on that wooden block. Like they're going to town. It's like the guy with the more cowbell. Like, what? Wait till I get into the next battle and try to listen to it. It's serious. Like, dude is slamming on that. Like he's going in. Do 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 do. All right, I'm just making sure there's no secrets around me. Okay, we're still going this way. Going back up. We're gonna fight you. Are you guys ready? Watch. Listen for that wooden, like they got the wooden block going. Watch, you'll hear it. Watch, listen for it. I'll tell you when it's on, because I think it's a certain part of the song. I'll tell you when it's there. It's like right at the end of one of the bridges or something. I'll tell you. Oh, I don't have a safe switch in here. Let's do wavy. All right, here it comes, I think. Yeah, here it comes. No, not yet. That's just regular drums. What did he do to me? Growl? What did he growl? It might have been because of an attack I used. The music in this game is dynamic. Thundershock. Oh, roar. I don't like that. It's coming up? Yeah, I think it's coming up. Here it is, I think. Hear it? Listen. They got like the triple, like it's totally digital. It's like, brah, brah, brah. Like, dude, there's no way a human's going that fast. It was like, brah. Yeah, the Triangle Man's also going crazy. Dude, that was crazy, dude. It was like, doop, 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 doop. Dude, he was going in. Yeah, I thought my brain went to cowbell. It could be a cowbell. But I thought a cowbell sounded a little bit more hollow, which is why my brain went to the wood block or whatever instrument. Yeah, I feel like a cowbell's like a little more hollow, but it could totally be a cowbell. Yeah, that did cross my mind, yeah. Charmander. Man's just smacking a couple 2x4s together. do 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 do. All right, do we need to heal? I mean, if there's a fire Pokemon, we might be in trouble, but whatever. All right, we got a bug catcher, Brent. Any Brents in the chat? Oh, full ass Beedrill. Yikes. I'm not going to leave Mr. Mime in front of that. I'm a little intimidated by that, actually. Do 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 do. Uh-oh, focus energy. That's a little scary. Thundershock? Is it a flying type? I don't think so. I don't think it picks up the flying type. It doesn't. Don't crit. Don't do this. Don't. Stop. Okay, 3 times. I don't like that. I'm switching. I don't like what's happening here. All right, Rasmodius, smack this thing in the mouth for me. Will you do that? Razor Leaf's not going to hit too hard, but the level difference, nothing. All right, I guess we got to just tackle our way through this. We just got to tackle our way through this. I should have known better to use Razor Leaf. I wasn't sure. I thought the level difference would make up for it, but you got to remember that in the Pokemon universe, if something is half as effective, it's not doing anything, right? So here's another thing that I wanted to share with y'all earlier. So did y'all hear that in Pokemon Champions, they're adding 2 more catchphrases to the battles? Now they're doing an Omega effective and then a very, very ineffective new line. So when something is ×4 weak, it's going to be like, it's in Champions, when something is ×4 weak, yeah, it's going to be like, that was crazy effective. And then when something is ×4 reduced, it's going to be like, that ain't, homie, what are you doing? You know, just not highly in words. Yeah, they're adding 2 for the first time in like, I think 10 or 15 years of Pokemon history. They're adding 2 new phrases to the Pokemon lineup. It's been the first time in a really long time since they've done this. It's actually kind of cool. Dude, I love the narrator in Stadium. Ride that surf! The last thing I wanted to see was a wild rat. And if I run here, I could die. What if I can't run? All right, I'm gonna have to switch. Oh, yikes. All right, I'm just not gonna put Mr. Mime in front. I just wanted to see what's in the grass. I literally just want to know what's in here. Ba-da-boom, ba-da-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo, ba-da-boom. They strike fighting poses. What is it, like wild hit or something like that? Okay, there's got to be more than rats in here. There's got to be more than rats in here on Route 9, right? It's a one-hit wonder. My favorite thing ever was when he set the end bat. When I was a kid, he would go, "There goes the battle," and then on the screen would flash "end battle." So me and my cousin would always say "end battle" when that happened. So in my memory, this is how it goes. And there goes the battle. End battle. And we would both simultaneously be like, end battle. And it's just like a memory of mine, to the point to where at one point I thought that that was how the game worked. And that was like something the game actually said. It was like, end battle. But it doesn't say that, I don't think. Oh, wow. A Spearow. Okay, this is the worst grass ever. Let me try one more time and I'm out of here. What's up, Malachi? All right. Let's go heal. Let's go heal at the Poke Center. In before Raikou. Do 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 bada boop boop bada bada boo bada boo. All right, let's go. Back to the grind. Now there's a Poke Center at the other end of this route, but we don't care about no Poke Center at the end of the route. I don't know how many battles are between now and then, so I had to heal up. Now we can put Mr. Mime back up front, and this will allow us to continue to power level Mime. He's already back up. He's already up to 16, which is super nice. So he's catching up with the rest of the squad for sure. All right, we got that hidden item there. We fought that trainer over here. And we fought this trainer here. So next up, down below. Another bug catcher. Do. Homie's sending out a level 20 Caterpie. Did you deny the evolution? Why would you do that? What's your deal, bug catcher? You're putting a bad name out there for all the bug trainers. Evolve it to a Butterfree. What are you doing? All right. Well, at least we get some really good Pokemon to farm off of. Right? Because like these are great Pokemon to farm off of for Mr. Mime because they don't do much damage. Like the most you're going to get out of this is a Poison Sting. And we crit. So this is like beautiful for Mr. Mime experience. Okay, a Venonat. I love Venonat. Venonat's cute, man. I used to not like Venonat, but Venonat's really grown on me over the years. Poison Powder, okay. Do. Level 18 Mimin. Homie's power leveling through these bug catchers. We're literally power leveling through these bug catchers, dude. All right, we're gonna have to go buy some more antidotes. Because not having any antidotes is scary. Not having any antidotes is scary. All right, we got a hiker. What's up, weather mice? Do boo do boom boo boo ba doo. Good to see Albino Black Bear and Reptile Mom. What's up? All right, we're not going to stay in front of this Geodude. I'm a little afraid. Nah, I think our Mr. Mime's starting to hold his own weight. Let's do it. Geodude ain't got no special defense. And that's certainly not helping his case here. And we're faster, which is great. We're really fast. Our Mr. Mime is going to become a sweeper, I think. Especially when we hand him Psychic. He's about to become a beast, I think, dude. You just got to make it until we get Psychic. All right, we're going to switch. I don't trust the Onix here. I just do not trust the Onix. Onix is an imposing-looking Pokemon. And I was afraid of the bind. I was afraid of something to stop me from switching out. Which I don't know if bind does that, but I know wrap does that. You know one of my favorite attacks that I never valued as a kid was bide. Biding your time and unleashing on a Pokemon is such a fun strategy in this game. Just building a tank who has like a decent attack stat or something, and then just biding, waiting 2 turns, and just obliterating a Pokemon. Doesn't work well in competitive because people can just avoid the hit, but in the regular games, man, it's such a fun strategy. Oh, there's another patch of grass over here. This grass seems more exclusive. Rat-a-tat. Do, 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 boo, do, boo. All right, we don't like seeing the rat in front of us, but the rat's not going to kill us in one hit. I think we can Confusion here, but I'm going to switch anyways, because I'm really afraid of the rat. Was this then being developed by Game Freak? That's right. That's right. Game Freak developed most of the original Pokemon games alongside the help of like Nintendo. So the lore is that Game Freak developed the first Pokemon game, and sometime before Generation 1 and after Generation 1, I don't know when, it's like within the Generation 1, they formed the Pokemon Company. So the Pokemon Company is actually a triple owned company. 1/3 is owned by Game Freak, 1/3 is owned by Nintendo, and 1/3 is owned by another company, I think. No, maybe it's just them two. It might just be those two, so it's half and half. Now, who knows if it's actually half and half? Oh, he wants to learn Reflect as well. Wait, I thought Barrier. Wait, what's the difference between Barrier and Reflect? Sharply? Oh, this is for my whole team. And this is just for me. Oh, but this is double defense versus 1 defense, but for the whole team. I'm going to go ahead and go for the team here. We're going to be a team player. Yeah, so at some point, Game Freak and Nintendo formed the Pokemon Company. Yeah, we do have Flash. We do have it. So if we need it, we do have it. We might end up using it. I'm never going to unhear the wild wood block. I know, man. That's why I had to point it out. Because it's wild. They're wood blocking, dude. Do. Yo, stop scratching me, yo. Nice, we got Barrier and Reflect, which is pretty cool, but setting up on Mr. Mime's a little scary because he's not the strongest. All right, I think we can just Vine Whip again. Wow, a hair, a slither. Now it's almost scary to attack again, right? But come on. Okay, doesn't matter. We can attack again. Okay, stop. It was 1 sand attack. Please, just kill this thing. Thank you. Nice, level 20. Bellsprout's pumping. Bellsprout's pumping. Bellsprout. Bellsprout. He's pumping Bellsprout. He's pumping Bellsprout. He's pumping iron. He's gonna take you down to the ground. He's a fucking Bellsprout. Don't you dare even trying to question his wrath. I don't know. Do I just quick attack here? Yeah. All right, wrap it up with a quick attack. Yeah, peace, nerd. Camper Drew. Oh, Drew. Oh, Drew. You had a chance, buddy. You were cooking, but time for you to step out of the kitchen, buddy. All right, let's see if we can get some new Pokemon here, dude. Or is it just going to be a bunch more rats? Great. The prophecy was foretold. Great. Just going to be a bunch of rats, dude? And baby versions of Pidgey? It is the same route, but I'm just hoping that I might see something new. Here it is, not Pidgey again. Come on, there's got to be like a 5%er in here somewhere. Like a Jigglypuff or something. I think we already lost the Jigglypuff this run, so it doesn't matter. I'm done with this grass. I'm out of here. Screw this route, dude. So there's a lot of different rules to Nuzlockes, but you'll notice that very traditional Nuzlockes only allow you to catch one Pokemon per route. And some will even go as far as saying you can only catch the first Pokemon you encounter per route, saying that you can't even farm up for that rare Pikachu if you want it. But all rules are different. So traditional Nuzlockes really just come down to if a Pokemon faints in battle, you can't use it. From there, it's up to you to decide what rule set you want to follow. And again, I've noticed that very traditional Nuzlockes will do the rule of one Pokemon per route. And then again, the slightly more hardcore take on that is only the first Pokemon you encounter per route. And then some will even go as far as saying if you don't catch that Pokemon or you accidentally kill it or something, guess what? You're screwed. You don't get to catch any. Bye. So there are some real hardcore rule sets for Nuzlockes. Right? Like, so that's why I labeled this one a casual, because I wanted it to be very clear to the Pokemon community here that I'm doing something here very casual, right? I'm gonna let myself catch Pokemon. I'm gonna let myself fill up the Pokedex, and I'm not going as hardcore. So my rule set here is simply I can engage with any Pokemon I want, but once a Pokemon perishes in battle, I can no longer use it. I also cannot use any of its family lineage. So if a Geodude goes down, no Graveler, no Golem. If a Pikachu goes down, no Raichu, no Pichu. So on and so forth. That's the basic of my rule set, but I do have an extra rule that has to do with battle. I'm not allowed to use healing items in battle at all. I can only heal outside of battle. So if I'm in a battle, I cannot use a potion. I cannot use an antidote. I cannot use an awakening. But once the battle ends, I can. So that's my little bonus rule to make my gameplay a little bit more tough. Now I can still use moves like Recover and Leech Seed. I'm not going hardcore Iron Man here. But I can't use any healing items in battle. Now I am letting myself use X items. I haven't used any yet, but once I get to the end game, that could be a big difference between me winning and losing. So I did a very similar casual Nuzlocke when I played Diamond and Pearl for the first time, and we barely made it out of the end, and it was like the perfect level of difficulty, but also fun. And we got out of the end, I'm talking we limped out with a single Pokemon left, our Turtwig, or Torterra. So I'm going for that vibe again. You know, I want it to be difficult. I want to have fun here. No healing items in combat. But I also still want to let myself kind of play the game, enjoy the game, and not be stuck, you know, trying too hard to like figure out whatever. Yeah, so it's like, I think my rule set is great because it's very middle of the line, right? It's kind of difficult, kind of not difficult. You know, not the most hardcore stuff, but also kind of chill. That's like what I go for when I play Pokemon games. Now, I will say this though, I am kind of open-minded to some more hardcore Nuzlocke stuff, and I've actually done something called an Iron Egg before, BM. And if you guys are interested, you can check out this document right here. And that's a rule set that I personally created for my Scarlet and Violet Iron Mon challenge. and it was one of the funnest challenges I've ever had on stream. A lot of my chat really loved me doing it, and it's a brutal rule set called the Iron Egg Challenge, but I also wrote rules if you want to do a Wonder Lock instead, and I think I even wrote rules if you just want to do a traditional catching version as well. So you can check out that list of rules. Now, this rule set could be used to be tweaked a little bit. I remember I wanted to lower the Pokemon Center visits to 10 because 15 was a little too much for that game, Scarlet and Violet. Stuff like that. But if you take a look at that, that's the most hardcore rule set I've ever done. And I'm proud to say I created it myself. And it took us 5 official runs to complete, technically 6, because one of them we lost like right at the beginning because of something stupid. So it took us 5 official full runs, and we won by the skin of our teeth and the final battle with Nemona in the tournament in Scarlet and Violet. Like by the skin of our teeth. We barely got out alive. It was a brutal battle. And it was one of the most fun challenges I've ever done. It was super cool, man. But yeah, Nemona gave us a run for our money, dude. She was a tough challenger. But we did it. Now, this was all pre-DLC. Oh, there's the rare Pokemon here I've been looking for. So this was all pre-DLC, though. So I've always thought about extending the challenge to the DLC and saying, okay, can we do everything we did, but also go through the DLC as well? That would be an insano challenge, because that's a lot more battles and a lot more high-stakes challenges. But I've never came back for it. I never tried again. So yeah, that was really fun. And I do encourage other people to try it out. I think that the Iron Egg Challenge is rough because you have to deal with getting new eggs every single time you fail. Whereas if you were to do something like a Wonder Lock, it would be a lot better time-wise. So I think that if I ever go back to Scarlet and Violet, I'm not doing another egg lock. I'm going to do probably a traditional Nuzlocke, or I'm probably going to do a Wonder Lock, but no Hackmons, no legendaries, right? Something like that. All right, we made it to what I believe to be Poliwag territory, but I think you need a fishing rod. Nice. We got Mr. Mime up to level 20. Let's go ahead and go in here. We went all the way back to the Poke Center for no reason. How goofy is that? Green, I've been looking for you. It's one of the ever-present aids. If you catch 20 species, I'm supposed to give you a reward with an Everstone. No, we've only gathered 18. Sorry, man. The types of Pokemon match up differently with each other. Every type is stronger than some types and weaker than others. I heard that ghosts haunt Lavender Town. A nugget is totally useless, so I sold it for 5,000 golds. Look at them, like, giving you hints on how to play the game. All right, then there's another item right down here. Berry. All right, let's go ahead and check this grass out. See if there's anything here. It's Route 10, and I'm going to stand up and go get some water. I'll be right back, y'all. Gonna go grab some water. Water. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Let's see what's in here. Thanks for your patience, everyone. How we feeling, Afternoon Squad? Saturday afternoon, 4 p.m. I don't actually stream Saturdays this late too often, unless I'm playing Pokopia, clearly. It's nice to be here with y'all. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday so far. Thank you, YouTube, for hanging out today. And thank you, of course, Twitch, for being here as well. A little bit of a retro afternoon, you know? What's up? How you doing today, Chantarelli? Just wanted to say it's been really nice past couple hours having you up on the screen. You always have such a lovely, chill presence. Hope you and Chad have been doing well. Oh, thank you, man. Oh, a Voltorb. Ooh, a perfect beacon for my Flash TM. Okay, buddy. Let's go ahead and hit you with the confusion and hope we don't one-tap you. Perfect. Screech. Soundproof doesn't affect me. Ha 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 ha! All right, Great Ball. Let's go. Deku dude. Oh, I keep doing that. Nice. We got ourselves a Voltorb. Usually found in power plants, easily mistaken for Pokeball. It has zapped many people. Also, can be put in a cannon to destroy blocks in Pokopia. Or so they say. All right, let's name our Voltorb. I think the best name for Voltorb is going to be Gunther. Because Gunther absolutely has the biggest gonads of anybody in Stardew Valley. And when I see Voltorb, I think of gonads, therefore I think of Gunther. Perfect. New Pokemon added to the squad. All right, dude, we could actually go ahead and just give him Flash, I suppose. We weren't going to use Flash, but you can unexpectedly. We found out today, actually. Somebody told me about it in the chat today. Oh, everyone can learn Flash. Funny. All right, what you got, Gunther? We already have an electric type. Is he our sacrificial lamb? Yeah, at this point, it's just like we need bodies. And having Flash is going to be nice, so... Yeah, instead of lowering defense sharply, we'll take Flash to lower accuracy, which could actually come in handy. Like, it really could. And I could have got rid of Tackle, I suppose. I forgot that I had Sonic Boom. All right. I got Leaf Green. Oh, is this a battle? Ooh. Needs an update? Yeah, we're at 3 badges now. We're at 3 badges now. All right, Pikachu. Confusion. Ooh, quick attack. Oh, not hitting too hard. My Mr. Mime is a truck. He is a truck, dude. This dude is becoming a monster and fast. I mean, he crit, but still. Confusion again. Let's see what happens to this Clefairy with decent special defense. Not bad. We're getting double slapped. I think we could just go again. Encore. Oh, that's fine. You want to be confused more? Oh, I gotcha. He's not just a truck, he's a bulldozer. Nice. We've already gotten Mr. Mime feeling pretty good to the points where he's actually passed up our Bellsprout. So now we could start leveling up the Bellsprout again. But we're going to keep focusing on Mime for a bit because having a strong Psychic type is really, really nice in these older gens, man. So, like, really leveling him up and prioritizing him a little bit is going to benefit us so much. All right. Do 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 do. No, he doesn't have an evolution, but he does have a baby. I believe Gen 2 might add Mime Jr. He does have a baby type. And then he actually has a regional form where he's Mr. Rhyme and he's based off of like Charlie Chaplin. Oh, you're right. Wait, he got it. Did he get an evolution in? You're right. Am I thinking of Mr. Rhyme? Or no, he has a regional variant and an evolution. Yeah, Galarian Mr. Mime evolves into Mr. Rhyme. That's what it is. Thank you. Yeah, so he does have an evolution. Yeah, there it is. All right, well, we took Flash. We sucked it up and we took Flash. Do. So is there no hidden items in the Dark Tunnel? It seems like it. My hidden item guide is just skipping Dark Tunnel complete. So not hidden, they'll just be items on the ground, I guess. I should have really gotten a repel. I didn't go back and buy more antidotes. Let's save again. You're doing some spring cleaning and enjoying the stream in the background? Y'all are making me cheese, man. Thank you. Thanks for checking in with us. Good to see you, Gingy Ginger. How you feeling this weekend, buddy? I just found out that the boys are getting together tomorrow. So I am gonna give myself a little breather tonight. Let myself relax around the house. Little lounging around the house. Wait, is this Cubone a battle? Wait, this is a wild Cubone. Wait a second, is this wild? Is this, chat, this is wild, right? Wait a second. I'm gonna switch and put it to sleep. Nice, it hurt itself. Good. Finishing up chores. Nice, dude. Wait, is it a trainer? Frick. Okay, I wasn't sure if I made it to that trainer or not. Thank you, Dick Dog. Thank you, baby. Thank you, dude. I wasn't sure. I was about to try to throw a Pokeball at him. I was about to try to catch that boy. I was so shocked. I'm like, why am I seeing a Cubone in this cave? You know what I mean? Like, I didn't think you see a Cubone in a cave, like, just randomly. I'm like, what? I would have caught that thing so fast. I got 2 more Great Balls. Planning on getting a Butterfree for my Leaf Green playthrough with Sleep Powder, Dream Eater, Giga Drain, and Silverwind. Gonna be sick with that compound eyes, making Sleep Powder 97% accurate. You know, I've done a competitive team once with that strategy. Compound eyes Butterfree as your lead. And you go full stat, you go full speed, and you give it a choice scarf. So it's basically guaranteed to go faster than like 90% of the cast, 95-ish. And you just go turn 1 Sleep Powder, turn 1 Sleep Powder, and you basically win 90% of exchanges right out the gate. Just boom, you're asleep. Now what? Yeah, it's so nice. It's just boom, you're asleep. And then turn 1 sleep is brutal in a one. This was a competitive build for a 1v1, mind you. I should have said that. This was a competitive 1v1 team. So the first thing I did was put you asleep and force you to either decide to switch. And then at that point, the ball's in your court and I'm making you play defensively. Right? And that's the beauty of that kind of lead, because you're forced to make a decision at that point, and I can play off of that and play games with you and say, okay, what's he going to switch in here to deal with this? And then I can switch something in, you know. So it was a beautiful build. I had a Blastoise on that team that was my special defense wall. Oh, Oh, man, I love that team so much. Blastoise for special defense wall. This was, I think, a Heart Gold team. Oh, that was so fun, dude. Blastoise is such a tank if you build him that way. Guja with Sap Sipper. Yeah, dude. Guja with Sap Sipper was a counter to Sleep Powder. Really? Does that work? Can you not Sleep Powder Sap Sipper? Can you not do that? So if this is a grass attack, this is guaranteed to be a special damage because Gen 3, all grass, all evolutions typings are special damage. So in all reality, having an attack that can't miss on my Mr. Mime isn't the worst thing ever, but I don't know if I want to drop Substitute. I think this could be coming in handy a lot later. $60 damage guaranteed hit is really nice. I don't necessarily need Light Screen. I have a lot of special defense in my team. Not really. No, not really anymore. Pretty much just Rasmodius. I'm gonna drop Magical Leaf. One of my main Pokemon is a grass type. I just don't need grass damage. That's how I decided that. I don't necessarily need a bunch of grass damage, right? Oh, what's up, Gears? All right. Oh, a wild Machop. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Why don't we go ahead and switch Sleep Powder and catch this bad boy? We might need a backup if something gets a little rough. Let's catch this little jerk. Let's catch this little jerk. Bam, bam, bam. All right, let's just try whipping a Pokeball at him. Critical catch. Survey says. Done. It wasn't a crit, but still got him. Loves to build its muscles. It trains in all styles of martial arts to become even stronger. Yeah, Pokopia taught me that Machop knows every form of martial arts. All right, so this one's gonna go to Alex. Alex is the closest thing to a Machop that I know from Stardew Valley. You gonna transfer Sludge Bomb TM from Fire Red to Leaf Green? Ooh, that's smart. I love that. Getting your Sludge Bomb on, dude. Oh, we don't have Rock Smash. It's a rugged rock, but a Pokemon might be able to smash it. It's rugged. All right, a Geodude. We've pretty sure we caught and lost a Geodude in this playthrough, so we're not bothering with them. All right, here we go. Pokemaniac. Slowpoke. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Slowpoke's a little bit of a challenge for us, but Wavy Chew is going to be the one to clear this out. Shiny Score Bunny, Pokemon Go. Nice, Jesse. All right, Thundershock. Because I can't put Rasmodius in front of a Psychic type, so Psychic Water is a little bit of a problem. But Wavy Chew should be able to handle this pretty well. I don't like how much damage I just took, though. Okay, we got Lightning disabled, but I was going to switch to Quick Attack anyways, so I'm okay with that. Maybe I'm not. Are we switching? Are we switching? We're switching. Oh my gosh, I'm not losing my Pikachu here. One of my favorite things about Pokopia is all the fun facts I'm learning about Pokemon. Who knew Smeargle painted with their body fluids? That one also shocked me. In fact, I think that one might have shocked the world. Who knew? All right. I suppose we just keep ourselves healed up for now. I suppose we just keep ourselves healed up here. Do we not have regular potions? Ugh, I don't like that. Why don't we have regular potions? All right. I don't think we have an escape rope either. Yo, we'll see you later, Charlie. Thanks for hanging out today, man. Good having you here. Dark tunnel leaf green. Let's see what direction has what items. Do barrel 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 barrel. Do you start in the basement? You start here, right? You go in here. This takes you here. Okay, this takes you to the basement. That takes me here. Okay, I must be like right around here. Okay. Jinx is broken in this game. Is she? I didn't know that. What's the worst Pokemon in the game? I want to use that as my HM user. Well, I think the worst Pokemon in the game is like Magikarp, right? Objectively, but I don't know how many moves it can learn, so it might not work for what you want. So Paris makes a pretty usable HMU. There you go. So Paris can what? Learn cut, flash, strength, maybe. How you doing today, Quinn? Do 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 do. Just checking to see if there's an item over here real quick. Good about you? I'm doing well. Yeah, thank you. Can't unlearn that. That's so funny. Can't unlearn that. Oh, nice. A new revive. That doesn't help us in a Nuzlocke. I guess we just sell revives, right? I don't know. I'm just chilling, Gears. Just doing my thing, baby. I try to go for a bit when I do game swaps, you know? I'm not... This is a wild Mankey. I try to chill for a while when I do game swap because I don't want to game swap and only hang out for like an hour. So you always get a good amount out of me when it comes to game swaps, but my goal in game was to make some decent progress here. So, you know, and so far we've made some decent progress. We're doing pretty well. We beat Vermilion, we trained, we beat Lieutenant Surge, and we're heading to Lavender Town, and then Lavender Town opens up Celadon and a whole slew of Pokemon leading towards Celadon. And then we can also go south and there's a whole slew of Pokemon leading towards Fuchsia. Trainers, I mean, is what I'm saying. So once we get to Lavender, we have the choice of going east or south, or west or south. I think you want to go west first. I think that's the trainers that are a little bit lower level. Once we get to Celadon, we can get to Saffron and get Psychic for Mr. Mime, which is really important, I think, to this playthrough. No, I do have a Geo... I think my Geodude fainted. I think is what happened. I think I had a Geodude. I think it fainted. What's up, Runic Dave? What's up, Forest Leaf A? Hey. Oh, crit. That's not nice. Do 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 do. That's a Cubone with Bone Club. So Bone Club is a ground move, so I don't think you could even use that on Not Pidgey, but I was afraid of a rock attack. So that's why I ducked out of there. A double leer, that's scary. I did get cut from SSN, yeah. You can go through the tunnel and fight Koga for the 3rd gym badge, get Surf and do Blaine as the 4th. Wait, how does that work? How could you get to Koga without having... Oh, I see. You're right. Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, you're totally right. I never thought of that. You're totally right. Because you get cut, you leave Vermilion, you could go all the way through the tunnel, get to Lavender, get the Poke Flute, go south, past Snorlax, go to Fuchsia. Now, here's the thing. Koga's going to be a pretty high level at that point, so that's scary. I'm definitely not doing that on a Nuzlocke. That's kind of scary, but that's really interesting. I never thought of that before. Wow. Considering you are such a big fan of Pokemon, Pokopia, how good is it compared to AC? So the comparison is fair because comparing things is how us as humans sort our thoughts. All right. Where's my alert? 15 months from Bubbachu? Can we get an alert? It's that time of month for my rent. What happened to my alert there? It just didn't play? Gotta do it yourself. Hold on, let me see if... You're fun. Let me see if I can refresh. It's funny because it even went into the back end of Stream Elements, but... There it is. Thanks, Bubbachu.
Bubbic 19 honest, it's that time of month for my rent.
So as I was saying, thank you, Bubbachu. Can we get some love in the chat for a 15-monther, baby? Thank you, man. So I think it's fair to compare things in life. First off, I just want to say that because I think that even when you do compare things that don't need to be compared, you're doing it because you're attempting to try to understand something. So while I don't agree with comparing games all the time, you'll notice that I always try to like challenge this when people ask me questions. I'm always like, I don't think they deserve to be compared. I've learned as a creator that there's a reason why people are asking the question though, because that's how we do things as a human. So that being said, I'm going to answer your question. Right. And even though I don't think that, as you already noted, as April noted, they are very different games, but let's talk because there totally is a comparison. So how does Pokopia compare to AC? Well, first off, it compares pretty well because Pokopia is obviously stepping into the life sim genre, and it's learned from the predecessors before it, as all good games do. They learn from the previous installments to said genre, and it's learned really well. So compared to Animal Crossing, it's taken a lot of notes from AC, and it's managed to create a very rich experience because of that. And it's done really well. As far as gameplay, you know, it has life simulation elements where your villagers are your Pokemon and you're waking up and you're talking to them. It has real time where if you go to build a Poke Center, it takes a full 24 hours or a whole day, right? But that's kind of where the comparisons start to stop. They're fundamentally like very different games, and there's not much more to like compare as far as like individual things and details that make them outweigh each other. Pokopia does a really good job at following up on what AC does, all right, with the life sim. It makes it feel good to talk to your villagers. It makes it feel good to log in every day. And it does a really good job at this. So now let me get to the point. Pokopia is no better or worse than New Horizons. But if I had to choose one, I'm going to choose New Horizons because I've played that game for 5,000 plus hours. And I am very biased when I answer you here. I'm answering you very biased. I'm giving you what you want. I'm answering, but I'm answering very biased. ACNH is the better game because I've put 5,000 to 7,000 hours in ACNH, and you don't just throw that away overnight. You don't just throw that away in the blink of an eye. So since you asked my personal opinion, New Horizons is the better game when you compare them. And that's the answer I think you wanted. Now, does that mean Pokopia is bad? No. Does that mean Pokopia doesn't have the potential to be better than ACNH? Sure, in some ways it is. And let me give you an example of where Pokopia does do things better than ACNH does. For starters, there's a little bit more quality of life. Well, why? Because Pokopia is coming out in 2026. New Horizons came out in 2020 when cozy games weren't the wave and there wasn't 1,000 games to learn from. New Horizons walked so Pokopia could run in a lot of ways. And it's full of quality of life and things that really make you happy as a life simmer. Things like crafting from chest and bulk crafting and bulk cooking, things that weren't there on the release of New Horizons. So yeah, Pokopia does all sorts of things better than New Horizons. I'll give you the big one, and this is the one I think is like the only thing that's really worth mentioning, and this is what I've been building up to the whole time. The dialogue. If you want one thing that Pokopia does better than Animal Crossing in every way, shape, or form, without a shadow of a doubt, objectively, the dialogue in Pokopia is far more interesting, far more fleshed out, and far more alive feeling than Animal Crossing New Horizons could ever dream to be. It's actually insane how much effort they put into Pokopia when it comes to the writing. And if there's anything that game does better than New Horizons, it's the writing. And that's it. That is literally it. And that's all you're going to get out of me. It doesn't do anything else better. It does a lot of stuff different. You see, Pokopia is an RPG that has a story, a start, a middle, and end. You could play it and never play it again after that. You could literally play it like a Final Fantasy game. So first off, completely different genre. Secondly, it has life sim elements. Here's the difference. Animal Crossing is a life simulation game that borders on a decoration simulation game. Pokopia is an RPG, story-driven, narrative-driven game that has life sim elements and decoration elements. And there's such a difference in how I just worded that now, isn't there? Animal Crossing is a life simulation game. It is a game that is about living in a different world. Pokopia is an RPG that also has life sim elements for you to participate in, as well as decoration. There is such a difference in these two worlds that, as you pointed out when you originally asked the question, they're just not meant to be compared. But again, humans compare. This is what we do. This is how we learn. So you're gonna compare and you're gonna ask yourself, how is this game different or better or worse than all the games you've played throughout your life? And that's your answer. Pokopia is a beautiful game. It's not better than New Horizons, in my opinion. And this is coming from a guy who has biasly put, how many hours into the game, right? 5,000 to 7,000. Sorry, I'm looking at a map real quick. Okay. So yeah, no, I don't think Pokopia is better than New Horizons. I think Pokopia does some things really well And I think that Pokopia, and this is where I'm going to step away from what you asked, and I'm going to give you a little bit more. Because this is a fun conversation for me. Pokopia has a higher ceiling. Now, I think that this is a product of the fact that it's been around and more time to learn from the space before it. But dude, Pokopia has a massive ceiling of potential, Twitch Thomas. I'm talking the potential of Pokopia is insane. It is insane. It's like, whoa, like, wait a second. The glass like Animal Crossing New Horizons has a very clear ceiling. A very clear limit on the capability, like what you can do in the game, right? It's like, it's very limited in a sense. It's like Pokopia is a building, and that building has walls. Sorry, Animal Crossing New Horizons is a building that has a roof, that has walls, that has a foundation, and you can't add anything on top of it, nothing. That is just a beautiful built house. Pokopia is like the blueprints of a house, and a mad architect is scrabbling and writing and presenting so many concepts and ideas. And Pokopia is the kind of game that could turn into something so magical in 5 years. It could get better and better and better and more interesting and more content and a way better game than New Horizons could ever be. Potentially. I think Pokopia's biggest strength compared to New Horizons is that it has the highest ceiling I've ever seen out of every life sim game. It has the potential to go the long haul. And unfortunately, New Horizons, while it has such a high ceiling and it has so much potential, that potential is capped. That potential is very obviously capped. Look at New Horizons. The game is very limited. You can't do everything you want. You can't even put things, you know, rugs on the ground, right? And like, that's the silly thing to bring up. But so you see, New Horizons has always been somewhat capped on what you can really do in the game and what you can really accomplish and what the content that's coming into the game. And unfortunately, Nintendo has made it very clear to us that they don't plan on turning Animal Crossing into a life sim game. Pokopia's gonna be a fucking life sim sorry, I meant to say a live service game. Pokopia is gonna be a freaking live service game, basically, dude. It's gonna be updated and supported, and they're gonna be shelling out content because the Pokemon community has no limitations on how much content they want to pump at you. So that's why I feel like Pokopia has a ceiling that is unlimited in my eyes right now. They could do anything from DLCs to updates to content to events to all this wonderful stuff that could happen with Pokopia. So that's it. That's all I have to say. There you go. Do I think Pokopia, how do I compare Pokopia to Animal Crossing? That's your answer. What was the exact question again? Let me see. How good is it compared to AC? Pokopia is just as good as Animal Crossing New Horizons, if not better. That's the answer you were looking for. Sorry, it took me a second to get there. I didn't read your question perfectly the first time. How good is it compared to AC? It's just as good, if not better. And if you're a Pokemon fan, it probably could be very much better. Because as a Pokemon fan, you are bound to love interacting with Pokemon more than Animal Crossing villagers, depending on your history with gaming, right? So I would say it compares healthily to New Horizons. I think it's just as good, if not better. And that says a lot because I'm biased. I've played 5,000+ hours of Animal Crossing. I feel like if I'm saying a game is just as good as Animal Crossing New Horizons, I feel like that's a lot of weight, right? Like, I feel like that's a very strong compliment. If a guy who's put 5K hours into a game is saying that this new game is on par with it, is stepping up to the plate with it, Yeah, I think they're on to something. I think they might have found a secret sauce. We're talking the Krabby Patty sauce, baby, right? Like that they might have found the secret, and we might be in for a treat as Pokopia fans. We might really be in for a treat, right? So yeah, great question. I love chatting about this kind of stuff. And I hadn't really had a chance to share my full thoughts on the comparison conversation, and that's kind of why you got a little extra there out of me. I know you don't mind because you've been here long enough to know that you ask Hylian a question and sometimes you get a dissertation. That's just how I work. But yeah, so I just wanted to share like my full thoughts because like I really haven't shared the comparison thoughts once since I've played the game because I've been avoiding the question because I wasn't quite in the mindset to answer it because I do think that they're not worthy of being compared, but again, I'm learning as a creator that sometimes these types of questions are fun to answer even if you don't agree with them. So when somebody comes into my chat and they go, is this game worth it? Nowadays, I just say yes or no. I don't say, well, is it worth, what's your budget? What are the reasons you're asking? What kind of games do you play? Who cares? Nobody who comes and asks those questions want to know all of that. They just want an answer, yes or no. And I'm starting to get better as being a creator about just giving the answer that people want. So I gave you a little bit extra there, but there's the answer you were looking for sure. And yeah, I'd say it's just as good, if not better, man. It's seriously really fun, dude. I think I'm a little hesitant to say that it's better than AC because of the comparison conversation and because I feel like Animal Crossing doesn't deserve to be done dirty like that. Right? So I think there's a part of me that is very biased in my willingness to say that it's better than AC. I'm just going to be real. I think I'm kind of stubborn about that. And I'm kind of like, I don't think I'm willing to say that out of respect for New Horizons. I'm just not willing to say it. You can all say it for me, but I'm not there yet. Give me another 100 hours in the game. I'm already at 75, 80. And maybe I'll be more willing to say it over time, but I don't know if I'm convinced yet. I think I'm still living in a Delulu land where New Horizons is like better in my mind. I don't. So I'm being honest with you. I don't think that I'm gonna hold on forever. I think that at some point I might crack. I think that's right though. Yeah, dude, thank you for saying that. Like, I think so. I think out of respect for AC, you don't just come out the gate and be like, this game's better. Because AC is beautiful, man. It's a great game. It's done so many wonderful things for us, and it's done so many great things in the life sim space. I remember when New Horizons came out, and the first thing out of my mouth was, this is the Animal Crossing game that everybody wanted. This is the game. This is what every Animal Crosser wanted. They wanted that beautiful life simulation, quality of life, all these little things that we've always wanted from AC. So, it's like, it is hard to just turn my back on AC like Andy turned his back on Woody, but I'm going to be real. I do kind of feel like Andy right now with New Horizons on the floor, and I'm staring at Pokopia like, I'm not gonna, I do kind of feel that in my heart just a little bit. Maybe it's better, maybe it's not. I think we can all agree that each game does different things better than the other. Right. And that's what I was trying to make clear, that's why I gave you more words, because like, I think that Pokopia does a bunch of stuff actually way better than Animal Crossing does. But I don't think that it does everything better. I don't think so. I think Animal Crossing still is the king for real life clock engagement. That's one example with you all. Right? Like, there is still, to this day, not a single game outside of, I think, Cozy Grove that has done what AC does with the clock. And it wasn't Pokopia either. Pokopia was still afraid to, like, make Pokemon have bedtimes and lock down the store at a certain point and stuff that I think is really integral to the Animal Crossing experience. So while Pokopia tried to get close, I still don't think, like, there's still not a game out there that has ever touched New Horizons yet, or just Animal Crossing, still to this day. And I'm still waiting for it, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. I think AC is just always going to be standing alone, which is fine for me, you know. I'll just keep playing AC. Random, the king of clips, he really is, yeah. So many great games that deserve our time. Sticking with a game is fine, but variety is the spice of life, of course. I personally don't even put AC and Pokopia in the same category. Sure, they have similarities, but I don't really see the comparison between the two, right? And I think even Twitch Thomas probably understands, you know, I bring them up because they're the ones who asked the question. Even they understood asking the question that they're not the most comparable games, but for the sake of conversation, let's compare them, right? The same way that, like, Halo and Call of Duty aren't comparable, but for the sake of conversation, we could totally compare them. What does Call of Duty do worse or better than Halo? What does Halo do better or worse than Call of Duty? They're both first-person shooters, and they can totally be compared, even if it's almost like not really a thing, right? Like, Halo and Call of Duty are nowhere near the same games, right? So it's kind of interesting to have those comparison conversations for fun and just to kind of like rattle off some ideas. Yeah, you like that, Forest Lee? All right, here, let me catch up on a couple wonderful messages that came in. So Scrollix, real quick. Scrollox says, I don't like this. I'm running. Scrollox says, I would actually compare Pokopia to a game like Stardew Valley, but comparing to specific games, other specific games aside, they say, I think we compare because it's how we gauge what we might like, and it's the easiest way to sell others on an idea of a game without having to over-explain all the concepts. That's not wrong, but it's what allows a game to succeed. A game that strays too far from something familiar tends to fail, and down the road we usually say it was ahead of its time because people discover it years later. Yeah, well said. And then there's just that rare scenario where a game that does everything different randomly pops off. Right? There's always that like rare, super rare, like shiny percent chance Pokemon hunting where a game that just does everything super unique just randomly pops off. But that's so rare, right? That's such a rare thing. Like, I think Hades was like a good example of that, where it was like the first of its kind to come out and be like, yo, we're gonna do everything this way and we're gonna make you care about the characters and the dialogue, but it's also a roguelike and there's a story and we're gonna make you care about that too. And I feel like there wasn't any, I never played a roguelike up until that point where there was a story that actually engaged me. And if there's any Hades fans in here, you might relate to that. So, right, so like, yeah, just like a fun little example of a game that randomly does just show up and say, oh, have you ever experienced this? No, you haven't, because we're one of a kind. Peace. Like, yeah, like every once in a while, right? Like Hollow Knight is not the best example of that. What, this guy's gonna teach me Rock Slide? But like Hollow Knight's another like almost comparable example of a game that just came out and said, I'm gonna do all this stuff completely different. But we all know that Hollow Knight just learned off of Metroidvania and stuff, and that's why it got popular, because Metroidvania fans go hard. Right, so that's like not a good example, but still, I just wanted to bring up Hollow Knight. I really just wanted to talk about Hollow Knight. Best move tutor right here. I have seen the Pikmin game, yeah. You mean speedrunning lawsuits, the game? Balloon in the Twitch chat, lurkers? Oh yeah, you're talking about that game called Speedrunning Lawsuits, the game. Yeah, I did see that game. It's awesome. It's all about how fast you can speedrun getting a lawsuit from a mega corporation. I love that game. Cool game, dude. All right, there's one more message I wanted to read and then I'm done. Heather B says, I'm the opposite. Even though I have 3K hours in ACNH, I think Pokopia is a way better game. Well, just a better game. Mechanics, story, and gameplay. ACNH is always going to be a favorite, but I have to give the edge to Pokopia, for me at least. Dazabound, final comment. Personal opinion, Pokopia is leagues above ACNH. I could see myself playing it for years, whereas New Horizons, I was done years ago. And that's the perfect way to wrap it up. And that's what I said, the ceiling, right? You guys see what I said? The ceiling, right? And Daza just said exactly what I said in his own way. The ceiling of Pokopia just feels so much higher. Right? Yeah, well said. Well said. Nice. Great conversation. Thanks. Hopefully that helps you better answer that question. I'm not sure if you were just asking for funsies or if you were trying to figure out if the game's for you. I imagine as a Pokemon fan, you're not going to avoid it for too long, Twitch Thomas, but maybe once you get that Switch 2 in your life. Is Pokopia more fun after the story? No, I would say that if you're not into Pokopia during the story, you might just not be into the style of game at all. And I hate to say that to you, but if you're not vibing with Pokopia as you play through the story, you just might not be vibing with Pokopia. Because the game doesn't change drastically after the story. It just changes. That the gameplay, that's what I meant. The gameplay doesn't change drastically. I'm starting to think Nintendo is now a law firm that occasionally makes video games on the side. Well said. Oh, you've had a Switch 2 for a while? I had a feeling. Actually, when I said that to you, Twitch Thomas, I was like, actually, this dude has a Switch 2 because we were bonding over that a little bit during release. Yeah. So you did pick up Pokopia? Have you played it yet? I don't like the story. I just want to build. Now, that's a little bit different than if that's your case, then you will like Pokopia after the story. Ooh. Because Kroko, the story does get in the way. Yeah. If that's the case, just push through the story. You got this. Because the game, once the story is out of the way, you do get the freedom to do anything. It's really nice. Nice. Let's see our stat increase. How we looking now, dude? Let's see our stat increase, baby. 49 attack, 48 special attack, 34 speed, weak defenses. Chlorophyll raises speed in sunshine. Ho. Are we gonna go with the sun setup team or something crazy? So now it's a grass stone, it's a leaf stone to evolve it again, right? Victory Bell Cerebi. So let's go to Gen 3. Let's see what it learns from here. What? Oh, sorry. I went to Victory Bell, not Weeping Bell. Okay, so I'm level 22. It looks like I get Acid in 2 levels, Sweet Scent in 33, Razor Leaf at 42, and Slam at 54. I'm gonna be real. What a weak moveset. I guess we're gonna go to 42. I guess we want Razor Leaf, yeah. We don't have to wait for Slam, though. We don't really have to wait to 54. And honestly, I think we're gonna find Giga Drain or something. We really could just give it something like that. We could give it Solar Beam if we find a TM, and then we could try to get Sunny Day in our team and go nuts. Right? Like, we try to get Sunny Day in our team, and then we could try to go Chlorophyll, Solar Beam, like, and just go nuts on stuff. Like, that could be a really fun setup. Okay. So Sun Effect Fire moves, though? It does. Yeah, that's the problem with Chlorophyll, as you put yourself in front of a worse situation. That's, you literally just called out the biggest problem with Chlorophyll in this game. Chlorophyll is such an interesting skill, but it's actually an oxymoronic skill because it puts you in front of the sun and you get destroyed in the sun. Yeah, it's actually a very funny side of this universe. Like, it's actually really silly, in my opinion, that they do that. Chlorophyll, more like Borophyll. I think Pikmin looks better than any Pokemon game. I mean, to an extent, I understand why you say that. Now, I'm a fan of Pokemon, and I've been playing them my whole life, so I don't agree, but I completely respect why you're saying that, because Pokemon hasn't stepped up to the plate visually, and they've clearly struggled entering the 3D era. And it shows. It shows. They're definitely struggling to enter the 3D era, you know? Like, so hopefully they can figure it out, and hopefully Winds and Waves really shows everybody just what they're made of when they have time to actually like cook. But I completely respect anybody who has lost faith in Pokemon and who does truly in their heart believe that these other games are going to do, you know, better than Pokemon as far as like your experience, right? Like, I respect that, dude, because, you know, you can't, it's at a certain point, people do lose faith, you know? So it happens, man. It's like, I've said this, I always bring up Bethesda in this conversation because I think the same thing happened to Bethesda. And I think right now, and I said this before, I swear to you guys, I know you guys, I'm a broken record. I swear, like, I would bet 100 subs on this. I'm so, like, sure of this. The next Elder Scrolls game is going to get bombed by society. The next Elder Scrolls game, the internet is going to destroy no matter how good it is. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter how good the game is. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It does not matter. It does not matter if the game is the best thing since sliced bread. The internet will destroy Elder Scrolls 6. Because everyone has lost faith in Bethesda. They don't care anymore what Bethesda's doing, and all Bethesda is now is a punching bag for the internet. So no matter what happens, it will be punched, and nobody's gonna respect it, no matter how good it is. And this is what's happening to Pokemon right now. Pokemon has zero respect, and nobody plans to give it any respect. Pokemon could release the best game since breast implants, and everyone would look at Pokemon and say, nah, this sucks. Because that's just where Pokemon is at. Nobody wants to give it any acknowledgement, any true conversation. Nobody wants to uplift it for the things that it does well. Like, I tried to talk to people about how Scarlet and Violet did some things good and how it was the foundation of Pokemon, but your average person looked at me like I was the most ridiculous human being alive for saying that. For acknowledging the good things that Scarlet and Violet did, I am now an idiot. So you see, once society gets to the point to where nobody wants to have a real conversation, then yeah, that's where you get comments like, I think Pikmin looks like the best thing, better than any Pokemon game ever, right? Because of course you feel that way. Because you sound like the kind of person who's done with Pokemon. You're like, dude, Pokemon is just not doing it. You're not willing to give them any patience. You're not willing to give them any grace. You're done. And a lot of people are exactly where you are. They're done. They're just done, and they're not willing to do anything else. Right? Whereas, like, this is where I step in. I do plan on giving Bethesda another chance. I wasn't that big into Fallout 4. I'm going to play it on Switch. Try it again. I think that Fallout 3 and New Vegas were the best. I've been waiting for a sequel to those in some way, shape, or form. Right? I think I'm going to give Pokemon more chances. And I'm going to continue to give Pokemon fair chances and keep sticking with the stuff that I grew up with, because I feel like they just need some room to breathe and they're going to put out good stuff. Generation 9 is the highest selling generation after Gen 1. It's just internet negativity is louder. Well, yeah. So, but you can't ignore that internet reception matters. And when something on YouTube gets downvoted by a bajillion people, and when something gets screamed on the rooftops by a bunch of people, It doesn't matter if it's fake outrage, and it doesn't matter if the game is selling well. That's actually not exactly what I was talking about, but you're right. I never said that Pokemon wasn't going to sell well, and I never said that Pokemon wasn't actually something that was appreciated by more people than not. But I might have implied that, and that's my bad. You're right. I did imply that the majority of people hated Pokemon, and that wasn't actually my intention. My intention was to explain that the internet is going to talk down on Pokemon for the rest of its existence, and no matter how successful the games are, there will always be people who talk down on Pokemon. Now, you might say, well, Hylian, that's everything. No, that's not actually true. That's the thing you're missing here. The internet does lay off of stuff that, like, the Elden Ring's the best example. Why did everyone simultaneously love Elden Ring? Because Elden Ring was one of the best games ever made, and nobody had anything negative to say about it. And it just ended up being one of the best games ever made. You know what I mean? So like there are examples where a game can be released and not be talked into the ground. And that's all I'm talking about. I'm just saying that Pokemon will be talked down on for the rest of its existence. And so will Bethesda. That was my point. So while you're right, you're totally right. Yeah, Pokemon is selling better than it's ever sold, and Pokemon's never gonna not sell well, and Pokemon's obviously selling the best that it's ever done, and it's always gonna be a very sought after IP, and it's always gonna be successful when it comes to sales figures. But like, it's never gonna be successful in the eyes of the internet society ever again. No matter what Pokemon does. And that goes back to my point again. Like, Pokemon could release the best game ever. It could be the most game changer. It could be the Grand Theft Auto 5 of the gaming universe. And no matter what, there's going to be people talking down on it. And that's what a lot of people, the most of the people that we hear will be talking down on it. And that, yeah, right? And again, does that matter? And that's what Dazza was saying, and I agree with Dazza. No, it doesn't matter at all. What I'm saying actually doesn't really matter. It's just about how I find it interesting that sometimes something hits like a critical mass, and it's done. And it's super unfortunate because while Pokemon's still going to keep selling like hotcakes, it does detract away from the experience overall. It does detract away from the experience. It does detract away from the experience on the internet. It detracts away from the experience that we all have, whether or not you want it to. Basically, unless you're not on the internet at all, to some extent, when a game gets talked down on ruthlessly, it detracts from the energy in the room, right? And like, don't you agree with that? Like, it sucks, right? Like, when a new Pokemon game comes out or a new game comes out and everyone is just talking down on it around you, it unfortunately detracts from the experience. And not everyone is so stoic in the face of that. Not everyone is so stoic in the face of everyone screaming that something's bad while you're just trying to enjoy it. Right? And so that's kind of where I think it does matter. How a game gets perceived, it does matter. And for some games, it does matter for sales figures and stuff. But for other games, it just matters for our enjoyment of it. And that's where I think like Pokemon and Bethesda comes in. I think that our enjoyment of those games could be dampened by the echo chambers. Whereas, do I think Bethesda's going to sell well? No. Do I think it's going to bomb? No. Right? So yeah, I appreciate you actually standing up and saying what you said there, because I did accidentally imply that like Pokemon was going to be received bad. Like, no, dude, that's the thing. And I think I love the take that like the echo chambers don't matter because, dude, Pokemon fans are ravenous. We are out here. We're here. We're right here. Enjoying the living heck out of these games. it's like none of that echo chamber nonsense matters, dude. And it's the same thing with like Starfield. Starfield was actually not bad at all. Was it the 10 out of 10 Skyrim? No, but it wasn't a 4. It was like a 6 or a 7 at least. I liked Starfield. It was cool. It was like Fallout in space. It had some good gunplay, you know, it had some good adventure stuff going on. You know, wasn't the best game I ever played, but it was certainly not the worst. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, it's like, we're definitely going to be here enjoying ourselves despite what the internet says, you know? Yeah, so well said, dude. Well said. I definitely never meant to imply that, but I know I did, so. Anyways, there were so many wonderful things said in that conversation. I'm stuck on the one thing, but that's not the point. Some people just need something to hate on, right? And that's the thing, like the echo chambers and stuff just make that one dude who's just literally watching the world burn sound so much louder, but he's actually not at all. He's actually just like, it's one dude. Wait, so where am I at now? Basement floor. Where's floor number 1? Wait, where the frick is this? Dang, I'm lost. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. Wavy Chew's a little beat up. Rasmodius is still strong. Is this not floor? Okay, I'm right at the end. Oh, this might be the last trainer. Oh, nice. This might be the last trainer, dude. We might be out of here finally. Nice. Some good afternoon yaps, dude. I haven't soapboxed too hard, but soapboxing in the afternoon feels good. It's like, okay, sure, why not? Boom, boom, boom. Let's throw out Rasmodius. Internet reception killed one of my favorite games. Yeah, right? BDSIP were infinitely better games when the internet people aren't yelling at you that it sucks. None of these games have anything on the world's first quadruple A Skull and Bones. True! How could I forget about that game? So I guess, like, I'm still wrapping my head around the conversation. I guess, in all reality, like, this is not good. I'm not in like the best position here. Okay. In all reality, I guess my take was a little bit hot. That's what I wanted to wrap up. Yeah, like, I think actually my take was hot. I think I'm realizing during this conversation that I think I'm a little bit more wrong than I realize. I think that I am wrong when I say that I think, like, to an extent, I am over exaggerating how the negativity will affect a game a little bit. And that's what I think I'm wrong about. I think that in all reality, like, that actually matters so little. And again, I did bring up some good examples of where I feel like internet outrage stuff can kind of ruin a game, dude. But I'm going to be real. For me personally, I don't really let that stuff bother me at all, even as a streamer. So really, I think my perspective only applies, right? Perspective only applies if you are affected by the internet. And like, sometimes it can be a bit much, even for me, right? But I would say that I don't really ever let internet outrage affect my feelings towards a video game. Even as a streamer, that rarely happens to me, right? Like, rarely. Has anybody ever seen Muck run in Pokopia? No. I haven't got him yet. We had a chance to get Muck, but I have to put down a muddy water. Yeah, dude, I'm very curious what GTA 6 is gonna do. Oddish is screwed. Oh yeah, Oddish just got floored. Yeah. Oh yeah, Oddish is screwed. There should be one more item over here, I think. And then there's a couple trainers right outside of Lavender Town Tunnel, so we're not out of the weeds yet here. But I'm not trying to use any ethers. That's the big thing I'm trying to avoid right now. We might be able to avoid the trainers here. And then heal and then come back. Yes. Can't enter Lavender Town without jamming for a sec. Ooh, I love that. Ooh, I love that. Ooh, that random drum. Do. Do. We made it out of the dark cave, everybody. GG's, man. We got out alive. As we should have. There's no reason for us to struggle too hard in there, but we did start running out of PP. And, you know, so things started getting a little dicey, but we got out. And we came out a level 27 Mr. Mime, which is actually kind of insane. He's my second highest Pokemon on my team now. Let's go ahead and take a look at our stat layout real quick and see who's cooking on our team here. So we got the 60 special attack, 60 special defense with decent speed and decent defense. This is a tank. Ivysaur is a monster. 66 speed, 75 special D, and 65 special attack. Homie's 4 levels under Ivysaur. Oh, boyo is gonna be going in this save file, dude. Whereas Ivysaur has a way bigger HP pool. All right, so Mime is just nasty. This is the fastest Pokemon on my team, potentially. We'll find out. Wow, he's faster than Fearow. Fearow's a little bit lower level, so this is matching Fearow with a massive 58 attack, which is actually not high at all. That could be better. So Fearow is not really that strong, unfortunately, but we're still fast and we're still attacking. We're good. Weeping Bell comes out here with honestly a pretty good spread, but some low defense. So I'm a little afraid with Weeping Bell because Weeping Bell's got some low D, man. Pikachu comes out with a pretty horrendous defense. My Pikachu just sucks. It's a split attacker, which is just so unideal. It's fast, but like, not really. My Pikachu is just... And then we have Gunther, who is kind of not really a part of the team yet, but one day they might be. Like, I say that because they're just not quite there yet. Like, they're only level 16, so... Man, our top 3 Pokemon are feeling pretty good, but our top 2 is feeling pretty godly. We're locking in, dude. Scizor's attack's the highest stat of your entire team. Do 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 be bo 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 bo. All right, I'm out. thank you guys for hanging out. Pokemon Leaf Green episode 3. We're gonna go do a raid. If a mod wouldn't mind sharing a raid message or 2 with us, let's do a raid. Thank you for coming out, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna do Stardew in the morning. We're gonna really just flip the script on everybody. After a week and a half straight of Pokopia, we're showing up and we're doing Stardew in the morning. It's gonna take 2 hours to figure out how to play the game again, and then it'll take 2 hours of actually doing gameplay. We're just about to wrap up year 1. Should be fun. Should be a blast. Should be a blast. Oh, no, never, Dazabound, never. No, you've never had. Yeah, you're good. Thanks for, like, double checking, but it was a great conversation. Plus, I'm just becoming so stoic in the face of conversation and people challenging my thoughts and stuff and not getting defensive about it. So I really appreciate this stream and this community because I've learned so much about just myself and just how to handle situations where someone challenges something that you agree and or you know your belief of something and not taking it personal and not being defensive about it and just having a nice conversation. So, and I think that's exactly what we achieved there, you know, passionately. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you, dude. Yeah, no problem. Never argumentative. Yeah. I've never felt that in my heart, at least. And I think that's what matters, right? All right, let's go ahead and find ourselves a raid recipient, y'all. Let's go see where we're going to go visit today. This is a weird time to raid for me personally because I don't raid at this time at all, ever. And it's a Saturday and it's like double weird. Should we go visit Insomniac Raps? I haven't visited him in a while. Dude's a legend, man. Let's go see what he's doing real quick. Let's go see what he's doing. He's out in the real world doing IRL stuff. Yeah, let's go see what Insomniac Rap is up. I met this dude and he was a freestyle exclusive streamer. And now he goes out and like looks at birds and then raps sometimes. He's just a goofy dude. I think you guys will like him. We're gonna go visit Insomniac Raps here. Hope you guys enjoy him. I've been watching this dude for 5+ years, 6 years, probably longer. I think he's awesome. So hope you enjoy him. And I'll be back tomorrow. Stardew and Pokopia, fam. This is Highly in Descent signing off for another wonderful Hyro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for some casual Sunday, sleepy Sunday vibes, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We out of here, baby. Thank you, everyone. I really do appreciate each and every one of y'all. Forever indebted to this community. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines. And I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. We're going to go visit Insomniac Rap. Again, he's cool. He might not be your flavor, but I think you'll enjoy his show. Chill guy. I'll be back tomorrow, all right? Have a good rest of your Saturday. And until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace, y'all. And hit them cat jams, baby. Peace. Peace.